My fiancé dumped me on our wedding day, and to get back at him, I married his father. I, Meng Jinyao, was the envied bride of a wealthy family 1 second ago, but the next second, I was facing such an embarrassing situation. After my fiancé eloped with another woman, his family forced me to complete the wedding ceremony with a rooster. What a humiliation! I angrily asked them if this was the upbringing of a wealthy family. Under the pressure of everyone's discussion, the Gu family agreed to save face and agreed that I could choose any unmarried man in their family. Under the eyes of everyone, I made an extremely bold decision. My eyes finally fell on Gu Jingxi, who was the father of my fiancé and the most powerful person in the family. But now, I chose him as my groom. The guests at the scene were shocked to hear my decision, and everyone talked about it. This woman is cruel enough. If she can't be Gu Xiaoming's wife, then she will be his stepmother. At this moment, I am more curious. If my fiancé knew that I married his father and became his stepmother, what would his reaction be? Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 1. Changing Husbands. I, Meng Jin Yao, am standing in the courtyard of the Yongchang burial mansion, with the noise and drumming in my ears fading away, while the world in front of me appears to be blurring more and more. As the first daughter of the Meng family, today was supposed to be the day I married into the Chongqing marquis residence in style. Everyone says that I am blessed to be able to marry into the Shizi mansion, where the holy favor is strong, and become Shizi's wife. However, it is clear to me that this is not good fortune, but an arrangement with no way back. The auspicious time for the wedding had arrived, but my fiancé, Gu Xiaoming, was not to be seen in the sedan chair. Instead, his younger brother, Gu Xiaowen, came to marry me in place of Gu Xiaoming, holding a rooster. It was said that he was too ill to come himself. I laughed coldly, my heart having long been unhappy. A few days ago, I clearly saw Gu Xiaoming alive and well. How did he suddenly become seriously ill and bedridden, unable to move? The seemingly glamorous wedding. Hidden behind it is nothing more than the Hofu's contempt for this marriage. If my grandfather hadn't fixed this marriage for me years ago, I'm afraid that even this farce wouldn't be my turn today. Just as I was thinking about this, Maid Ning Dong rushed in hurriedly, anxiety and nervousness written all over her face. She came to my ear and spoke rapidly. Miss, the world's son isn't suffering from a physical ailment. He's run away from the wedding. He eloped with another woman. Her words were like a sharp knife, instantly piercing my heart. I had always thought that it was only because the world's son was not interested in my marriage that he was unwilling to come and personally welcome me, but I never thought that he would run away with another woman. On the day of the wedding, what he chose to do was to completely abandon me and choose someone else. My hands involuntarily clenched in a fist as the feeling of humiliation surged within me. Unable to endure any longer, I violently lifted the red cover on my head and looked directly at those relatives of the Gu family who still maintained their superficial composure. My voice was icy cold, but my tone was firm. To be so irresponsible as to run away from the wedding on the day of the wedding, is this the upbringing of the son of the Marquis of Chongqing? Zhang, the eldest wife standing in front, hurriedly stepped forward and tried to diffuse the embarrassment as she said with a smile, "Nephew-in-law, don't be angry. We have already sent someone to find Xiaoming. You are the Gu family's legitimate wife, and the other woman is just a concubine who can't rise to the occasion. If you are willing, you can take her in and the marriage will still be valid." I could barely hold back a sneer. What kind of logic is that? He abandons me on my wedding day, and I'm supposed to stay married to him, and even tolerate another woman sharing my husband? Such humiliation made my body shiver, but I knew that I couldn't let this anger control me. I have to fight for myself. I took a deep breath, forced down my emotions, and raised my eyes to look directly at the First Lady. Since he abandoned me on the day of the wedding, why should I continue to marry him? Carrying the name of this famous and insubstantial wife of the world's son will only bring shame to my Meng family. Zhang froze, obviously not expecting me to reject it so directly. She asked somewhat hesitantly, "Then what do you mean?" My mind turned, and a few points of determination came out in my eyes. The marriage contract between the Meng family's first daughter and the Gu family was set by my grandfather's generation. But it doesn't explicitly say that I must marry Gu Xiaoming, yes or no. Zhang froze at my question, but had to nod. Indeed. I gritted my teeth and said firmly, "Since Gu Xiaoming has abandoned me, let's have another man from the Gu family come to worship me." The 8-carried sedan chair has already welcomed me in. There's no reason for me to walk back. Call out all the unmarried men of the Gu family, and let me choose one that suits my eyes. When these words came out, the entire hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. I saw everyone looking at me in dismay, and the people of the Gu family did not expect me to make such a bold request. And I had long since made a decision in my heart. Today, I would never let myself become the laughing stock of being abandoned. Chapter 2. Choosing Gu Jingxi. When my words fell, everyone around me was in shock. I am clear that today's Yongchang burial house has long since lost its former glory. Since my grandfather's death, my father's qualifications are mediocre. There is no man in the family who is strong enough to hold up the big picture. My eldest brother is still young, and my concubine brothers are even more incapable of revitalizing the family. Although Gu Xiaoming fled the wedding, but the Gu family still follow the wedding, will marry me into the door, does not seem to worry about how my Meng family will resist. But this precisely gave me the opportunity. When I made the bold request for a new groom, the murmurs around me rose abruptly, and all eyes were focused on me, as if questioning my audacity and intentions. On this occasion, such a request was undoubtedly a mirage in their eyes. However, old Lady Gu of the Chongqing Marquis residence unexpectedly looked at me with a few hints of surprise and appreciation in her expression. She said indifferently, "It was our Gu family that was unfavorable to Miss Meng in the first place, so let's follow Miss Meng's lead. All of the unmarried sons and daughters of the Gu family will come forward for Miss Meng to pick." Her tone was gentle, and the respect and determination in her tone was irresistible. The guests were once again in an uproar, not expecting old Lady Gu to agree to my request so decisively. This simply shattered everyone's expectations, and even the Gu family's eldest wife, Mrs. Zhang, couldn't sit still as she immediately stood up to object. "Mother, this." Old Lady Gu glanced at her coldly, her tone calm but imperturbable. "Although Xiuwen is only 15, he can take a wife." Zhang's face changed slightly. Although her heart was dissatisfied in front of her mother-in-law, she didn't dare to say much and only reluctantly responded. "Mother said yes." Of these 4 grandsons of the Gu family, the Grand Duke is already married, while Gu Xiuhong and Gu Xiuwen are still unmarried. These 2 standing in front of me were clearly forced into this unexpected fiasco. I looked at them, but in my heart, I wasn't going to make a decision easily. Gu Xiuhong is a handsome and gentle man, but he is deeply attached to Gu Xiaoming. So if I marry him, I am worried that I won't be able to get him to treat me wholeheartedly in the future. Although Gu Xiuwen is young and tender, but less brotherly feelings, perhaps better manipulation. After all, he is too young. If he marries me, I am afraid there will be many inconveniences in the future. Just as I was hesitating, my gaze unintentionally landed on a man in the distance. He, dressed in a dark reddish-purple brocade robe, with a face like a crown of jade, eyebrows like ink paintings, and narrow phoenix eyes that were meeting mine at all 4s. In that instant, my heart shook slightly. This man I recognized. He was Gu Jingxi, originally my father-in-law-to-be, the current Marquis of Chongqing Marquis, Gu Xiuming's father. His gaze was calm and collected, as if he had it all under control. I suddenly realized that perhaps I can control my own destiny without having to limit myself to these choices. With a flash of light in my head, I suddenly turned around and pointed at Gu Jingxi, my voice clear and firm. "I choose him." There was a dead silence all around. Even the just lively murmurs came to an abrupt halt. Everyone was too shocked to speak. No one had expected that I would choose Chongqing Marquis Gu Jingxi, the man who was supposed to be my father's elder. And I had already made up my mind that instead of marrying a young prince who might humiliate me for the rest of my life, it would be better for me to choose someone who is truly powerful, stable, and responsible. Gu Jingxi raised his eyebrows slightly. He clearly hadn't expected to be named by me, and his gaze held a few hints of playfulness and probing. However, he did not immediately retort, nor did he show the slightest bit of panic or anger, as if he was waiting for my next move. A trace of surprise swept across old Lady Gu's face, but her admiration deepened by a few points, and she then nodded slightly. If the Marquis doesn't object, this matter is not unavoidable. At this time, Zhang and Chun were completely dumbfounded, staring at me in disbelief. The guests murmured, as if they hadn't recovered from the shock. I know that this move took everyone by surprise, but it was exactly what I wanted, to take the initiative and control my own destiny instead of being a pawn in someone else's hands. Chapter 3. Becoming his mother. When I pointed at Gu Jingxi, everyone's gazes moved with my hand and landed on this Chongqing marquee. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence, followed by the sound of people drawing in cool air. They were all clearly startled by this bold move of mine. Is she crazy? The guests' whispers were endless. After all, Gu Jingxi is my father-in-law to be, but now he's going to become my husband? This violates etiquette and ethics. How can it be accepted? Gu Jingxi's originally calm and collected expression finally cracked when he heard my words, and he narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed at me coldly. I knew that my heart was trembling in the face of him. After all, the request I made was too deviant. But other than that, I had no choice. Marrying Gu Xiuwen or Gu Xiuhong might not lead to a good life in the future, so I could only throw my weight around. I raised my head, locked eyes with Gu Jingxi, suppressed the trepidation within me, and slowly said, Marquis Gu, as the saying goes, a father's debt is paid by his son. Since your son skipped out on his wedding day and made me a laughingstock, as a father you deserve to repay this debt for him. The people around me froze once again, and although my words seemed to make sense, they were still a bit ridiculous when they thought about it. After all, Gu Jingxi was the eldest. How could he take his son's wife instead? Gu Jingxi's gaze remained calm as he spoke faintly. Miss Ming, do you realize what you're saying? I tried to maintain my composure and responded. I know what I'm talking about. Since no one in the Gu family is willing to take responsibility for this, I will choose you. Not only are you talented, your character is even more impeccable, and you will definitely be a good and responsible husband. I turned to Old Lady Gu and added, Old Lady, you said before that all the unmarried sons and daughters of the Gu family were available for me to choose from. And now that I've chosen Marquis Gu, I wonder if your words are true? Old Lady Gu was obviously surprised by my words as well, but her gaze wandered between Gu Jingxi and I. Eventually, she nodded slightly. Our Gu family has always been about credit, and since Miss Ming has already made her choice, it naturally counts. These words caused the entire room to erupt in an uproar, but Old Lady Gu clearly made up her mind to go along with it, and Gu Jingxi didn't directly refute it. He gazed at me, and after a moment of silence, asked in a faint voice, Miss Ming, have you really thought this through? I nodded without hesitation. I've thought it through. Gu Jingxi sighed slightly, got up and walked over to me, took the other end of the red silk, and turned his head to the bridesmaid. Don't miss the auspicious time. Chapter 4. A decision has been made. One bow to heaven and earth. The second bow to heaven and earth. Husband and wife worship each other. The ceremony is complete. Let's go to the bridal chamber. I stood there quietly, listening to the sound of the master of ceremonies, with mixed feelings in my heart. Who would have thought that this wedding, which was supposed to be my marriage to Gu Xiaoming as the wife of the world's son, would end up with the absurd ending of me marrying Gu Jingxi and becoming the wife of the Marquis of Chongqing? The guests' eyes darted over us, obviously still reeling from this sudden turn of events. Having been to countless wedding receptions, they feared they would never find one more bizarre than this one. I, on the other hand, being the center of this turn of events, was somewhat thankful that at least it didn't turn out too bad. Gu Jingxi, this current secretary of the Dalizi, was once injured saving the emperor's life, leaving him with a hidden disease, and has never married. If it weren't for this past, I might never have had the chance to stand here. Yes, world affairs are so marvelous. Gu Xiaoming's escape from marriage originally made me the laughingstock of everyone, but I reversed the situation and saved myself from an embarrassing situation. With the sound of the master of ceremonies, the flow of the wedding continued. I looked at Gu Jingxi with mixed feelings in my heart. It was originally his son's wedding, but it turned out that the groom was now him. And this dramatic marriage was finally a foregone conclusion. On the way to the bridal chamber, my mind continued to reverberate with all the changes of the day. When we were sent into Gu Jingxi's courtyard, my heart was tightened to the extreme. According to the process, I should have been sitting in Gu Xiaoming's room, waiting for the man who had reduced me to a laughingstock, yet fate had played a trick and sent me here. The red cover was lifted, Gu Jingxi handed over the FM radio, and he and I looked at each other with a calm demeanor, as if it was all natural. But my palms were sweaty, and my clenched hands were trembling slightly. I knew that my inner tension was much stronger than the calmness I showed on the outside. Gu Jingxi glanced at me and said indifferently, I'll go and receive the guests first. If you're hungry, have someone send meals over. I nodded, my tone as calm as possible. Good. After Gu Jingxi left, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. What had just happened had made my heart race. The bad start, which I thought would be an unrecoverable disaster, turned out to be a surprising turnaround for me. Originally forced to become a laughingstock, I have now become the wife of Marquis Chongqing. The marriage was an accident, but at least it gave me control of my own destiny. I knew that the road ahead was still uncertain, but I was no longer that helpless girl. I had to be strong. My mother had desperately wanted me to come into this world, and I would never let her down. I looked around. Gu Jingxi's bedchamber was really like his person. The arrangement was simple and solemn. The azure-colored mantle and the neatly folded brocade quilt revealed a clear and cold atmosphere. Ning Dong and Qing Xiu walked in and saw me sitting there calmly with heartache in their eyes. Ning Dong couldn't help but redden her eyes and choked. "Madam, you've suffered. What in the world is going on?" Shitzi used to look gentle and elegant, but I didn't expect to be such an irresponsible person. I shook my head, let out a long sigh, and slowly said, "It's not bitter. In fact, this is considered a blessing in disguise. If I withdraw from the marriage and return to the Meng family, my stepmother and father will never let me go. If I marry Gu Xiaoming, he will eventually not be true to me or even despise me. If I had to choose between the second and fourth dukes, there would have been a knot in each other's hearts. Now it's good to marry Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu has a high moral character, and by being his wife, not only do I get respect, but I'm even Gu Xiaoming's elder, and when he sees me in the future, he'll have to call me mother." Qingxiu nodded and agreed. "Madam is right. Marquis Gu is decent and will not treat you poorly in the future. Moreover, you are now the rightful wife of the Gu family, and besides the old madam, you are the most honorable woman in the Gu family." I gently reminded them, "I'm married, so I need to remember to change my name in the future." Ning Dong and Qing Xiu responded in unison, "Yes, ma'am." In the end, I did not become Gu Xiaoming's wife, but his mother. This absurd wedding has been finalized. All the guests watch this dramatic scene. All feel that they have witnessed an unprecedented wedding, enough to become the after-dinner talk. And I, while I may not be completely satisfied, am at least in control of my own destiny. Chapter 5. Irresponsibility. Gu Jingxi returned to the courtyard, and the brightly lit house seemed to remind him of the absurdity of the day. It was clearly his son's wedding, but in the end, it had turned out to be him marrying his daughter-in-law-to-be. Thinking of this, he let out a bitter laugh and rubbed his somewhat swollen brow. He had drunk a lot of wine today and was already a bit tipsy. Inside the house, I had long since removed my makeup and changed into clean clothes after showering, but my mood still couldn't calm down. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, I subconsciously relaxed my tightly clenched fingers and looked up to see Gu Jingxi walking into the house with a steady pace. "Husband, would you like to bathe first? I'll have the maid prepare water." I pretended to be calm, as if this was all a matter of course, as if the person I had been waiting for was him, not Gu Xiaoming. When I said the word husband, my voice didn't even hesitate for a second. Gu Jingxi glanced at me in slight surprise, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He didn't seem to expect me to be so calm when confronted. He responded lightly, "No need, I just came back to get a change of clothes. It's late at night, you should rest first." I couldn't help but feel a nameless anger welling up in my heart when I heard him say that. It was the wedding night, yet he was planning to leave me alone in my room? I looked up at him and asked boldly, "Husband, are all Gu family men this irresponsible? Is this a tradition passed down from father to son?" He obviously didn't expect me to say that and frowned slightly, asking back, "What?" I took a deep breath, my hands clenched in a fist in my sleeves before unclenching them, and accused, "Your son eloped with someone else on the day of the wedding, making me the laughingstock of everyone. Now you want to make me face it alone on the night of the wedding? Is this the upbringing of your Gu family? A lineage of irresponsibility?" I know Gu Jingxi didn't marry me willingly, but this wedding was not my choice, and the Gu family owes me an explanation. If he didn't want to marry, he should have refused long ago instead of letting this ridiculous situation happen. Today, I don't think I'm at fault. Instead, I feel that it's the Gu family that has wronged me. He smiled knowingly, looking a little careless instead. "Before you decided to marry me, did you not know why I passed on a child from the clan?" His attitude froze me slightly. The fact that Gu Jingxi was able to mention his hidden illness so openly made me admire him a little. If it were any other man, I'm afraid he would have already been annoyed by the humiliation. I calmed down a bit and responded frankly, "Husband is merely suffering from a hidden disease, not some unseemly illness. Since I already know this and still resolutely chose you, why should I mind? Besides, a hidden illness does not prevent us from living together." Gu Jingxi's gaze suddenly became a bit complicated and seemed to carry a bit of probing. He stared at me for a while, as if he was thinking about something. I also vaguely felt the doubt in his heart. Perhaps he thought I chose him because of his hidden disease. He frowned slightly, but when he saw the aggravation in my eyes, his expression softened a little. Indeed, I should have been aggrieved at being left out on my wedding night. After going through so much, I still stood strong and did not break down and cry, which was already the limit. In the end, his tone softened a bit. Since you don't mind, then let the maid go prepare water. Hearing his words, I was slightly relieved and nodded. Yes, husband. Chapter 6. He's in trouble. Unsurprisingly, on our wedding night, Gu Jingxi and I just covered up and slept purely. After this whole day of absurdity, my body and mind had long been exhausted. Even though I was in an unfamiliar room with a man older than me lying next to me, I slept without a care in the world. After all, my husband had a hidden disease that prevented him from sharing a room. And even if there is no such hidden disease, since I'm married, I don't mind rounding up. Why should I have to keep any innocence? That would be uninteresting. Gu Jingxi probably didn't expect that the first night lying in bed with me would be so peaceful. He thought that I would be too nervous to sleep. After all, I'm still a young girl. But to his surprise, not long after, he heard my smooth breathing. The man beside me was probably also a little puzzled as to why I was so calm, as if I could take any change in the face with ease. But I know, rather than let the inner panic exposed, it is better to keep the surface calm. The next day, when the morning light poured through the mantle on the bed, I woke up leisurely. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, my mood couldn't help but tighten. But after a moment of recalling all that happened yesterday, I couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Looking sideways, Gu Jingxi still had his eyes closed, as if he was still asleep. He was really good-looking, with picturesque eyebrows and a cool temperament, truly worthy of being the most outstanding man in the Gu family. Back then, he was betrothed to the capital's #1 beauty, and if it wasn't for that accident, they would be the envied couple of the gods today. Just as I was lost in thought, Gu Jingxi suddenly opened his eyes and his voice rang out coldly. Have you seen enough? I was startled by his voice, but quickly calmed down and replied calmly. I haven't seen enough yet. My husband is so good-looking. How can I not let people see him? He frowned slightly, obviously not expecting me to be so outspoken, then sat up and looked at me condescendingly, a hint of inquiry in his tone. Why me? Knowing that he was asking about last night's incident, I shrugged easily and said bluntly, doesn't husband think that you are the best choice? Your two nephews, one more unreliable than the other, cannot protect me. As for your son, he eloped and fled on the day of the wedding. What kind of good life would I have marrying him? But you are different. You are the head of the family. You are the most honorable. If I marry you, I will be the marquise. Who dares to bully me? Even your son, when he sees me, he still has to call me mother and greet me. Gu Jingxi froze, obviously not expecting me to be so outspoken and say it with such a straight face. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, seemed to be somewhat amused by me, more than a few points of interest in his eyes. You are frank. Just Xiao Ming inherited over. No mother to teach, temperament stubborn. In the future, also please, ma'am, more effort to educate. I couldn't help but laugh at that. Husband isn't afraid that I'll bully him as an elder? Without a care in the world, he said, he should clean up, just as the lady sees fit. His answer froze me slightly. Wasn't he afraid that I would really harbor malicious intentions and fix Gu Xiaoming up horribly? Or was it because Gu Xiaoming wasn't his biological son that he seemed so unconcerned? However, Gu Jingxi's generosity like this made me put my heart down. It seemed that he wasn't the type of person to be swayed by his emotions, which in turn made me feel a little more confident about the rest of my life. Chapter 7. Trial of Right and Wrong. Showen Hall. The usually cold and quiet courtyard became lively today because of the arrival of my new daughter-in-law. Early in the morning, the Gu family's juniors gathered here early, obviously wanting to see how my strange new daughter-in-law would cope. Yesterday's absurd wedding, Gu Xiaoming skipped the wedding. The father-in-law-to-be, Gu Jingxi, took his wife, and now everyone in the capital is afraid that the Gu family has become a laughingstock. The eyes of the first and second houses met secretly in the room, not knowing how many times they had laughed in their hearts. But old Lady Gu was smiling and refreshed, as if what happened yesterday was no big deal at all. She was obviously satisfied with my sudden daughter-in-law because her son's marriage was finally settled. Mother is in excellent spirits today. It's true that people are in good spirits. Zhang smiled and flattered, her tone gentle. Old Lady Gu smiled even more cheerfully. That's natural. Lao San has become a family man, so I finally don't have to worry about his marriage anymore. The atmosphere in the room was a bit subtle for a moment, and when the people from the first and second houses heard this, their faces remained unchanged, but they secretly exchanged countless disdainful glances. To them, this marriage was a big joke. But on the contrary, the old lady was still able to laugh so happily. It seemed that when their family went out, they would all become the laughing stock of the whole city. Gu Jingxi and I entered side by side, and the eyes in the room fell on us with probing and complicated emotions. But I remained calm and collected, as if the person I was supposed to marry was Gu Jingxi, not Gu Xiaoming. Walking up to old lady Gu, I graciously picked up my tea and respectfully said, "Mother, please drink tea." Gu old lady, excited eyes, slightly red, said 3 times in a row, "Good, drink my tea." She held my hand. Will be her hands on the jadeite bracelet cannot be refused to wear on my wrist. This bracelet waterhead is very good, turquoise and bright. A look is worth a lot of money. I quickly excused myself. "Mother, this is too expensive. I cannot accept." Gu Jingxi glanced at the bracelet, his tone bland. "Elders give, cannot resign. Mother gave, you accept is." I knew that this bracelet was by no means unusual, so I stopped excusing myself and said with a smile, "Daughter-in-law thanks mother." After saying this, I saw Zhang's and Chen's faces change slightly. Their gazes swept to the bracelet on my hand from time to time. Obviously, this bracelet they had coveted for a long time, but never managed to get it. Zhang's eyes flickered, but her smile became more and more gentle. "Third younger sibling, are you still used to last night? It's all because of Xiao Ming's child's capriciousness. We've already sent people to look for him. If it wasn't for his lack of commitment, you wouldn't have been—" The tone of her voice slightly paused. She pretended that she had no intention of mentioning yesterday's events, as if she wanted to embarrass me. I smiled faintly, still calm and unruffled. Sister has taken the trouble, but things are already like this. Let bygones be bygones. I only wish to get along well with my husband in the future. That's the proper thing to do. Chapter 8, with a heart of gold. Old Lady Gu's face instantly sank, obviously quite dissatisfied with Zhang's words and actions of which pot to piss in. Of course I understood Zhang's intentions. She was secretly provoking and even subtly mocking Gu Jingxi. So I smiled gently, my tone unhurried. Thanks to sister-in-law's concern, everything was fine with me last night. Speaking here, I paused, then continued in a kind, motherly tone. That child Xiaoming is indeed a bit willful and unintelligent, but that can't all be blamed on him. After all, he has been without a mother since he was young, and his husband is busy with his official duties and lacks discipline. As my mother is getting older, it is inevitable that her energy is low, and now that I have married over and he has a mother, I will definitely be strict with him. As soon as the words fell out of my mouth, I clearly felt Gu Jingxi raise his eyebrows slightly, as if he was surprised by my words. With such a gentle tone, he actually heard a bit of gnashing of teeth. Zhang's heart choked. She obviously did not expect me to be able to so gently block her words back, but also to raise their own status. On the surface, I am defending Gu Xiaoming, but in fact, it is to remind everyone that I am already Gu Xiaoming's mother, is his elder. Zhang's heart laughed coldly, but on the surface, she still said gently, "Third sister is right. With a mother like you teaching, Xiaoming's temperament will definitely change." I smiled faintly and lowered my head to continue drinking tea, not answering her words. In my heart, I knew that Zhang must be waiting to see how Gu Xiaoming and I would fight. She just wanted to see a good show of mother and son against each other. Old Lady Gu obviously understood all this, but didn't say much. She had high hopes for Gu Xiaoming, thinking that he was intelligent and resourceful, and that he bore some resemblance to Gu Jingxi, which was why she had succeeded him as her son. However, now it seems that Gu Xiaoming has disappointed her to the core. She was silent for a moment and already had a plan in mind. At this time, the second Lady Chen interjected at the right time. "Third younger sibling, I heard that your tea ordering kung fu is excellent, so I can ask for some advice some other day." I smiled gently and responded, "Second sister-in-law is flattering. I only know a little bit about it. Second sister-in-law's tea ordering is the real elegance. I will definitely ask for your advice some other time." Chun smiled and waved her hand, and that was the end of the scene. The family gossiped for half an hour. Old Lady Gu's face already showed fatigue. The people saw this and got up to say goodbye. Just as I was about to leave, Old Lady Gu left Gu Jingxi alone. After returning to Wei Xian, I have a few points of clarity in my mind. I'm afraid that the storm in this family is far from over, and Gu Jingxi is still at his mother's place. So he must have another explanation. Sure enough, old lady Gu looked at Gu Jingxi, her eyes gradually moist, her voice with a little choking. I thought I wouldn't see you start a family in this life, but I didn't think that the heavens would have eyes to let me wait after all. Gu Jingxi whispered with a few apologies. My son is unfilial, letting mother worry. Old lady Gu glared at him and said in a serious tone, since you know that you're unfilial, you should be nicer to your daughter-in-law in the future. She married you under those circumstances. If you don't protect her, the gossip outside will drown her out. Gu Jingxi remembered my calm and collected appearance and lightly laughed as he shook his head. Mother is overly concerned. With that appearance, where does she still need me to protect her? Chapter 9. The Power of the Household. When old lady Gu heard this, her expression immediately became serious. She is indeed intelligent and can cope with many things on her own, but your attitude will allow her to avoid many troubles. Back then, when I was late in conceiving, your father's two aunts each gave birth to a son. I was squeezed by my mother-in-law. My aunts taunted me openly and secretly, but your father stood by and watched, and I suffered a lot of grievances. Speaking of this, a trace of bitterness swept through old lady Gu's eyes. The suffering she had endured in her youth. She didn't want to put her daughter-in-law through it again. Gu Jingxi froze slightly, then nodded and said, Don't worry, mother. I won't let her be bullied. She's the Marquis, representing the face of the Gu family. And for a bystander to bully her is to not give me face. Old lady Gu, however, wasn't too satisfied with his answer and continued, What face or not? Let's put it aside first. You have to treat her as your wife. Don't forget that she was once your prospective daughter-in-law. But today, she is your explicitly married wife. Gu Jingxi nodded again and assured, Don't worry, mother. She's a Marquis. I naturally won't treat her badly. Old lady Gu sighed helplessly. Her son was unenlightened, and after spending more time together in the future, feelings might be naturally cultivated. After leaving Shoan Hall, Zhang and Qin walked together. After the later generations had all left, Zhang suddenly sneered and said, Meng Jinyao has only just married in, and the second younger sibling is in such a hurry to flatter her. Qin returned blandly, I don't understand sister-in-law's words. Why do you say that? Zhang smiled coldly. Now that there are no other people, why should second younger sibling pretend to be confused? We've been sisters-in-law for so many years, and I haven't seen you take the initiative to discuss the art of tea with me. Chen's face changed slightly when she heard this, but she did not panic and said, Didn't sister-in-law say that these attachments are the least interesting? I am merely following your wishes. Zhang was so choked that she couldn't speak. She came from a humble background and did not have the opportunity to learn those upper-class etiquette skills as a child, and mentioning it now inevitably touched her sore spot. Chen glanced at her and continued, Instead of picking on me here, sister-in-law should think about how to keep the power of the family. Third sibling sister is a Marquis, the old lady's full daughter-in-law. After she enters the house, what status will we still have? Zhang's heart tightened as a sense of crisis suddenly hit her. Chapter 10. She's interesting. Returning to Wei Wei Xian, I took a deep breath, my mind quickly organizing the various pieces of information I had just learned from old lady Gu. With only my personal maid, Ning Dong, by my side, Marquis Gu Jingxi was not accompanying me, which made me realize that the gazes of the underlings in the house looking at me seemed to have become even more complicated. Their eyes were filled with scorn and disdain. After all, rumors are flying around that I, Meng Jinyao, relied on an old marriage contract to marry the Marquis. Gu Xiuming, the son of the world, ran away from the wedding, but the Marquis still welcomed me into the house according to the original date, which in the eyes of outsiders was already an opportunity for my Meng family to climb the ladder. But I didn't want to marry the son, and instead I got married to the Marquis. Everyone thought I chose his father to get back at him. I am naturally aware of the gossip of my subordinates. If I hadn't insisted, perhaps I should have married one of the Gu family's other dukes long ago, instead of being in such an awkward position today, becoming Gu Xiuming's stepmother and Marquis Gu Jingxi's wife. Ning Dong couldn't help but complain on her way back to the house. Ma'am, when they saluted you, they looked disrespectful. They really deserve to be punished. Why didn't you let me reprimand them just now? I smiled slightly. They don't have a few moments of respect, but they can't pick any major faults, so now is not the time to move them. And when is the time? Nadong wondered. When the Marquis returns, you'll naturally understand. I smiled calmly and confidently. Ning Dong looked at me with heartache. She understood that before I got married, I was careful to make a living under my stepmother. And now that I'm married into the marquis, I still have to watch my words and do everything step by step. Not long after, Gu Jingxi returned from Shoan Hall. Just as he entered the room, he saw me resting my cheeks with a thoughtful look on my face. Although he was helpless about the marriage, his mother's advice was still ringing in his ears. So he reluctantly asked, "Is there something difficult for you, ma'am? Since you have married into the Gu family, if there are difficulties, the Gu family will not stand idly by." I looked up at him and smiled slightly, pondering his attitude in my mind. The arrangement in the house was monotonous to the point of being uninteresting. I tried nothing. I just feel that the arrangement of this house of my husband is really a bit cold. He returned unconcernedly. "If madam feels monotonous, feel free to rearrange it to your liking. I don't have any special requests." With a sigh of relief in my heart, I continued to ask, "And is there any part of this courtyard that I can't go to?" After a brief thought, he casually said, "You are the mistress of Wei Wei Xian. You can go to every corner of this courtyard." My smile deepened. Feeling that the time was almost right, I further probed, "What about the maids in the courtyard? If they make a mistake, what should I do with them?" Gu Jingxi was stunned, obviously realizing the intent of this conversation. He looked at me thoughtfully, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes, as if he had guessed the meaning of my words. He smiled. "If Xiaoming makes a mistake, as a mother you can naturally discipline him, let alone a maid. If any of the maids are rude, you can just watch and dispose of them." My heart instantly cleared up. Gu Jingxi's answer was exactly what I wanted. Although he didn't have too many emotional encounters with me, it was clear that he was willing to give me this face in this matter. He doesn't realize that I'm not the type of person who has no rules and regulations. Today, I am merely taking advantage of his attitude to give myself some room for action, rather than really getting angry. The marquis is complex, the situation is changing. I know that every step must be taken steadily, and I can't be in a hurry. Chapter 11. Never Dare Again. I smiled at Gu Jingxi. "That's what husband said." The voice was filled with laughter. In fact, I didn't expect this old man, who was nearly 30 years old, to be so good at talking. Probably because of his age, his temper has become much more relaxed. On the other hand, the Gu family's Gu Xiaoming, who is as cold as ice, is always wearing a frame and an inviolable look, which is really intimidating. It seems that I gambled correctly and chose Gu Jingxi. Even if I am widowed, I can still accept it. He nodded. "Well, I'll say." After getting down to business, we had nothing more to say. He gave me a look and then made an excuse to leave. It was fine, I had my own plans. I immediately had the maid redecorate the house to my liking, trying to resemble my mother's boudoir as much as possible. The maids of Wei Wei Xian watched me busy and muttered in a low voice. "The marquis hates these fancy arrangements and prefers a single color. I don't know if he'll be angry when he comes back and sees it." I pretended not to hear and continued to direct them. They were obviously waiting to see my joke. Who knows, their mutterings fell into my ears. With a slight smile, I quietly walked behind them and softly asked, "What good show are we watching?" The two maids obviously didn't realize it was me, and casually said, "Naturally, we're watching our new marquee ladies' jokes." When they realized it was me, their faces turned white, their bodies stiffened, and they hurriedly knelt down to bow. I smiled faintly and sat down. It seems that husband is busy with his official duties, and the subordinates in the mansion are really unchecked. They hurriedly begged for mercy, but I said nonchalantly, "Do you not dare? Or do you not want to? Before looking at my jokes, take a look at your own." When they heard this, their faces turned even paler. Next, it's my turn to stand up for myself as the new marquis wife. Chapter 12. Punishing the Maid. I just entered the marquis house. Then in the Wei Xian heard the maids whispering. They thought I couldn't hear them and said, "You really think you're a proper marquis wife, and you don't think about how you married the marquis." I secretly laughed. It seems that if I don't set up a rule, these people really think I'm easy to bully. So I turned around and said in a cold voice, "Since you think I'm a lady who puts on airs, let me open your eyes today." I ordered Qingqiu and Ningdong to slap their mouths, and they immediately did so. 2 slaps went down, and the maids cried and cried. Those maids kneeling on the ground were also terrified. Their faces were pale, and they looked as if they were afraid of taking their turn. At this time, Gu Jingxi returned, and when he heard the commotion in the house, he couldn't help but frown. He entered the room with large strides and saw me leisurely holding a cup of tea, 2 maids being slapped, while the other maids kneeling on the ground were shivering. His face changed, and he asked me in a deep voice, "Ma'am, what happened?" The two maids looked like they had seen a savior, rolling and crawling as they pounced on Gu Jingxi. "Marquis, save your life. Madam is ruthless and wants to send us to the manor. We've been serving our master with all our heart and soul." I laughed coldly and replied slowly, "They made up a story about me, saying that I don't deserve to be a marquis wife. Husband, I thought that if I married you, I would be a true marquis lady, but I never thought that I wouldn't be. If husband has someone else in mind, you might as well tell me. I can step aside and give way." Gu Jingxi frowned tightly and said in a cold voice, "Madam, don't listen to their nonsense. If you marry me, you're a proper marquis wife. They have violated their superiors below and deserve to be punished." Hearing this, I calmly said, "They do not distinguish between honor and inferiority. Slap their mouths for 20 and send them to the manor. If husband can't give up, can also stay, just can't appear in front of me again." Gu Jingxi asked, "How many hits have been made now?" Ning Dong replied, "Back to the marquis, 10 hits." He nodded, his tone not to be questioned, then finished the remaining 10 strokes, and then send them to the manor, not to return to work in the mansion. I looked at the maid on the ground and sneered, "If you want to provoke in front of me, then be prepared to pay the price. Today, I'm going to set the rules and let everyone know that I, Meng Jinyao, am the proper marquis wife who cannot be underestimated." After this incident, the eyes of Wei Wei Xian's subordinates looking at Meng Jinyao changed and immediately became respectful. Who would have thought that the seemingly petite lady, in fact, has great means, punished 2 second-class maids in front of the marquis, sent people to the manor, and also got the support of the marquis. With so much commotion in Wei Wei Xian, it naturally spread to the big house, the second house, and the old madam's side. First Lady Zhang wrinkled her brows and asked the maid who passed on the news, "Are you sure that the marquis was present at that time?" The maid nodded her head and returned, "I heard that the marquis came back at that time, saw the maid being punished, and after inquiring about what happened, he supported Mrs. Marquis's decision to slap her mouth for 20 and send her out to the manor." Zhang waved her hand, signaling the maid to step back, and after the maid went out, she looked sideways at her husband, Gu Jingsheng, and said, "Husband, it seems that this third sibling of ours isn't simple." Gu Jingsheng was unimpressed. "It's just a 16-year-old girl, 2 years younger than our family Shu. What's so simple about it?" Seeing that her husband did not have a sense of crisis at this moment, Zhang hated her and analyzed. She just married in, mother gave her the family heirloom bracelet, and third brother even helped her to build up her prestige. Knowing that third brother never asked about the affairs of the backyard, but in just one night's time, he let third brother protect her. Chapter 15, Severance. Yangchangba Mansion. When my parents went to greet my grandmother, my aunts, uncles, and cousins had already arrived. According to reason, a family reunion should be a happy one. But today's atmosphere was unusually depressing, with no trace of a smile on my grandmother's face. I know the reason. It's none other than because of me. Aunt Sun glanced at her grandmother, who was not looking well, and pretended to ask without thinking, "Mother, today is the day of a Yao's return. Do you think we need to prepare anything?" As soon as the words fell out of my mouth, I clearly saw my cousin Meng Qingzhang frown slightly. My cousin Meng Jinyu even sneered, and my father was the only one who remained silent. Hearing this, grandmother's face immediately darkened, and she snorted coldly. "It's rare for the family to get together, so don't mention that lost girl. Isn't she clear in her own heart what she has done to disgrace herself? Marrying the Marquis of Chongqing's son was a blessing for her, but she actually switched grooms in public, becoming a joke in the entire capital and dragging down our Meng family. I know that my grandmother has always loathed me. 16 years ago, when my mother died in childbirth, she decided that I was a bad influence on her. Now that I've married into the Chongqing Marquis household, I thought I could get rid of the Meng family, but I didn't expect that incident at the wedding to make her hate me even more." Aunt Sun hypocritically advised, "Mother, a married girl returns to the door in 3 dynasties. We can't be unprepared." Grandmother nonchalantly interrupted, "She has the face to come back after that disgraceful deed?" A trace of complacency swept across the bottom of the aunt's eyes as she continued softly, "Mother, although Ayao doesn't know any better, but today she returned to the door, and Marquis Chongqing accompanied her back. Would it not be too good for us to do so?" Grandmother sneered, "She has disgraced the Gu family. How could Marquis Chongqing accompany her back to the door?" My father chimed in, "Mother is right. That bastard has caused great trouble for the Gu family. If it wasn't for old Master Gu's sake, How could Marquis Chongqing accept her? When she comes back, directly reject her and cut ties with her. Our Ming family never had her as a daughter. I laughed coldly in my heart. It seems that my father is determined to sever his relationship with me. Severing relations, that's putting it lightly, but you have to know that unless one commits a heinous crime, this is a punishment for high treason. Cousin Meng Qingzhang couldn't help but step forward. Father, it's clear that the world's son ran away from the marriage first. So how can you blame big sister? If eldest sister continues to marry Shitzi, wouldn't that be self-deprecating? Grandmother looked at him with cold eyes and said in a cold voice, if she was capable, how could the world's son have run away from the marriage? The Gu family was willing to let her choose from the other two males, but she preferred to marry the prospective father-in-law, clearly intending to embarrass her mother's family. Speaking here, her gaze took on a bit of hostility. Qingzhang, grandmother is doing this for your own good. Nowadays, the Yongchang burial mansion cannot afford to offend the Chongqing Marquis at all, and this sinful person continuing to stay in our family will only jeopardize your future. Just then, the maid ran in to inform in a panic. Old madam, the eldest girl is back. Upon hearing this, grandmother immediately clapped her hands together, her face hardened to the extreme. She still dares to come back. Tell that sinner to get lost. Our Meng family doesn't have a shameless girl like her. I stood outside the door listening to every word from inside, the corners of my mouth lifting slightly. Since I, Meng Jinyao, dare to come back, I would never let them have it easy. I slowly stepped into the hall, and as all the gazes shot in unison, I smiled as I looked toward my furious grandmother and slowly spoke. Grandmother, isn't my granddaughter worried about disgracing you, and especially brought a thick gift to atone for her sins? Chapter 16. Listen to your ladyship. Gu Jingxi and I had just returned to the Meng family's door when we realized that it was closed. This was the first time I had returned to the house since I was married, but the Meng family hadn't made the slightest preparation and hadn't even opened the door. This cold attitude came as no surprise to me. Gu Jingxi lifted the curtain, looked at the closed doorway, and then turned his head to me. I knew he was gauging my reaction. In fact, I had long predicted that the Meng family would treat me this way. And if it wasn't for Gu Jingxi accompanying me, I think I really would have been turned away. He suddenly spoke, Ma'am, the Gu family won't be like this. I froze, and before I could ask for clarification, he continued, It won't be like what the Meng family did to you. My heart was gently rattled by this simple sentence. Raising my eyes, Gu Jingxi's brows and eyes were gentle, and his tone was serious, as if this promise was not made on the spur of the moment, but with sincerity. I was somewhat disoriented by this sudden thoughtfulness of his, and forced a smile. Many thanks, husband. He smiled bashfully. This is as it should be. You are the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, and the Gu family never treats their daughters-in-law harshly. After a pause, he looked at me and continued, Since they don't welcome us, why don't we go back? I shook my head, the corner of my mouth hooked into a cold smile. If husband goes back now, your face will not look good either. The hall of Chongqing Marquis wife to return to the door was rejected. Even a cup of tea did not drink to the dust to leave. Spread out, the people of the capital still do not know how to laugh at us. Gu Jingxi froze, obviously not expecting me to say this. He then revealed a rakish expression and faintly said, Fine, listen to the madam. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Meng Dongyuan and Sun hurried to the gate with their cousins. Gu Jingxi got down from the carriage and looked back at me. I understood what he meant and intentionally lagged behind by half a step, waiting for him to walk to my side before placing my hand on his palm and being assisted by him to get off the carriage. When Meng Dongyuan saw this, the smile on his face stiffened a bit, but he quickly covered it up and warmly greeted him. Ayao, virtuous son-in-law, you guys are finally here. Your grandmother has been waiting for a long time. Sun also immediately followed and agreed. Xian's son-in-law, look at our family. Io looks good. It seems that you treat her extremely well since she got married. I am a mother who is always concerned. Seeing that she is doing well, my heart is finally put down. I secretly laugh coldly. My father is only 5 years older than Gu Jingxi. Sun is only 2 years older. How can they so naturally call him virtuous son-in-law? It's really shameless to a certain extent. Gu Jingxi glanced at them and spoke in a cold tone. Your Yongchang burial mansion's doors are tightly closed, and I thought we were not welcome as a couple. The smile on Meng Dongyuan's face froze, and he hastily dumped the pot on Sun. Ma'am, didn't I tell you to send someone to guard the door and wait? Why is the door closed? Sun's face changed when she heard this, forcing out a smile. Look at my memory. I was busy preparing for Io's return to the family. I actually forgot about this. Xian's son-in-law is not to blame. Gu Jingxi didn't give the slightest bit of face as he continued in a cold voice. You guys can even forget such a big deal. Are you not putting us as a couple in your eyes? As soon as these words came out, Meng Dongyuan and Sun's faces became very ugly. They had been so enthusiastic just a moment ago, but now they were disliked by Gu Jingxi with a few words. I stood by the side, watching my father and son being forced into a dilemma by Gu Jingxi. My heart was indescribably painful. Meng Dongyuan compensated with a smile, awkwardly explaining, "What did you say, son-in-law? Yao is my eldest daughter. How could I not value her? Today, when she returns to the door, regardless of whether or not your son-in-law is traveling with her, we will not turn her away." Sun's also busy nodding her head. "Yes, it's my momentary confusion. Don't blame it on your son-in-law." After saying that, she also gave me a wink, obviously hoping that I can say a few good words to ease the awkward situation. I pretended not to see it, still standing beside Gu Jingxi with a low brow, a good and obedient look. When she saw that I didn't answer, a trace of indignation flashed in her eyes, and she forced a smile, and the atmosphere was so awkward that it was a bit suffocating for a while. Finally, as if Meng Dongyuan couldn't stand such a scene, he hurriedly turned around and introduced Gu Jingxi and I into the mansion. Along the way, he kept exchanging pleasantries with Gu Jingxi in an attempt to bring us closer. But Gu Jingxi was always indifferent, not even calling out Uncle Meng or Mrs. Meng. When we entered the Rongfu Hall, Gu Jingxi and I greeted Old Lady Meng. Although Old Lady Meng wore a smile, the hostility in her eyes was undisguised. She actually only addressed Gu Jingxi as Marquis and didn't mention the words granddaughter-in-law at all. Gu Jingxi lightly glanced at her and said, "Yao is gentle and virtuous, dignified and generous, and my mother often praises her for having the demeanor of my mother-in-law back then." When Old Lady Meng heard this, her face stiffened and she was clearly choked. This is beautifully said, explicitly complimenting me, but secretly reminding their Meng family of the gap between their own mother and Sunday Sun was so angry that her face turned blue, but she didn't dare to say more than half a sentence and could only dryly laugh on the sidelines. I stood beside Gu Jingxi and watched this scene with mixed feelings in my heart. Once I was isolated and helpless, but now I have someone standing by my side to back me up. Although I know that this is just an appearance he made for the sake of the Gu family's face, at this moment, I would rather believe that he really cares about me as a madam. When we left the Meng mansion, my father symbolically stayed for a couple of sentences, and Gu Jingxi and I left. Along the way, I had mixed feelings and couldn't help but think, Gu Jingxi, what kind of person is he? Is he really willing to protect me? Or does he have other plans? Maybe the marriage isn't as bad as I first thought. As for the future, let's go and see. No matter what, I, Meng Jinyao, will never admit defeat easily. You know, Gu Jingxi is my own choice. I will never let go easily. Chapter 20. The Return of the Adversary. Chapter 20. The Return of the Adversary. Wagon. Gu Jingxi looked at his little wife sitting across from him, only to see the little girl's mouth in a smile, her eyebrows arched, in a very happy mood, probably because of a mouthful of bad anger. He asked, "Very happy?" Meng Jinyao couldn't contain the smile at the corner of her mouth and frankly admitted, "It's quite a pleasure. They say that the mouth of a civil official, when trying to please people, can definitely coax them into a blissful state. If they want to be angry, they are also angry with people. Today, I finally saw it." After she spoke, her smile deepened. She really didn't expect Gu Jingxi to be so strong in combat. And even more so, she didn't expect Gu Jingxi to speak to her mother's family in this way, and originally thought that Gu Jingxi was just making false pretenses with them to cope with the situation. Gu Jingxi choked. Why did the little girl look like she was cursing when she complimented someone? He said in amusement, "Wasn't your wife quite talkative in front of me? How come she's mute when she returns to her mother's house? Husband's combat power is too strong. There's no use for me." Meng Jinyao replied in a serious manner, not admitting that she just wanted to watch the show, adding, "It's still the first time I've seen them collectively defeated, many thanks to husband." Gu Jingxi returned, "Your ladyship's words have reminded me that you are disgraced, and I am disgraced along with you. I am helping myself. There is no need for your ladyship to thank me." Meng Jinyao pursed her lips, feeling that this person was unable to accept thanks. Glancing at him, she couldn't help but dislike him. "I didn't say you were helping me either, just politely saying thank you." Gu Jingxi choked. "It's really not polite. Isn't this child a bit unpleasant?" It's just that it's rare for a little girl to be lively, so I won't bother with her." A moment later, Gu Jingxi asked with deliberation, "Ma'am, you are the first daughter of the family, the first child of the Meng family's grandchildren. You should be valued by the family. How could this be?" In the past, this girl was a prospective daughter-in-law, and the concern about her being a son was something he hadn't checked. He only knew that she was a generous and decent girl, and he didn't realize that she was a little pathetic. Meng Jin Yao was slightly stunned, then calmly replied, "I lost my mother right after I was born. My grandmother thought I was a calamity, my father didn't pay attention to me, and my stepmother was kind and cruel. My grandfather and your father were close friends, and my grandfather was afraid that the Meng family would treat me harshly after his death. So he begged for this marriage, and for the sake of interest, the Meng family won't go too far." Gu Jingxi felt that the Meng family was ridiculous and frowned slightly. Giving birth to a child is inherently risky, and it was old lady Meng who was foolish. Upon hearing this, Meng Jin Yao kindly laughed. Her grandmother was quite foolish, and turned to ask half seriously and half jokingly, "Husband isn't afraid that I'll be a husband killer?" Gu Jingxi raised an eyebrow and said in a faint voice, "Even if I die one day, it's not something a little girl like you can influence, unless it's you who wants to murder your own husband one day." Meng Jin Yao said bluntly, "That wouldn't be true. It's good to have your back against a big tree." Gu Jingxi was slightly stunned, and then he said, "Your ladyship is a smart one." Meng Jin Yao blinked and smiled a harmless smile, not replying. She was crazy to murder Gu Jingxi. If Gu Jingxi died, she would become a widow, a childless widow in a miserable situation. With Gu Jingxi around, at least she wouldn't be easily bullied. It wasn't long before Gu Jingxi got out of the carriage because he had to do something else and told Meng Jin Yao to go back first. Now that it was still early, Meng Jin Yao didn't want to go back so early and ate lunch outside before hitting the road back home. Meng Jin Yao had just returned to Wei Xian. The stool was not yet hot. Wei Xian's original first class maid Chun Lu wanted to sell a good deal in front of her and reported in a low voice, "Ma'am, the Shitsi master has just been brought back, and the girl who eloped with the Shitsi master has also been brought back along with her, and is being held in the front yard study." As Chun Lu's words fell, Meng Jin Yao's eyes lit up, and she suddenly became interested, saying in an uncertain manner, "My son is back? Then I'll go take a look first." Chapter 21. You're shameless. "My son is back. Then I'll go check it out first." When this statement came out, it stirred up 1,000 waves in the lake of Chun Lu's heart. She had an ominous premonition and instantly regretted it. If she had known, she would not have said this to the female master in order to curry favor with the female master. Chun Lu stumbled and asked, "Mistress, do you really want to go see the world master now?" Meng Jin Yao nodded her head in a motherly gesture and said softly, "Yes, the child is back, and I, as a mother, have to go and take a look, don't I?" Chun Lu choked, thinking, "You are still 2 months younger than Shitsi Master, according to age. It is not too much to say that you are a younger sister. Are you sure that you are not going to see Shitsi Master for the sake of revenge?" Meng Jin Yao hooked up the corner of her mouth and smiled. "Let's go, you come with me to take a look as well." Chun Lu saw the smile at the corner of her mouth, and only felt creepy as hell. The madam must have gone looking for trouble with the Shitsi master on the basis of her status as an elder. However, she still didn't dare to not respond to it. She knew what happened to those 2 maids yesterday, and was busy nodding her head in response. "Yes, madam." In fact, Meng Jin Yao really did go there, because she was looking for someone else to be upset, and also to watch the show, just to see how her ex-fiancé would react when her fiancé became her mother, and whether he would be shocked. When she met this kind of irresponsible man who could elope with someone on the wedding day, she also felt sad for the girl who eloped with Gu Xiaoming, who was hired as a wife and ran to be a concubine, and was not able to perform the Lord's rituals to serve the apple Artemisia. If Gu Xiaoming is really a good man, he should withdraw from the marriage and then tie the knot with his beloved, instead of escaping on the wedding day to make his fiancée a laughingstock and letting his beloved never be a proper wife. A family like the Gu family can't possibly let a girl who elopes be a proper wife, and Gu Xiaoming can only be a concubine even if he likes the girl again. Marquis's son, acting so bold, I do not know whether it is spoiled, or feel that they are already the son, will inherit the title, have the capital of capricious. Or because the marriage is the old Marquis life set, so hesitate to retreat the last-minute regret under the impulse to elope with someone. In fact, the old Marquis did not specify which one to marry her. Do not dare to withdraw from the marriage. A new groom, that is. There is no need to make this situation. Meng Jin Yao and her maid arrived at the door of the study in the front yard, and saw that the door of the study was tightly closed, with a servant guarding the door. The servant was quite surprised to see her appearance and was busy taking a few steps forward to salute. "I have seen you, ma'am." Meng Jinyao nodded gently and ordered, "Open the door." The servant was stunned. There was a moment's hesitation, and finally obeyed her to open the study door. Yesterday, the Marquis Courtyard 2 second-class maids were sent to the manor. He did not want to go to the manor to work in the mansion to wait for the Marquis pen and ink errand can be decent. Inside the study, Gu Xiaoming was captured back by the people sent by his father. Those people did not say half a word to him. They directly tied them up and gagged their mouths. His heart was half cold. This proved that his father was very angry, since he was passed over to the Marquis house. He was the existence of the stars. How had he ever suffered from such treatment? And the girl beside him was full of fear. The moment she heard the sound of the door opening, her face turned white. A heart in her throat subconsciously moved towards Gu Xiaoming's side, trying to seek shelter. This subtle movement saw Gu Xiaoming's heart ache, wanting to soothe her, but he was gagged and unable to speak. Meng Jinyao entered the study, looked up and saw Gu Xiaoming and a girl sitting on the floor. The two were tied up and gagged with rough cloth. The man's expression was tense. The woman's eyes were overflowing with tears, and she leaned on Gu Xiaoming in a delicate and timid manner. She was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting to see such a situation, the hallowed Shitsi master being treated like this. Gu Xiaoming raised his head, and what caught his eyes was Meng Jinyao's delicate and attractive face, especially when he saw that Meng Jinyao was wearing a woman's hairbun. He stared in shock, not expecting that even though he had run away from the marriage, Meng Jinyao still married in a deadpan manner and became his wife, occupying the position that should have been Wan Heir's. Soon, a look of disgust surfaced in the bottom of his eyes, a look as if he had seen something dirty. Meng Jinyao took in the change in his demeanor, but didn't really care, smiling lightly as she instructed her servant, "Loosen their mouths." The servant responded respectfully and stepped forward to remove the coarse cloth that the two had gagged their mouths with. After holding back for half a day, finally able to open his mouth to speak, but then encountered the person he loathed, Gu Xiaoming's eyes coldly looked askance at Meng Jinyao, took the lead to open his mouth. "Miss Meng, you can also see, in my heart there is only honor. This life must be honor. If Miss Meng is willing to make peace with the departure, I would like to recognize Miss Meng as a sister. Miss Meng in the future, when encountered a difficult task, I am obliged to do so." This can't blame him for being heartless. He tried to resign himself to marrying Meng Jinyao as his wife and taking Wan Heir as his concubine. But in the end, he still couldn't afford to condescend to Wan Heir. Li Wan her tears, surprised to look at Gu Xiaoming. She originally thought to fall to such a state. She and Gu Xiaoming absolutely impossible. Did not expect Gu Xiaoming for her. Willing to divorce his wife. The heart was greatly touched. Meng Jinyao was stunned upon hearing this. Originally thought that Gu Xiaoming already knew about the situation at home, but didn't expect to know anything about it. She couldn't help but feel amused, condescending and looking disdainfully at the bitter lovebirds sitting on the ground. She hooked up an intriguing smile. "My son, you're afraid you can't be the master of the matter of my peace and divorce." Gu Xiaoming didn't pay attention to the two words at the beginning of her sentence, and only thought that she was unwilling and still wanted to bring out her father to block herself. So he said, "I think Miss Meng doesn't want to waste her time with me as a famous but insubstantial couple for the rest of her life." Meng Jinyao spoke in a gentle tone and said meaningfully, "I think you're misunderstanding. Who you are not is also none of my business, and whether or not I reconcile with you is even less of your business. Also, since I've married your father, you should call me mother, not Miss Meng." Mother? These two words were like a thunderbolt that struck Gu Xiaoming's head and blasted his brain. He looked at the smiling young girl in front of him and sank his face. "Miss Meng, I know that you resent me for running away from the wedding on the day of the big wedding, and you can take your anger out on me, but please also pay attention to your words. Don't ruin my father's reputation." Meng Jinyao admired the change in his expression, watching him go from shocked to shocked, still not believing this fact, and said without skipping a beat, "Could it be that they didn't tell you that I was already married to your father after they brought you back?" The first daughter of the Meng family is married to the Gu family, but she didn't explicitly designate which male of the Gu family she would marry besides you. There are still 3 men in the Gu family who are not married and have not set a marriage, and I chose your father. At those words, Gu Xiaoming was incredulous as he turned his eyes to look at the servant at the side, who was serving pen and ink in his father's study. The servant noticed his gaze and darted a glance at Meng Jinyao. Seeing her slight nod, he immediately echoed Meng Jinyao's meaning. "Master Shitsi, Madam didn't lie to you, The person Madame married the day before yesterday was indeed the Marquis. Fiancé becomes a mother? Gu Xiaoming's jaw dropped. It was difficult to digest the news, and even more so to accept the result. Obviously his recognized fiancé. But on the wedding day, she married his father and became his mother. It was simply ridiculous, and it also gave him an unspeakable sense of shame. After a long time, he became irritated and mocked. Meng Jin Yao, do you want to be shameless? Without being my bride, you want to be my mother. Chapter 22, The Adversary's Foolishness. Fiancé becomes a mother? Gu Xiaoming's jaw dropped. It was difficult to digest the news, and even more so to accept the result. Obviously his recognized fiancé. But on the wedding day, she married his father and became his mother. It was simply ridiculous, and it also gave him an unspeakable sense of shame. After a long time, he became irritated and mocked. Meng Jin Yao, do you want to be shameless? Without being my bride, you want to be my mother. Li Wan Air was also shocked as if struck by lightning. Looking at Meng Jin Yao incredulously, she was just moved by the fact that Brother Xiaoming had left Meng Jin Yao for her, and now she suddenly learned that Meng Jin Yao did not marry Brother Xiaoming, but married Brother Xiaoming's father. So wouldn't she be her mother-in-law in the future? Her heart thumped at the thought. She eloped with Xiaoming's brother and made Meng Jin Yao a laughingstock on her wedding day. And when Meng Jin Yao became her mother-in-law in the future, she would definitely not be able to do anything without torturing her. And there are quite a lot of ways for mothers-in-law to torture their daughters-in-law, and just setting up the rules alone would be torturous. Meng Jin Yao watched with interest as the two people's complexions changed. The male was annoyed and angry, as if he had been subjected to some kind of strange humiliation. The female was apprehensive. Her neck cringed in fear when she met her gaze, and she subconsciously leaned towards Gu Xiaoming, as if she was very afraid of her, while Gu Xiaoming looked askance at her with a warning look in his eyes, which seemed to say, you don't want to touch half of Wan'er's hair. Seeing this, Meng Jin Yao let out a light laugh. As long as this girl called Wan Air did not make a demon, she did not take the initiative to attack. This Wan Air girl has no sense of propriety and integrity. In her wedding day, and her fiancé eloped, but the main culprit is Gu Xiaoming. This no sense of responsibility, wanly man, if Gu Xiaoming wants to be a responsible person. Let this Wan Air girl again, how to make a fuss is useless. When Gu Xiaoming saw that she was laughing, his face turned ugly. What are you laughing at? Meng Jin Yao returned. It's nothing, merely being happy that she has a good eldest child after just marrying over. Who's your son? Gu Xiaoming looked like he had been stepped on his tail. If he hadn't been tied up with 5 flowers, I'm afraid he would have jumped up immediately, glaring at her with disgust, mocking. You're simply shameless. You can't marry your son, but you want to marry your old man. A downtrodden household doesn't want to lose its face and lazy for the sake of climbing to the top. Don't think that just because you married my father, you're really my mother. When Meng Jin Yao looked at his face twisted with anger and his face was hideous, she felt soothed in her heart and hooked up a smile as bright as the bright sun and responded with exasperation. My son, although you don't want to admit it, it's a fact. I'm your father's wife, and that means I'm your mother, and you'll have to respectfully perform a junior salute when you see me in the future, and call me a mother. Gu Xiaoming said in a cold voice. Don't you dare. I've heard that the Gu family emphasizes filial piety, and unfilial sons are subject to the family law. I wonder if that's true? Halfway through her sentence, Meng Jin Yao looked at Chun Lu at her side, not naming her, but the meaning was clear, asking Chun Lu to reply. Chun Lu originally watched the show to see a good. Suddenly was the female master threw such an offensive problem over. On the one hand is guilty of the son of the master. On the one hand is the Marquis quite favorite lady. Smart people know which side should stand. She is not stupid. Naturally know that should stand on the side of the lady. The Marquis has a hidden disease. The lady later, even if there is no child, as long as there is the Marquis's favor, but also can shine for 2 or 3 decades. Therefore, without hesitation, Chun Lu nodded and responded. Back to ma'am, the Gu family does have this family rule. Gu Xiaoming glanced at Chun Lu in shock. This maid he recognized, a first-class maid in his father's courtyard. Meng Jin Yao had only married for the 3rd day and made the maid in her father's courtyard loyal? He looked at Meng Jin Yao and saw that Meng Jin Yao's eyes were sly. As if she was calculating something in her heart, he instantly darkened his face and asked, Meng Jin Yao, do you still want to use the family law on me? I'm the son of the Marquis. Can't you just hit me if you want to? Looking at him with a hint of caution in his eyes, Meng Jin Yao's smile deepened. Gu Xiaoming could be so capricious and presumptuous, but it was not because of Marquis Chongqing's status as the son of the family, thinking that Gu Jingxi had a hidden disease and could not have a child of his own, and that the title would surely be inherited by him as the adopted son. However, he thought too good. As long as the Chongqing Marquis is still alive, can petition the emperor to set up another son. He is not like this adopted son, but also can succeed other adopted son over, inherit the title. Thinking of this, Meng Jinyao laughed lightly, half serious and half joking. I'm your mother, you're my son, so what's wrong with that? But I don't want to get my hands dirty today. The person who has a deficiency in virtue is not worthy of the position of Marquis Chongqing's son. Son, do you think I will let your father petition the emperor, saying that your virtue is not worthy of the position, stripping you of the position of the son, and setting up another person who is both virtuous and talented to be the son? Will the emperor approve the petition? At those words, Gu Xiaoming's heart panicked. His pupils suddenly tightened, and he frowned as he stared dead at Meng Jinyao. You poisonous woman, what do you want to do? Li Wan'er was also bluffed by Meng Jinyao's words. Lifting her eyes and looking at Meng Jinyao with tears in her eyes, her voice choked with sobs as she pleaded for mercy for Gu Xiaoming. Mrs. Gu, you are an elder, you are a big man. Please don't be so general with Brother Xiaoming. Brother Xiaoming just can't accept the fact that he suddenly has an extra mother. He's actually a person who respects his elders. If you are angry that Brother Xiaoming eloped with me and made you lose face, just punish me. Brother Xiaoming is innocent. It's all because of me that he is like this. Meng Jinyao convergence of laughter. That still has a few tender face. Bored up the face is still quite majestic, condescending to look askance at the watering eyes of the poor. Poor Li Wan'er, like looking at the ants. Mrs. Marquis of the air full of, Wan'er girl, I'm talking to my son about family matters. You an outsider hastily intervene. Is not it too uneducated? She said and paused, not waiting for Li Wan'er to reply, and then asked herself. Also, the person who can elope with my son, how good can his upbringing be? As soon as her words fell, Li Wan'er's face turned pale, and the surging tears that were about to fall from her eyes immediately slipped down, lowering her head in shame and crying silently, her body shaking, and her slender shoulders twitching as if she had suffered a great deal of wrongdoing. Seeing this, Gu Xiaoming's heart clenched in pain as he angrily rebuked at Meng Jinyao. Meng Jinyao, if you have anything to do with me, what kind of skill is it to bully Wan'er based on her status? Meng Jinyao was just about to reply when she felt a line of sight fall on her. She looked with her intuition and saw the man with the chiaroscuro standing in the doorway, looking at her with a smile on his face, and she didn't know how much of what she had said just now had been heard by that man. She swallowed back the words that had reached her mouth and accused, Husband, your son is unfilial, and rushed the elders. Gu Jingxi raised his eyebrows. This little girl is very resourceful. Clearly she has brewed up words to counter Xiaoming. When she saw him coming, she immediately sued him to clean up her rebellious son. He moved to Meng Jinyao's side, looked at his son who was full of consternation, and said without a hitch, The rebellious son doesn't know what he's doing. I'm busy with my official duties. So I will also need to trouble you, madam, to help with a good discipline in the future. Gu Xiaoming was dumbfounded. Chapter 23. How can you be a concubine? Li Wan'er heard, her heart trembled. She stopped her tears, quickly raised her head, and timidly stole a glance at Gu Jingxi. The man's body is long and graceful. His face is clear and noble. He looks like he is only 23 or 24 years old. She was amazed. She didn't think that Marquis Gu would look so young. Meng Jinyao had a gentle smile on her face as she nodded and responded, Don't worry, husband, I will definitely educate Xiaoming well in the future and treat him as if he were my own son. Gu Xiaoming looked at her. There is a kind of malevolent stepmother's vestigial feeling, on the surface gentle, in fact in the heart calculating how to take revenge on himself. She must be due to his own escape from the marriage, cannot be married to himself, so deadbeat to marry his father, so that she can use the identity of the elders to pinpoint their own, but also to be the scenery of the Marquis of Chongqing's wife, and the father who has always been wise, and wise the key moment to commit. A confusion. He questioned in exasperation. Father, she is my son's fiancé. How can you marry her? Gu Jingxi's brows furrowed as his stern gaze fell on him, and he asked in a deep voice in return, When you abandoned her on the day of your wedding and eloped with another girl, how could you not have thought that she was your fiancé? Gu Xiaoming choked. He was in the wrong first, meeting his father's stern gaze. He sheepishly lowered his head and mumbled, Then it shouldn't be you marrying her either. The second brother and the fourth brother aren't even married. Even if I'm not there, it should still be them. Listening to his words, Meng Jinyao couldn't help but laugh out softly, mockingly saying, If he shouldn't have married me, should you have run away? If you hadn't run away, why would he need to clean up your mess? What makes you think that if you run away from the wedding, Mr. Gu and Mr. Gu have to be the wrongdoers, and one of them has to take the blame for your faults? If Gu Jingxi wasn't your father, he wouldn't even bother cleaning up this kind of mess for you. As she spoke, she glanced at Gu Xiaoming, and seeing that the other party was dumbfounded, she added, "By the way, there's one thing you've got wrong. Raising an accusation is what your father and I, the two victims, should do, while what you should do is to make amends to both of us and ask for our forgiveness." Two old men? Gu Jingxi glanced at the young wife beside him, saw that the childish little face that hadn't completely faded away was taut, and thought to himself, "It's still a child, and it's called the second oldest alongside him." He raised an eyebrow imperceptibly, but his mouth concurred, "Your mother is right, Xiaoming. I thought that if you read sage books, you should know how to respect your elders. She is my wife, your mother. If you don't respect her, you are disrespecting me." In the Gu family, a junior who violates the family rules and disrespects his elders is subject to the family law. Gu Xiaoming looked panicked. "Father." Gu Jingxi showed no mercy and hammered out, not allowing any comment. "In addition to disrespecting the elders, you also made such a ridiculous thing as elopement, backstabbing, abandoning the face of the family. And the impact is significant. Several crimes are punished together, 20 lashes, confinement within the ancestral hall, facing the spirit of the ancestors to contemplate for a month, and copying the ancestral rules of the family for 100 times. At these words, Gu Xiaoming's face turned pale. He is the son of the world. He was punished with 20 lashes, but also grounded in the ancestral hall for a month and copied the rules of the family. So where is his face? The servants of the house would laugh at him, not to mention the outsiders. He hurriedly admitted his mistake and begged for forgiveness. "Father, my son knows he's wrong and begs for his father's mercy." Gu Jingxi looked at him with a deep gaze and didn't waver, and said in a deep voice, "Xiaoming, you are the Marquis' son, and you are going to inherit the title in the future, so you should be a good example, but you knowingly committed a crime, and remembering that you made a mistake for the first time, you have already been lenient, and if there is a next time, you won't be as leniently punished as you are today." Knowing that there is no room to turn things around, Gu Xiaoming lowered his eyes. A hint of hatred swept across the bottom of his eyes, imperceptibly tugging at the corners of his mouth, his heart resentful. This is still called a light punishment? In the end, he is not biological, so he will not be soft on him. If he is biological, which will be so, the Gu family's flogging 20, that is to half a life. The weak body can also be sent to death because of this. Li Wanner saw her sweetheart's face pale. She also panicked and trembled. Even the Marquis' son was treated this way. How could she be better? Brother Xiaoming is in trouble himself. How can he protect her? Meng Jinyao glanced at the pair of men and women sitting on the ground, still snuggled together, and turned her eyes to the man beside her as she asked, "Husband, what about this one-air girl? I don't know which family's girl she is. If her parents know that she's done such a thing, I'm afraid they'll be furious. And although eloping is something you love and I love, it has to be handled properly." A moment ago, Li Wanner was still worrying about the downfall she would face, and now that Meng Jinyao suddenly brought her up, a piece of her heart came up in her throat, tears blurring her vision once again as she tearfully looked at the couple with awe in her eyes. Gu Jingxi sized up Li Wanner, his brows knitted slightly, the girl who could make his ungrateful son elope without regard to the face of the family. Her appearance was quite standard, and although her looks were not absolutely beautiful, they were also clear and graceful. At the moment, the girl is in tears, like no bones, like snuggling in his son of the ungrateful. To put it nicely, is weak and cannot take care of themselves. To put it bluntly, is not on the stage. Sitting without a sitting face, behavior is frivolous. Such a girl, where compared to his side of this little girl, it's not at all at the same level. It's really being blinded by lard, picking up the fish eyes and losing the pearls. He withdrew his gaze and opened his lips. "The people I sent out have already ascertained that she is the girl of a Lee scholar's family in the east of the city. Her parents are both dead, and she is dependent on her grandfather for her life. And now that his grandfather has passed away after a long illness, she is left all alone. So what does your ladyship think of how to dispose of her?" Meng Jinyao listened to the understanding. No wonder dare to disregard the reputation of the ground, but also want to run away with someone else's husband-to-be. The original is no father, no mother, no relatives, all alone, so nothing to be afraid of. Betting on the win is the glory of the rich and famous. Betting on the loss of the bad luck. But the Gu Xiaoming will not abandon her, even if as a concubine will also be brocade clothes and food to support her. Seeing Li Wanner's eyes showing fear, full of pleading and wanting to ask herself to spare her, Meng Jinyao didn't make things difficult for her, and in a businesslike manner, she faintly said, since Xiao Ming likes it, let's wait for Xiao Ming to get married to his real wife, and then pick an auspicious day to bring Miss Wanner into the house. Taking a wife and a concubine, the meaning is obvious, is to make Li Wan heir a concubine. Li Wanner froze. She was 10,000 times more grateful that she didn't receive any punishment such as flogging. But this result was not what she wanted either. There was a world of difference between being the concubine of the world prince and being the wife of the world prince. Being the wife of the son of the world, there is a mother-in-law like Meng Jinyao on top of her. It's already miserable. Being a concubine not only has Meng Jinyao as the elder pressing down, but in the future, there will be the wife of the son of the world as the wife of the son of the world pressing down. There is no legitimate wife who will like her husband's concubines. And when the in-laws and the daughter-in-laws join hands to deal with her, she will only be bullied. In addition to Li Wanner, Gu Xiaoming was also not satisfied with the result, his eyes colored with anger, glaring viciously at Meng Jinyao, and said in a hateful voice, Meng Jinyao, you poisonous woman who is still pretending to be sympathetic even though you have a personal vendetta. I am in love with Wanner, and if you didn't come between us, she would have been the wife of the world's son. How could she be a concubine? Chapter 24. Fulfilling the rebel son. Unbridled, Gu Jingxi angrily rebuked, his face gloomy at a speed visible to the naked eye, did not expect that the usually polite and filial adopted son had such a bad side. He himself is not dead yet. He dares to mouth bad words to the elders. If he dies, this little girl still do not know how to be treated. He was furious, his voice dripping with anger. If she was a poisonous woman, this frivolous Miss Wanna wouldn't have been able to enter the door of the Gu family. And no matter how much you liked it, you could only keep it outside as a sneaky foreign room. You repeatedly disrespect your elders. It is evident that there is no intention of repentance. It seems that the punishment is too light. Add another 5 lashes. Add another 5 lashes. Wouldn't that be 25 lashes? Gu Xiaoming was fearful and looked at his father incredulously. He couldn't believe that his father, who had raised him for so many years, would want to beat him to death just for the sake of a woman. It seemed that this Meng Jinyao was quite capable of seducing people and hadn't wasted his time with that face. Li Wan air face pale. The mind has been echoing the 4 words frivolous behavior. No girl can accept such an evaluation. Such an evaluation is a shame. The neighbors are white, her father is a scholar. She was young with her father to recognize the word, but also know some words. Think them the neighbors of the girl who cannot read the word excellent. If her father hadn't died so young, she might have been able to make it to the top of the list, and she could have been a government lady. Meng Jinyao is not annoyed. Only feel that this ex-fiancé naive, spoiled naive, perhaps in the past to have the wind, to have the wind, to have the rain, has not been the elders refused any request, has not suffered setbacks, or perhaps out of his mind because of love, would think that a girl of humble origin can marry him as a wife, even if the girl did not elope, but also cannot reach the standard of the main wife of a large family. Unless the girl is really very good, can let the Gu family to throw away it was obvious that this Wanner girl was not that outstanding. She looked at Gu Xiaoming as if she were a fool, and said, My son, you are the son of the Marquis. Don't you know the reasoning of if you are hired as a wife and run away, you are a concubine, and you are not good enough to be the main sacrifice for the Apple Stellar Artemisia? As the wife of the Marquis' son, you will be the head of the family who will preside over the feeds in the future. How can you let a girl who will run away with someone be the head of the family? She saw Gu Xiaoming's face immediately freeze, as if she understood what was going on as an afterthought. She hooked up a gentle smile and used the gentlest tone of voice to say the words that most poked the other party's heart. Son, Mother knows that you like Miss Wanner, but she can only serve as a concubine. Don't worry, Mother will choose another dignified and virtuous lady of the family for you to be the main wife. She said, shook her head and sighed lightly, between the tone of quite a few regret. This you cannot blame us as parents of the unreasonable. All of this is your own willfulness and recklessness caused by you have to bear the consequences. If you said clearly early, retired the marriage, one heir girl although low birth, but you try to get your father's consent, and then explicitly married, 8 carry sedan chair will be one heir girl married into the door, then she can become the world's son wife. Such a talk down. Gu Xiaoming calmed down, also silent. He understood in his heart that what Meng Jinyao said is the truth. If time could be reversed, he would never let things fall into such a state. However, there is no if. The night before the wedding, he regretted, just want to stay with his beloved girl for the rest of his life. Went to look for Wanner, thinking to leave the capital for a period of time, and wait for his father's anger subsided and then come back. Li Wan looked at Meng Jinyao in a daze. did not think that the big family, so many rules. Her neighbor's girl eloped with a man and finally was found back. Her parents have agreed to let them get married. And she has lost her reputation. The Gu family even did not choose the auspicious day of the zodiac to marry her into the door, but to marry another wife and wait for the wife to enter the door and then take her as a concubine. For the first time to realize that the big family and the high family and the commoner's family is different. Gu Jingxi's little wife, obviously, then his unfilial son is still a little smaller, but the elders of the frame, but in full, quite a few points against the feeling, if you ignore her childish face, but also have a few points to do the appearance of the mother. He imperceptibly hooked the corner of his mouth, Xiao Ming against this girl, only to eat the part of the defeat. After a long period of silence, Gu Xiaoming bowed his head to Meng Jin Yao for the first time and prayed, "Father, Mother, my son would like to wait for the expiration of the period of confinement, and then choose an auspicious day to bring Wan Heir into the house, and I hope that my father and mother will be able to fulfill it." He still understands the reasoning that a good man should not be forced to do anything beforehand. He and Wan Heir have already been married. If he is pregnant, but did not enter the door, the child will become a foreigner. And there is also the possibility that the elders want to maintain the reputation of the Gu family, ordered a bowl of abortifacient pills to abort the child. When Gu Jingxi heard this, his brows furrowed and he asked in a deep voice, "What kind of reasoning is there for a concubine to be taken before the main wife enters the house? In which noble family would not dare to be so absurd to take a concubine before taking a wife? Which big girl would marry you?" Gu Xiaoming turned his eyes to look at the Wan Heir snuggled in his body. His eyes filled with tears, red eyes, timid, uneasy to look at himself. Even Cry did not dare to cry out, such a simple and weak girl. If he has a wife, Wan Heir would still have a way to live. The deep mansion tactics, smooth sailing. Although he is not experienced, but also heard, as a concubine has been aggrieved Wan Heir. Where can also let Wan Heir be bullied again. Just in such a moment, he made up his mind in his heart and said in a firm tone, "Father, my son is not Wan Heir in this life. Apart from Wan Heir, my son doesn't want any girl, although Wan Heir is a concubine. My son will not take a proper wife." The words, Li Wan Heir was shocked and stunned, and soon came back to her senses. The apprehensive heart was wrapped in sweetness. She cried tears of joy, and tried to suppress the rising corners of her mouth. At this moment she felt that she was the happiest girl in the world. Brother Xiaoming has no proper wife. So what if she is a concubine? There is no proper wife to oppress her. And in the future, when she gives birth to a son, she may even be able to be corrected after a bitter experience. Meng Jinyao is also very surprised. This is placed in the high family, is a rare deep love people, but on the basis of harming the innocent girl, but also let a person feel disgraceful. The Marquis noble gentleman deep love and devotion is no problem, but the innocent girl deserves to be reduced to a laughing stock? But where Gu Xiaoming informed in advance, she would not end up like this. Either change the groom before the wedding, or withdraw from the marriage. After all, it's not like she's not obliged to him. Have the courage to run away from the marriage, but not the courage to withdraw from the marriage. Have the courage to only take concubines and not wives. How come you don't have the courage to first withdraw from the marriage, and then try to persuade the elders to take the commoner-born sweetheart into the door as the main wife? It's only now that he looks like he's deeply in love and touches himself. Gu Jingxi's face is unusually calm. His face cannot see the joy and anger. His eyes faintly looked askance at Gu Xiaoming for a long time, opened his lips and said, "Since your idea has been decided, my father will no longer block according to your meaning. A month later, choose the auspicious day to take the Wan Heir girl into the house. I just hope that you do not regret it in the future." Gu Xiaoming's face was delighted, joy coloring his brows as he hurriedly thanked him. "My son thanks his father for completing this." Li Wan Heir followed suit and thanked. Wan Heir thanks the Marquis for making it happen. Meng Jinyao looked at the two people who were full of joy, and then turned her eyes to look at the man beside her. She didn't miss the flash of disappointment on Gu Jingxi's face just now. She would be disappointed in someone. It must be because she once had high hopes for that person, and to be disappointed and still act so calmly, this is not expected to be a good thing. Chapter 25. False Affection. The matter came to an end for the time being. Li Wan Heir was sent home, while Gu Xiaoming was escorted to the ancestral hall, ready to be served with the family law. Gu Jingxi glanced at Chun Lu as well as the servant at the side. Those two immediately understood and busily assured, "Marquis, don't worry. What happened just now, the little one slave girl will never say half a word outside." At those words, Gu Jingxi nodded slightly before exiting the study. Seeing this, Meng Jin Yao hesitated for a split second, but also took a step to follow. Both masters left, and Chun Lu followed out of the study. The servant walked at the end, closing the study door behind him, but didn't follow along. After all, he was a manservant and only worked in the front yard. After leaving the study and just taking a few steps, Gu Jingxi took a step and ordered, Chunlu, go have someone notify the masters of each house to gather at the ancestral hall. As for the old madam, she's too old to withstand the fuss, so there's no need to notify her. Haruyuki nodded in response and immediately went to work. Only after Chunlu left did Gu Jingxi look at his little wife by his side, seeing that she had originally slightly lowered her head, perhaps sensing his gaze, then raised her head to look at him, hooked up a smile, and half seriously, half jokingly asked, Husband dismissed the maids. Is it because you want to raise an accusation against me? Gu Jingxi was dumbfounded and asked back, What if I say yes? Meng Yao's face changed just a short while ago, also said that she should let her educate Gu Xiuming well. In the end, he was the father of a heartbroken son. Turn around and look for trouble from her. She was unwilling to say, Then escort your son back here first so that I can give him a good bullying session before escorting him to the ancestral hall. I just wasn't too relieved. I feel a little bit of a loss. Rarely hearing her childish words, Gu Jingxi Guanliao smiled. Madam is the elder, the son who doesn't know how to come back. It's right for Madam to go and educate. It's just that the rebellious son doesn't know how to do anything, so that Madam is aggrieved. Upon hearing this, Meng Yao immediately put on her gentle motherly demeanor, smiled gently, and acted out with him. It's okay. I'm a mother. How would I bother with a child? If a child doesn't understand things, he can be educated slowly in the future. Wu Yinxi. The little girl changed her face pretty fast. As if Gu Jingxi really had trust in her, he returned, I've already witnessed your wife's ability to educate a child just now, and I believe that under your wife's tutelage, Xiuming can slowly come to understand. Meng Yao slightly raised her eyebrows, and in her heart, she said, Your son hates me with a passion when he sees me. Are you sure it's not under my education that Gu Xiuming will become more and more rebellious? Shrine. All the men, women, and children of the Gu family's first and second houses went to the ancestral hall, and old Lady Gu did not go because she was too old to see bloody scenes. The Gu family ancestral hall is solemn, and except for events such as rituals, weddings, funerals, birthdays, and celebrations, the whole family will not usually appear in the hall, unless a child or grandchild in the family makes a big mistake and has to be punished in the hall. When they arrived at the entrance of the shrine, the two houses hit the ground running. And then without too many words and with different minds, they stepped into the shrine. Upon entering the ancestral hall, everyone saw Gu Xiuming kneeling in front of the ancestors. Even though they had guessed that he would be punished, they still froze when they saw him kneeling inside the ancestral hall early in the morning. The grandchildren of the Gu family, the big house two houses, are not born to the old lady Gu Xiuming, and from the side branch over. Each grandchildren and the old lady Gu has no blood relationship, but Gu Xiuming is the most loved by the old lady Gu. That is when the grandson love. Now, old Lady Gu's favorite grandchildren were kneeling in front of the ancestors, ready to be punished, and it was truly a rare scene in their lifetimes. As for Gu Xiuming, who was kneeling on the ground, even though he didn't raise his head, he also knew what kind of gaze everyone was using to look at him. Obviously, a few days ago, he was still the world's sun master who was surrounded by all the stars, but now he was just like a bereaved dog, and this huge discrepancy made the wrath and hatred in his heart intertwine. But when he thought of Wan Air, a slight sweetness rose in his heart. The silence in the ancestral hall was a bit eerie, or Zhang took the lead to break the silence. Xiuming, you are your father's only child. He loves you the most. Later on, confess your faults to your father properly, and ask for his forgiveness. Gu Xiuming didn't reply, clenching his fists tightly and kneeling motionless. If his father really loved him, he wouldn't have punished him heavily for the sake of the daughter of a downtrodden household. Not long after, Gu Jingxi's couple also arrived. Seeing him coming, Zhang looked in the direction of Gu Xiuming and said in a warm voice, Third brother, this child Xiuming usually knows his manners and understands things. This time he acted impulsively, and it's the first time he's made a mistake, so why not just punish him a little? Why do you need to labor so much? When the words fell, Chen looked at her faintly, snorted lightly in her heart, disdaining this kind of hypocrisy. This sister-in-law is accustomed to being a good person in the big event, secretly adding fuel to the fire, in order to let people be punished even more, and at that time, will not pretend to be a good person to help plead for leniency again. Gu Jingxi's brows furrowed slightly, and he replied in a deep voice. If he really knew his manners and understood things, he wouldn't have done such a bad thing, not only destroying the family's face, but also allowing an innocent girl to be implicated due to his capricious behavior. Today, I asked everyone to come here, also for the purpose of being a witness, and even more so, to take him as a warning. After he said that, his eyes faintly swept over the people present, and finally looked at Gu Xiaoming kneeling on the ground. His tone was calm, and he announced without any hesitation, "Undesirable grandson Gu Xiaoming repeatedly disrespecting the elders, reneging on his trust, abandoning the family's face, and having a significant impact. He is punished for a combination of several offenses, with a penalty of 25 lashes, confined within the ancestral hall, and confined to face the spirits of his ancestors to contemplate for a month, and copying the family rules of the ancestor for 100 times." When these words came out, the people of the first and second houses froze. They all said that the secretary of the Dalizi, Gu Jingxi, was iron-faced and never showed favoritism. But they always felt that it was only to other people, and that they would not be like this to their only son, but now they would not think this way. Grounded in the ancestral hall for a month to think about the past, punished to copy the rules of the family 100 times, all of these they feel normal. But the Gu family's whip, that is a special whip, there are 3 fingers wide, coupled with the executor of the strength, and will use the dexterity of the force, in the case of not injuring the internal organs, beating people than with a board to beat, even more painful. 25 lashes, that is to be half a life. The weak body may not be executed on the end of the fast breath. Gu Xiaoming is his only son. He did not leave a trace of mercy, even if it is not biological. Can raise a dog to raise so long, also have feelings, let alone a person? Gu Jingxing hesitated. "Third brother, isn't this too heavy a punishment?" When his words fell, Zhang was so angry that she pinched her husband's back with force, angry that he was dragging his feet, not saying anything when he should speak, and talking too much when he shouldn't, in case his brother-in-law was just thundering and waiting for them to help plead for leniency, and come down right away when there was a step, and then take it lightly and punish it lightly. And Gu Xiaoming still lit up a faint hope, heart fluttering straight. Looking forward to his father can change his mind, dispense with the 25 lashes, so that even if he is grounded in the ancestral hall to think for 2 months can be. Gu Jingxi had always been principled, clear in his rewards and punishments, and said one thing. So how could he be swayed by a few words from the sidelines? He looked to the servant who specialized in enforcing the family law for erring masters and commanded, "Give Shitsi the family law." Chapter 26. Warning her? The last hope was mercilessly crushed. Gu Xiaoming's heart instantly fell to the bottom, his body trembling slightly. In front of the spirits of his ancestors, in full view of the public, he was executed by the family law. In addition to the instinctive fear of the family law, there was also a strong sense of humiliation. In recent decades of the Gu family, he was the first descendant to receive such a heavy punishment. How could he still hold up his head in the Gu family in the future? From the high and mighty son of the world to the unfilial grandson who has made a mistake, it is like falling from the clouds into the mud. His dignity has been trampled on. The strong sense of humiliation makes him give birth to a strong sense of unwillingness and resentment. Gu Jingxi can really be a good father to him, and he doesn't care about his death or life at all. A few moments later, Gu Xiaoming was stripped of his outer shirt by the servant, his upper body only wearing a white midriff, and his lower body's clothes were left on, and he was escorted by the servant to lie on his back on the long wooden bench. The stout, powerful-looking executor swung the whip and mercilessly threw it on Gu Xiaoming's back, making a snap sound, followed by Gu Xiaoming's scream. The clothes on his back were thrown out of a seam by the whip, and a bloodstain appeared. The clothes on his back were thrown out of a seam by the whip, resulting in a bloodstain. Immediately after that, the second whip, the third whip, the fourth whip. The sound of the whip thrown on the body, and Gu Xiaoming's screams rise and fall. Only a dozen lashes have fainted in pain, and a shocking blood mark falls on his back, blood and flesh, and the air is filled with the smell of blood. However, the punishment wasn't complete yet, and the executor didn't stop, continuing to swing the whip after whip landing on Gu Xiaoming's bloodied back. The faces of those present were pale, especially the women, who only watched the whipping for 2 or 3 lashes, and then had turned their backs, not daring to look again, with the sound of the whipping echoing in their ears. The whip was falling on Gu Xiaoming, yet it seemed to be falling on each of their hearts, making their hearts beat like pounding drums, vaguely feeling like they were being made an example of, making those little thoughts that had just been born not dare to pop up again in a short period of time. 25 lashes to end the punishment. The executor has closed his hand, and lying on the long wooden bench, Gu Xiaoming has long been unconscious, motionless lying there. That white Chinese clothes were whipped to pieces, revealing a bloody back. Gu Jingsheng heard that the sound of whipping had stopped, and only then did he raise his head to glance in the direction of Gu Xiaoming, and that miserable state scared him so much that he hastily turned his head away. His own back seemed to ache with it, and his voice trembled a bit as he said, "Third brother, this punishment is also finished. Why don't we first carry Xiaoming back to his courtyard and ask the government doctor to come and take a look at him?" Gu Jingxi's expression was calm, only lightly glancing at Gu Xiaoming as he returned. How can someone who has made a big mistake and is still grounded return to the courtyard to recuperate? There are rooms within the ancestral hall that are specially prepared for the ungrateful descendants who have been punished by being grounded in the ancestral hall. With that, he instructed the servants, "You guys carry Master Shitzi into the room. Then invite the government doctor to come over to diagnose and treat him. And when Master Shitzi's injuries have healed a bit, urge him to copy the ancestral family rules." The servant hurriedly answered and immediately stepped forward, moving carefully to lift Gu Xiaoming up. Zhang quickly glanced at Gu Xiaoming, who was already unconscious, not knowing whether he was dead or alive, and the bloodied and miserable state of his back scared her so much that her legs went limp and she nearly sat down on the ground. Heart, only 16 years old, young, if it is so lost, really strange pity. But the next moment, she felt that this is a good thing. If the Chongqing Marquis house no longer have a son, it could be another son. Out of the Gu Xiaoming such a thing, mother-in-law should not want to pass from the side branch of the child. Her eldest son, Xiaoyuan, is the Marquis house eldest grandson. In the house, reputation is also good, is the closest to the position of the son of the world. Gu Jingxi once again opened her lips. "I've bothered everyone to make the trip. Now that the punishment is over, there will be no more delays. All disperse." The crowd heard, also do not want to linger. The younger generation had some fear of the third uncle. Now the fear of the third uncle has reached its peak. Gu Xiuyuan and Gu Xiuhong, too old, are okay. Only 15 years old Gu Xiuan, even if it is a man, but also by the battle of the party, was scared weak, busy pulling the sleeves of the two older brothers, step hurriedly out of the ancestral hall. The two girls, Gu Xian Yi, the first daughter of the first house, and Gu Xian Ling, the concubine of the second house, had pale faces and were assisted by their maids. "It's really horrible. The third uncle is so strict with his only son. In case they make a mistake someday, being beaten with one whip is scary, not to mention 25 lashes down. They are afraid that these physically delicate girls will have to ascend directly to heaven to see the old ancestors." After everyone left, Gu Jingxi and Meng Jinyao were left in the ancestral hall. At this time, Gu Jingxi remembered his little wife standing beside him, seeing her pale face, staring blankly at the long wooden bench stained with blood. Thinking of the two nieces who needed to be assisted to leave, this little girl was just a year older than them. She must have been frightened. Gu Jingxi reached out to block her view and saw her slowly look sideways at herself before asking her, "Scared?" Meng Jinyao nodded honestly. The 25 lashes she thought were a world of difference from the Gu family's 25 lashes. The lashes she thought were just 25 lashes with a small whip. The Gu family's 25 lashes could be really scary. However, her son had been beaten half to death. But Gu Jingxi was still looking indifferent, very cold. She was a little frightened in her heart, and asked in shock, "A little afraid, will husband treat me like this in the future?" Gu Jingxi raised his eyebrows and asked her, "What kind of bad things does madam want to do? If it is a violation of the laws of our dynasty, it will be sent directly to the prison, and if it is a lack of morality, then I will educate myself." However, before he could finish his sentence, Meng Jinyao shook her head back and forth. "That's impossible. I'm a good citizen who abides by the decree." Gu Jingxi looked at her with a frightened look and explained, "The family law of the Gu family is limited to the children of the Gu family, not limited to the women who marry into the Gu family. And if a woman commits a major mistake, she will not be whipped, but will only repudiate her wife." Meng Jinyao froze slightly, then nodded and asked again, "Husband, do you want to go see our family's good, do you? I see that he's quite seriously injured." "I'm not a doctor. What good would it do to go? What he needs is a doctor." Gu Jingxi's words were cold and heartless. Upon hearing this, Meng Jinyao looked at him. This probably also had something to do with not being biological father and son, not having that kind of blood tie between father and son, so not really caring about each other's deaths. As if he could tell what was in her mind, Gu Jingxi said, "The person hasn't even woken up. It's not the right time to look at him. Even if we do, it won't help. Let's go back first." Meng Jinyao thought of Gu Xiaoming's misery, but she didn't feel miserable. Gu Xiaoming was just beaten up and was able to recover. But what about her life? Because of Gu Xiaoming's capriciousness, it had been deflected. To say miserable, she was the most miserable. However, she still asked curiously, "Is husband not afraid that he won't wake up?" "That's not so bad. In the end, it's the son I've raised for many years, which would directly beat him to death," Gu Jingxi said with a certainty in his tone. and then turned to say with a smile, Madam is more concerned about him than I am as a father. Meng Jinyao squeezed out a smile. What kind of mother doesn't care about her son? Gu Jingxi nodded his head in agreement. Seeing a hint of cunning in her smile, similar to a small fox, he said with a meaningful meaning, That's true. Having a mother like Madam is a blessing for him. But Madam should take it easy on caring. Just care for him from time to time. I'm afraid that he's a cheap bastard, and he can't bear to have others treat him too well. Meng Jinyao was momentarily speechless. I said, If you want to warn me not to kill your son, just say it straight. Who is beating around the bush? Chapter 27. It's Destiny. Show Hall. Jade incense burner, rising curls of sandalwood incense. In the incense burner, above the formation of a circle of white smoke, like a white dragon hovering in midair, the house is haunted by the flavor of sandalwood, smell the heart relaxed and happy. Old Lady Gu leaned back on the soft couch, her brows slightly furrowed as she plucked the rosewood rosary beads in her hand and closed her eyes to recite scripture. At this moment, Sister Feng, who was by Old Lady Gu's side, came in, walked quickly to her side, and whispered in her ear, Old Lady, the Marquis is here. When Old Lady Gu heard this, her hand rattling the rosary paused, slowly opening her eyes to look outside. She saw her son walking towards her without any hesitation. Gu Jingxi walked up to Old Lady Gu and bowed to her. My son greets his mother. Yao Ling, sit down and talk first. Old Lady Gu glanced at the lower seat and gestured for him to sit down. Yao Ling is Gu Jingxi's cousin. Is the late Old Chongqing Marquis gave him the cousin. Heard as the day he was born, the Old Chongqing Marquis has given him a good name as well as the cousin. He was born in the early morning. The sun rose, the breeze and smooth. The Old Chongqing Marquis looked at the early morning sunshine, listened to the cries coming from the maternity ward. His mind immediately came up with a poem. Clear Sun Yao Ling, and the wind and roam with. But the Gu family's generation was the Jing generation, so they named it Jingxi, which also means sunshine, and Yao Ling was used as an epithet. Gu Jingxi moved to the seat at the bottom of Old Lady Gu's head and saw her unconsciously plucking at her rosary beads, obviously upset. So he asked, Mother knows everything that happened today? Old Lady Gu glanced at him and said helplessly, The mansion has made such a big commotion, as long as it's not a blind or deaf person who can know about it. And by tomorrow, probably every family will be able to hear the wind. Gu Jingxi's face showed shame. It was my son's fault for disturbing Mother's purity. Yao Ling, didn't you punish Xiaoming more heavily? Even though Old Lady Gu was not physically present at the scene, she had heard her subordinates talk about how her son had punished her grandson 25 lashes, a month's confinement to the ancestral hall, and copying the ancestral rules 100 times, and now the person was still inside the ancestral hall, so this was not a light punishment. Gu Jingxi shook his head slightly. It's not heavy compared to what happened to that little girl. He was only suffering for a moment. How could it be heavy? Gu Old Lady was stunned. Turned to look up at the sun. The son looks handsome. Ability is also outstanding. Wen Tao military strategy, at a young age, has been ranked in the 9 ministers. If not because of the rescue of the emperor was injured, fell into the hidden disease. Now certainly has children double. Also do not have to from the side branch of the inheritance of Xiaoming over. If the son does not have a hidden disease, a Yao that girl married son, but also quite good, but the son has a hidden disease, that girl will have to keep a lifetime of widowhood, not even belong to their own children cannot have, is indeed aggrieved that girl. She looked at her amazingly talented son, deeply pained, only to blame the injustice of fate, and said in a warm voice, Yao Ling, don't be presumptuous. A Yao that girl married you, because she saw you as talented and noble. If you feel that our family owes her, then treat her well. Gu Jingxi nodded and responded, Don't worry, mother, my son will not treat her poorly. Old Lady Gu listened to her son, answering readily. But in her heart, she felt that her son did not understand, and mentioned, being good to a woman cannot be purely in terms of food and clothing. Even if there is no you, it's not as if she can't afford to eat. You yourself have to be attentive to her. She's the one who is going to be accompanying you for the rest of your life as a pillow. Son knows. Gu Jingxi nodded again. Old Lady Gu glared at him, feeling that he still does not understand. Day in and day out, just stuck in the case, just think of solving the case, can understand the heart of a woman is strange. It's just a matter of letting him slowly realize it. In a moment, Old Lady Gu asked again, How is Xiaoming now? What did the doctor say? Gu Jingxi lightly said, It's just that I fainted from the pain, so I'll be fine if I recuperate from my injuries. Mother, don't worry. That's good, that's good. Old Lady Gu said, letting out a light sigh. Her face was a disappointment that was hard to hide. That child Xiao Ming, in the past, has always been quite well-behaved and understanding. I've always felt that he's the most understanding within the several grandchildren. How did he cause this kind of scandal? Originally, she hadn't want to give her son to inherit a child. The big house has two sons, very active, want to inherit one of the sons to Yao Ling. The boss is a daughter-in-law led by the nose of the people. Zhang's people like what calculations? Her heart clear, very clear, so did not agree to save the future does not save the heart. The second house is a son. It is unlikely to pass over. She will choose a clan from the side branches. Xiao Ming's appearance and son has 2 or 3 points similar. In the group of children, a glance was her favorite. She chose Xiao Ming, so that the son will have a son to send the end of the son. Who would have thought that Xiao Ming, this child, is also an unconscionable at the critical moment to make this kind of scandal? It is really disappointing to her. Obviously, there is a better solution, but chose the worst. It is really ghostly. He's been accustomed to smooth sailing all these years. He didn't expect to develop this capricious and presumptuous nature, not thinking at all about the consequences of what he's doing to others, and only focusing on his own happiness. Gu Jingxi's voice was faint, vaguely mixed with a hint of disappointment. Old Lady Gu let out a long sigh and said, I hope that after this lesson in the future, he will think twice before acting, and stop acting impulsively according to his own nature, regardless of the consequences. We as elders can't keep following him around to clean up the mess. Gu Jingxi's face laughed and nodded slightly. I hope so. Old Lady Gu glanced at her son, remembering a past event. A smile appeared on her face, dispelling the haze that hung over her brow, and her eyebrows stretched. Seeing this, Gu Jingxi questioned, What is mother laughing at? Remembering a past event. Gu Old Lady smiled gradually thick laughed. Your father and Io's grandfather is a close friend. Know that Io's grandfather cannot rest assured that his granddaughter agreed to marry, so that Io married into our family. In the future also do not have to be arranged by her stepmother. If it is not because of your age, then the Io, so much older than that should be you and Io betrothed. Did not think that in the end the circle is still you married the Io. This is probably the fate. At those words, Gu Jingxi was stunned. Me? Old Lady Gu nodded with a smile. Her tone was filled with a few points of helplessness. Yes, your father had a feverish moment and told Io's grandfather that you were the most promising of his 3 sons, so that she would be betrothed to you and marry her when she reached maturity. But Io's grandfather didn't agree because he thought you were too old. Your father was very sorry, so he considered his grandchildren. And when he didn't choose the most suitable one among his grandchildren, he decided to settle the marriage first and then discuss it later. Gu Jingxi was stunned. He did not know that there was such an episode in the middle. Vaguely remembered that the Gu family and Meng family's marriage was set 10 years ago, when he was 19 years old, long ago by his fiancé to withdraw from the marriage. Xiao Ming has been passed on to his name. The father is probably thinking that he fell into the hidden disease. 10 or 8 years can afford to wait, so that is to wait until the little girl in maturity to marry again can also be the little girl's grandfather can agree to the strange. But at the end of the day, 2 unlikely people came together, and he actually married the little girl. Chapter 28. Help. Old Lady Gu believes in Buddhism, believes in destiny, more and more feel that this is destined by heaven. Thinking of her son, who is nearly 30 years old, finally marrying a wife. She can't even care about being angry with her grandson, and lamented, or you and Io have a destiny. 29 years old and 16 years old, 13 years old age gap, can't even block the destiny. Gu Jingxi slightly opened his mouth, but finally swallowed his words back. He didn't know if it was fate or not, but he knew that he and that little girl were 2 victims. After a short while, he helplessly lost his smile. This marriage is a bit too hasty, so it is evident that being betrothed too early is not a good thing, and it is easy for accidents to happen. When Old Lady Gu heard this, her smile stagnated and she returned. Your father died of a sudden and acute illness before he could choose which grandson would marry Io. He valued this marriage so much. Xiao Ming was the son of the world, and he had the highest status among the grandchildren in the house, so everyone defaulted to him marrying Io. Even I thought so. But whenever he objected a bit, I would have made it clear to the Ming family that a different person would marry Io. Gu Jingxi warmly soothed. Mother, things have been finalized. There are no ifs and buts. We can only look forward. That's natural. You and Io must be good. After Old Lady Gu said that, she suddenly remembered an important matter and asked, By the way, I heard that your people brought back the girl who eloped with Xiao Ming. What kind of girl was that? Lack of education and frivolous demeanor. Without thinking, Gu Jingxi responded with 8 words. When these words came out, Old Lady Gu was shocked and incredulous. Such a girl. What does Xiaoming see in her? Yao's child has an outstanding appearance, is dignified and elegant, and is smart. So if he wants fish eyes but not pearls, is he blind? This statement Gu Jingxi agreed. That rebellious son is really just blind. He thought for a moment and added, probably because that Miss Li has saved his life. Old Lady Gu was bewildered. As far as she could remember, her grandson had never been in danger, questioning, what's going on here? Gu Jingxi said, according to what I found out, Xiaoming was once bitten by a snake in a temple and fainted on the ground. That Miss Li happened to pass by and found Xiaoming, went to notify the monks of the temple to come to the rescue, and the abbot detoxified Xiaoming from the snake venom. Hearing this, old Lady Gu frowned, puzzled. There is the grace of saving a life, but the grace of saving a life can be repaid in other ways. She is an orphan daughter. Our family recognizes her as a righteous daughter is fine. And in the future, then find her a good marriage. Why does Xiaoming need to give her body in return? Gu Jingxi wrinkled his eyebrows. Tone of voice also brought a few points of thin anger. For the adopted son did not take responsibility and annoyed, because there is a life-saving grace and know each other, only to have dealings. That Li girl's parents died early, with her grandfather dependent on each other, and now his grandfather has passed away. The family is left with only her one, alone, Xiaoming heart pity, slowly and secretly sentimental. What a bastard! Old Lady Gu became more and more irritated the more she heard. The anger that had only been suppressed after reciting the scriptures for a long time surged up once again, cursing angrily, so angry that her face turned blue. Everyone thought that he was going to marry Io, and that if he didn't want to, he should have made it clear before he went to fool around with the person who saved his life. That Miss Li is lonely and pitiful. The fiancé, who was abandoned by him on the wedding day and became a laughingstock, is not pitiful. Mother, rest her anger. Gu Jingxi busily stood up, picked up the teacup on the small coffee table, refilled it with hot tea, and then served it to Old Lady Gu. Old Lady Gu took the teacup and drank 2 mouthfuls of tea before putting it down, hating the iron. Letting go of an openly married girl, going to elope with a girl with no education and frivolous demeanor, disgraceful sinner. She took a deep breath and asked, what are you going to do about that, Miss Li? Even if she is uneducated and has a frivolous demeanor, because Xiaoming was confused, now her innocence is gone. Xiaoming has to take responsibility for her. Gu Jingxi said, she has been sent home and will be taken as a concubine on an auspicious day afterward. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Gu felt that it was feasible and nodded slightly, asking again, is it your intention or Xiaoming's? Gu Jingxi guffawed and smiled. It is your daughter-in-law's intention, and I also think it is very good. Is it Yao's intention? Old Lady Gu was slightly surprised. Then her eyebrows slightly stretched. Her tone was much gentler. What a generous child. Did not make things difficult. If it were someone else, I guess I would have to find a reason to stop Miss Li from entering the door. A few moments later, Old Lady Gu added, since it has been decided, let's find another good girl for Xiaoming to be his wife. And it has to be a powerful one who can govern Xiaoming as well as that Miss Li's great lady, so that when the first wife enters the house, then choose a day to bring Miss Li into the house. Gu Jingxi's expression gave a start. Then he said, Mother, you don't have to bother finding any girls for him. Old Lady Gu squinted at him. Can it be that you want to personally find a girl for him? You're a man after all. How would you know who has a good girl? It's better for me to pick for him. Gu Jingxi returned. When his confinement expires, he will choose an auspicious day to take Miss Li as his concubine. As soon as his words fell, Old Lady Gu's face instantly darkened, and she reprimanded with a stern face. If your son is unintelligent, are you as a father unintelligent as well? Which son of a big family would take a concubine before his wife even enters the house? Which girl from a big family would dare to marry him? Gu Jingxi slightly narrowed his eyes and stated in a faint voice. Xiaoming said that he can't live without Ms. Li in this life, and that he doesn't want anyone but Ms. Li, and that he won't take a wife even though Ms. Li is a concubine. Only concubines and not wives? Old Lady Gu's face became more and more unsightly, and with an iron face, she scolded in a deep voice. He is the son of the Marquis, and in the future, he will inherit the title. So how can it be that there is no female master in charge of the family, who will give him the favor to deal with? Can't he let a concubine, who can't be recognized, do it? Disgraceful. The old ancestor's face will be disgraced by him. Mother, calm your anger. Don't get angry. Gu Jingxi warmly soothed his voice and turned to say without any hesitation, he's so devoted. Even if he's allowed to marry a lady of the house, he won't be sincere in treating others. Since this is the case, why would we want to harm a girl from a good family? As for what you just said, there is still a Yao, isn't there? She is the Marquis. It would be more than appropriate for her to go and do it. This is a reasonable statement, but it can't cover up her grandson's absurdity. Old Lady Gu frowned deeply, crossed her son's eyes, and chided, "It's fine if Xiao Ming doesn't know what he's doing. But how can you let him do whatever he wants? If he doesn't have a proper wife, he doesn't have a proper first son. Should he let the concubine's son inherit the title?" Gu Jingxi was silent, looking at the curling white smoke rising from the incense burner, and watched for a long time before carelessly saying, "Mother, as the saying goes, children and grandchildren will be blessed by their children and grandchildren, so let him be." Old Lady Gu was stunned, looked at him for a long time with inquisitive eyes. He looked indifferent, a look of not much care. "I do not know if he does not care if Xiao Ming has a proper first son to inherit the title in the future, or he does not care about Xiao Ming as a son." After a moment, Old Lady Gu sighed. "All right then, as you wish, I don't care, but I hope he doesn't regret it in the future." Chapter 29. A Glimpse of Spring. Wei Wei Xian. Today happened a little too much. The morning back to the door, back to the marquee house, and went to see the chief son, but also went to the ancestral shrine to observe the punishment. Meng Jin Yao, some lack of, lying in the noble consort chair with eyes closed to rest her mind, heard a movement before she opened her eyes. Chunlu picked open the beaded curtain and came in, bowing towards Meng Jin Yao before respectfully handing over the post in her hand. "Ma'am, this is the post that was sent her not too long ago." Meng Jin Yao took the post and looked at it. It was a post sent by her bosom friend, Song Xining, the daughter of the Minister of the State Scholarship, asking her to come to Chaoran residence the day after tomorrow to get together, thinking that she was worried about her and wanted to know how she was doing now. She closed the post and casually instructed, "Go to the Song family and deliver a message to Miss Song for me, saying that I will be on time for the appointment." Chunlu heard her commanding her to do something. Her heart was happy. It seems to be that today, in front of the madam to sell a good, informing the madam that the world's sun was caught back into the eyes of the madam, busy asking, "Madam, which Song family?" "The home of the state scholarship priest, Lord Song." Meng Jin Yao said, glanced at Chun Lu, flowery, looking pleasing to the eye, just couldn't remember what her name was for a moment. So she asked, "What's your name again?" Chun Lu respectfully replied, "Back to madam. The slave girl's name is Chun Lu." Meng Jin Yao nodded gently and asked again, "Chun Lu? Isn't there another one called Xia something?" Chun Lu returned, called Xia Zhu, also Wai Wei Xian's eldest maid. Both were given names by the old madam, names just corresponding to the season of birth. Meng Jin Yao was surprised. That's quite a coincidence. With these two maids of mine making up the 4 seasons of the year, their names were also taken corresponding to the seasons of their birth. Hearing this, Chunlu was also surprised, not expecting such a coincidence, and was busy taking the opportunity to say a couple of pleasing words. "Madam, that also shows that you and the Marquis are destined to be destined by heaven, so much so that the names of the slave girls are all so coincidental." Meng Jin Yao pursed her lips and smiled, not answering. Whether it was fate or not, she didn't know. Anyway, Gu Jingxi was the wrongdoer she met when she was unlucky, who told Gu Jingxi to teach his son poorly. Then he'll pay for himself first. Chunlu sees she does not answer, also knowingly did not continue this sentence. After all, this lady was once the fiancé of the Shitsi master, married the Marquis by mistake, may be difficult in the heart, then diverged from the topic. "Mrs. the slave girl first to go to the Song mansion to reply to the Song girl for you." Meng Jin Yao waved her hand. "Go." After Chun Lu left, Ning Dong, who was waiting on the side, spoke up, pouting her lips, quite a bit of food. "Madam, how did you let her go to the Song mansion?" In the past, it was always the slave girl or Qingxiu who went. Meng Jin Yao glared at her, and when she saw that she looked lost, she asked in amusement, "What? You're still not happy that someone is running for you? Since someone else is willing to labor, wouldn't it be better for you to have some leisure time? Delivering messages for madam. How can it be tiring?" Ning Dong shook her head repeatedly. She was happy to run errands. Now that she was free, she felt that she and Qing Xiu had fallen out of favor, that Chun Lu was sweet-mouthed and would please madam, but she was sweet-mouthed as well. Meng Jin Yao lost her smile helplessly. "Is this girl of yours a laborer's life?" Ning Dong retorted. "The slave girl just likes to share madam's worries. So does Qing Xiu. Don't believe me?" asked Qing Xiu. As soon as her words fell, Qing Xiu answered back, "Madam, the slave girl thinks it's quite good to have someone run a trip for the slave girl, and the slave girl is more interested in serving beside the madam. Nintendo. Meng Jin Yao guffawed and laughed, saying in a warm voice, "You guys grew up with me, over 10 years of love, like sisters. Can't you be compared to others? Chunlu and Shizhu are both big maids of Wei Xian. I can't afford to leave them out in the cold. They're the ones the old madam has transferred over, so they have to be treated equally on the surface." Ning Dong lowered her head and said softly, "Madam, it is the slave girl who is narrow-minded." Meng Jin Yao softly said, "It's normal that you'll have a taste for it, but you don't need to compare yourselves to them. Just live in harmony with them, and think of it as having someone to share your work with." Ning Dong nodded. "Madam, slave girl knows." After a moment, a wave of worry welled up in her heart. "Mistress, the world master has returned, and I'm afraid he will make things difficult for you in the future." Meng Jin Yao didn't put Gu Xiaoming in her eyes. The corners of her mouth slowly turned upwards. Her tone was light, and she said with a smile, "What kind of son would make things difficult for his mother? Those who would make things difficult for their mothers are unfilial sons, and unfilial sons in the Gu family are subject to the family law." Ning Dong saw that a meaningful smile. Instantly, as the purest, the haze in the bottom of the heart dispersed, the voice of pleasure said, "Slave girl almost forgot about this. You are his mother. He saw you have to obediently line Junior salute. Only you pinch his part. Yeah, just got a good big boy for nothing." Meng Jin Yao's tone was long, her smile thickening, her eyebrows curving, her starry eyes wry. On that side, Gu Jingxi accompanied the old lady to the evening meal, then went to the study in the front yard to deal with the official business that had piled up over the previous 2 days. Because of the sudden matrimony, he also suddenly had wedding leave. And because he was injured to save the driver, the emperor felt indebted to him. His wedding leave are longer than other ministers, directly off half a month. He was busy with the previous pile of official business. He can be free for a while. Gu Jingxi busy has been 4 minutes to midnight. Ordered the subordinate to play water in the wash some. Thought tonight directly in the study rest. But the thought of their rest in the study all night did not return. Maybe tomorrow the next person thought that the little girl out of favor. Those who follow the red top white subordinate may be how to slow down her. It's just that, it's not like we haven't slept together before. We've slept together for 2 nights. What's wrong with the third night? Since I'm married, I have to be responsible. Thinking of this, Gu Jingxi added, "There's no need to prepare." The servant answered, "Yes, Marquis." Gu Jingxi went out of the study and returned to Wei Xian in the moonlight, ordering the maids to prepare water and wash up in the purification room before returning to his bedchamber. The house left a lamp illuminated. The soft light fell on the delicate sleeping face. The little girl was extremely beautiful. Her skin was fine and moist like warm jade, and her features were exquisite and bright. At this moment, lying sideways on the bed, sideburns scattered clouds, Zhu lips slightly open, bright eyes closed, lapel half spacious, revealing the lotus root pink small clothes, sleeping face charming and moving. Non-respect. Gu Jingxi only glanced at it before quickly averting his gaze and laying down after undressing. And in the process, he helped the little girl tuck in the blanket, pulling it up to the neck position to cover the accidentally revealed spring light. The little girl, perhaps feeling uncomfortable, frowned, and directly with simple roughness, lifted her leg and stomped off the covers. "Wu Yinxi." I thought to myself, the little girl has a temper when she's asleep. But he still reached out and pulled up the covers that had been stomped off, thinking to cover the evocative spring light. But before he could put the covers back on, the little girl opened her eyes in a daze and met him eye to eye. His breath hitched, and he felt inexplicably weak when he had done nothing wrong. The next moment, the little girl looked down and then popped out. "Husband, we are husband and wife. Why do you have to sneak around if you want to see anything?" Chapter 30. Want to get laid? Husband, we're husband and wife. Why sneak around if you want to see something? Meng Jin Yao did not think this would happen. There was a moment of panic and then calmed down. Looking at the man with a smile, had been lying on a bed. She did not have to do what chaste and martyr woman. Besides, Gu Jingxi and cannot look at 2 eyes and will not be less meat. The big deal is that we all take off, look at each other. She has not seen a naked man. Gu Jingxi is so handsome, it is possible that the body is also quite good-looking, just as the eyes, to see afresh. If Gu Jingxi is not careful, then it is just what she wants. She looks at the cheap son who has a loss of virtue. That rebellious son is unlikely to filial piety to her old mother in the future, and it is just right to have a child of his own. Gu Jingxi didn't know that the little girl had already thought of so much in the turn of an instant, and had even thought of giving him a child when those starry eyes were staring straight at him, with derision in them, as if they had already known everything. He suddenly had the feeling of having a mouth to feed, silently helping her to cover the quilt, and calmly replied, "Madam has misunderstood. My husband is just helping you to cover the quilt." Meng Jinyao does not believe him. Picking up the moon eyebrow, seemingly smiling but not smiling, asked, "Husband, do you think this is credible?" She can understand. Men are horny. There is a beautiful girl lying around, and still his own wife. A man will be a little crooked mind. Just as sneaky, it is not necessary, bright and open to come, she will not laugh. Gu Jingshi was speechless. If he hadn't been a party to it, he wouldn't have believed it much, but it was the truth. Looking at the little girl with an I know-it-all look, he raised his hand and rubbed his brow, helplessly saying, "It's not like the lady doesn't know about me. What do you think I can do to you?" Meng Jinyao felt that Gu Jing she was pretending to be calm, and was probably being vain. Knowing that the other party was vain, she became more and more calm. Her eyes flashed with a hint of cunning essence, and she asked without being surprised, "If you can't eat it, you can still look at it. Does husband still want to continue?" Ahem. Gu Jingshi was directly choked by the saliva, coughing violently a few times, face stained with a faint thin red. I do not know whether it is choked, or because of embarrassment, to meet the pair of eyes with a smile. The little girl stared at him for an instant. Look bold. I do not know whether it is concluded that he will not do anything to her, which dared to provoke him. He didn't know whether to be angry or laugh in a split second, and directly pulled the quilt over the little girl's head, stopping the little girl's bad intentions, and said in a faint voice, "Ma'am, it's late at night, let's rest." Meng Jinyao peeled the covers off, her eyes overflowing with sincerity. "It's not impossible. If husband wants to, I'm willing." Gu Jingshi laughed in exasperation and refused. "I'm not willing." "All right then." Meng Jinyao didn't tease him anymore, and her hand under the quilt gathered the open bodice back together. Gu Jingshi choked. What's with this tone full of regret? He's being a gentleman, and this little girl isn't happy about it? He thought about it and patiently educated a sentence. A girl's family has to be more reserved. No place covered by clothes can be easily shown to others, and it is even more undesirable to take the initiative to let others see. Meng Jinyao snorted and said with a smile, "I can't imagine that husband is quite moralistic." As she said that, she paused slightly and raised her eyes to look at Gu Jingshi, her tone light and dragging her voice slowly. "But husband isn't someone else, don't you think so? Whose husband and wife aren't looking at each other?" The little girl was eloquent. Every sentence was reasonable. Gu Jingshi had no way to refute. After a few moments, he looked at the little girl. His thin lips gently opened and quietly asked, "Madam wants to round out the room?" As soon as these words came out, Meng Jinyao felt an overwhelming sense of guilt coming at her. Looking at Gu Jing, she asking so seriously, she felt guilty in her heart, knowing that people had hidden diseases, but still teasing them. Wasn't this a disguised humiliation? How can Gu Jingshi have a full house like this? She shook her head repeatedly and said with affection, "No, I don't want to. Husband, don't think nonsense. I don't care about that kind of thing either. It's fine for us to be like this now." Gu Jingshi gave her a deep look, then gently and said warmly, "Madam, go to sleep." Meng Jinyao nodded. Her eyes involuntarily fell on that handsome face. She was very regrettable. They say that the daughter looks like the father. So good-looking man cannot give birth to a daughter is really a pity. How can God let so handsome man fall into the hidden disease? Early the next morning, when Meng Jinyao woke up, her bed partner beside her had long since gotten up, and with sleepy eyes, she slowly sat up, lifted the quilt off the bed couch, and moved to the window, pushing it open to blow the morning breeze to clear her head. In the morning, it was thought that there had been a light rain. The ground outside was wet. The greenery outside was green and tender from the rain, and the air was filled with a fresh, moist scent that was wrapped in the freshness of the rain, as well as the scent of the flowers. The spring morning was slightly cool, with the slightest hint of cool spring breeze blowing in her face. She was so jolted that her sleepiness was gone, and she was completely awake, and then she called the maid to come in to serve her. After Meng Jinyao washed up and dressed, she went out of the outer room and found that Gu Jingshi was already sitting at the dining table waiting for a long time. Perhaps hearing her footsteps, the man's mouth was filled with a faint smile as he looked over toward her. The moment her four eyes met, Meng Jinyao remembered last night's incident, and the smile on her face was a bit too much to hang on to. Gu Jingshi, on the contrary, looked as if nothing had happened and ordered the maid in a faint voice, "Start setting up the meal." Meng Jinyao was slightly stunned and questioned, "Husband hasn't had breakfast yet?" Gu Jingshi nodded in response. Chunlu on the side smiled at her and said, "Ma'am, The Marquis said to wait for you and asked the slave girls to set up the meal later. Waiting for her? Meng Jin Yao remembered that 2 days ago, they also had breakfast together, but she got up earlier the previous 2 days and got up later today. So she said, husband doesn't have to wait for me next time, so beware of starving your body. No matter, I'm not very hungry, Gu Jingshi said and asked with a guffawing smile. On the contrary, ma'am, you didn't sleep well last night. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Upon hearing this, Meng Jin Yao glared at Gu Jingshi with a rather deep sense of resentment. She indeed didn't sleep well last night, and this man in front of her was the culprit. Last night, she stared at Gu Jingshi's face, and the Gu Jingshi body has a hidden disease, cannot have a beautiful daughter, and feel sorry, look for a long time, think the other side of the skin is extremely good, white and smooth, even fine lines are not, while the other side is asleep, cannot help but sneak to reach out and touch a hand, want to compare to see if it is not better than their own skin. It's better not to touch it. The moment you wipe it, it's like triggering some kind of mechanism. Being countered, the man's voice coldly rang out. Ma'am, we're husband and wife. Why do you need to sneak around if you want to touch anything? She was taken by surprise and caught in the act, embarrassed and with no way to retort. So she tossed and turned and didn't sleep a wink, itching to cut off her own claws. Gu Jingshi was especially thoughtful. It seems that Madam hasn't had a good rest yet, so take a nap after breakfast. Chapter 31. She's a bad person. Gu Jingshi was especially thoughtful. It seems that Madam hasn't had a good rest yet, so take a nap after breakfast. When Meng Jin Yao heard this, she always felt that the other party was laughing at her, and she was a bit indignant in her heart. The man had slept quite well on his own after looking at her last night, while she had merely groped him and been caught, and then tossed and turned in a state of weakness that made it difficult for her to sleep. She choked out, Husband, did it look good last night? Gu Jingshi's face stiffened, and instead of answering, he asked, How does the lady feel about the hand? Meng Jin Yao gritted her teeth. Very well. Gu Jingshi guffawed and smiled. Madam is also very good-looking. He was misunderstood last night, but it was true that this little girl touched his face. Originally, he wanted to sleep, but there were a pair of eyes staring straight at him. The pitying eyes, as if looking at the little pitiful, straight to his scalp. It would be strange for him to fall asleep. Only he didn't expect the little girl to suddenly reach out and touch his face. And when he found out, he even justified it by saying, You looked at me. I touched you, it's even. Meng Jin Yao glared at him in an ungraceful manner and didn't reply, going to sit down opposite him. Gu Jingshi rubbed his brow, somewhat helpless. Even if he explained, it would become a sophistry. This little girl might have already taken him as a denizen and cursed him in her heart all night. The maids saw that the atmosphere of their masters seemed to be off, so they served more carefully. After breakfast, Gu Jingshi left Wei Xian and didn't know where he went, but this is not something Meng Jin Yao should be concerned about, pondering that this time is not too early, and it shouldn't be too late to go greet his mother-in-law, so he prepared to go to Shoan Hall. When Chunlu heard her talking about Shoan Hall with Ning Dong and Qing Qiu, she busily took a few steps forward and respectfully asked, Madam, are you going to pay your respects to the old madam? Meng Jin Yao nodded her head and looked at her. You have something to report? Chunlu reminded, the old madam prefers purity. She stays in the Buddha Hall on weekdays and doesn't like to be disturbed by her juniors, the first and second madam, as well as the other masters go to the old madam on the 1st and 15th day of the month to pay their respects. Meng Jin Yao pursed her lips and smiled. I'm a new daughter-in-law. How can I be like sister-in-law and second sister-in-law? Hear the sound and know the meaning of the word. Chunlu, almost in the moment her words fell, she understood the tone of her voice. The new daughter-in-law to enter the door will certainly be the mother-in-law to set up rules. Some mothers-in-law do not give the new daughter-in-law to set up the rules for 2 or 3 years are not satisfied. But their old lady is not the same. Then said, Madam, the old lady never give the new daughter-in-law to set up the rules. I heard that the first lady and the second lady was just married to the first time, but also not to be set up the rules. You are the old madam's direct daughter-in-law. The old madam will even less likely set rules for you. Meng Jingyao nodded slightly, not doubting Chunliu's words, understanding that Chunlu would not dare to deceive her. And on the day of the tea ceremony, her mother-in-law was also very kind, further confirming the authenticity of what Chunlu had said. The difference between people can be really big. Are the old lady, her grandmother as it will toss the younger generation, don't look at her stepmother's sons in the house in charge of the feeds, call the shots, but to the grandmother in front of or have to clip the tail to do people, to be pleasing to please when you have to please. She hadn't gotten any rest last night, and now that she didn't have to go to the greeting, it was just the right time to get some sleep. Half an hour later, Meng Jin Yao woke up taking advantage of the fact that it was still early and there was still more than half an hour until noon, and was preparing to stroll around the mansion and familiarize herself with the environment. At this time, Chunlu attentively went up to report, "Madam, the Marquis has just returned from the study and went to the ancestral hall again." "A shrine?" Meng Jin Yao froze slightly and quickly reacted. Her cheap and good elder son Gu Xiaoming was now grounded in the ancestral hall and was beaten half to death yesterday. Gu Jingxi went to the ancestral hall and must have been looking at his son. Chunlu raised her head slightly to look at her, unable to see if she was happy or not, and added, "The slave girl inquired that it was the Shitsi master who had a high fever last night, and that's why the Marquis went to see him." High fever? Meng Jin Yao was stunned and turned to ask, "Then how is my son now? Has the fever subsided?" Chun Lu gently shook her head. "This slave girl is not sure." Meng Jin Yao's eyes rolled, suddenly changed her mind, not wanting to stroll around for the time being. She looked at Chun Lu and said with a smile, "Chun Lu, come with me to go to the ancestral hall and see how the world's son is doing now." At these words, Chun Lu's face froze and she hesitantly said, "Husband, ma'am, we're going to the ancestral hall now." Wouldn't the Marquis see her and know that it was her who told on him? "Isn't this a trap for Madam?" Meng Jin Yao nodded her head, her brows knitted together, a look of worry surfacing on her face, just like a doting mother who is worried about her son, and said worriedly, "The child is sick. How can I rest assured if I, as a mother, don't go to take a look?" Said, she sighed lightly. "Chunlua, you are not a mother now. When you become a mother, you will be able to understand my feelings at this moment." Hayuki choked on that. She belabored, "Madam, are you sure you're not thinking that Master Shitsi isn't sick enough and purposely rushing to the ancestral hall to anger Master Shitsi?" However, a good maid who knew how to please her master would naturally say whatever her master liked to hear, who would care what her master was really thinking in her heart. Chunlu chimed in, "What the madam said is true. With a good mother like the madam, Master Shitsi is truly blessed." Meng Jin Yao nodded her head in agreement. Wasn't she a good mother? When her son was sick, she immediately went to visit him and couldn't wait to piss him off to the point of being a good mother. Yes, that's right. She's lackadaisical, vindictive, likes to fall head over heels for her enemies, likes to see her enemies in misery, goes to see people laugh, finds them unpleasant, and hypocritically finds a grand excuse for doing so. In the past, she was always kidnapped by people with morals because she wasn't moral enough, but now that she's moral enough, she lives a much easier life. And with some people, morals aren't needed at all. She continued to put on an act and said rather ruefully, "That child was beaten yesterday, and it's unlikely that he's still resenting me in his heart today." Chunlu pacified, "Madam, Shitsi Master is still young. When he grows up, he will naturally understand Madam's peace of mind, Madam educating him. That's for his own good." "Not all. Qingqiu, you're still young? Your son is 2 months older than your wife." They suddenly realized that this Chunlu was really a wonderful person, knowing that Madam didn't have good intentions, but still able to praise Madam out of flowers. This flattering technique, they were ashamed to be inferior. Seeing that the pretense was almost done, Meng Jin Yao sighed softly. "Let's hope so, it's not too late. Let's go first." After she said that, she glanced at Qing Xiu and Ning Dong, then took a brisk step out of the house. Ning Dong wanted to follow, but was pulled by Qing Xiu's sleeve, signaling her not to follow. Just now the lady gave them a look, that is, let them do not have to follow the meaning. Only bring Chunlu, perhaps also in the test Chunlu. Chunlu saw the two of them not moving, so he had to follow, could not help but raise his hand, and gently slapped his own mouth. And in his heart he cursed, "Look at this mouth. You are not smart at all, and try to find trouble for yourself." Chapter 32. Behave Yourself. Meng Jin Yao went to the hut at the back of the ancestral hall, which was specially prepared for the ungrateful children and grandchildren who were confined to the ancestral hall to think about their lives. The boy who was dispatched to take care of Gu Xiaoming was a bit confused when he saw her. Obviously the one who informed was the Marquis. How come it was the lady? But now is not the time to dwell on this issue. It's always the case that one of the husband and wife has arrived. He hurriedly took a few steps forward and bowed respectfully. "I have seen you, ma'am." Meng Jin Yao nodded slightly and asked, "How is my son now?" The boy respectfully replied, "Back to ma'am. Master Shitsi has woken up." Meng Jin Yao softly then walked briskly towards the house, and Chun Lu also followed stiffly. Just as he entered the house, a bad smell of medicine hit his nose. I think it was medicine for wounds. Meng Jin Yao wrinkled her nose in discomfort and continued inside, but there was no sign of her cheap husband. Only her cheap son sprawled out on the bed. She was a bit bewildered and turned her head to look at Chun Lu with the intention of asking. Chun Lu was also confused. She clearly received the news that the Marquis had come to see the Shitsi master, stuttering. Husband, ma'am, the slave girl didn't know either. The person on the bed heard the sound and raised his head to follow the sound. When he saw the visitor, Gu Xiaoming was first lost, followed by a rise in anger. Just as he was about to get up, his back was the wound was torn. It hurt so much that he grimaced when he saw Meng Jinyao laughing. He endured the pain and snorted coldly. Meng Jinyao, you're here to see my joke? Meng Jinyao took a look at him and saw that his face was pale and haggard. He looked sickly, and even the volume of his speech was not loud, so it seemed that he had been hurt quite seriously, but there would be no danger to his life. So she laughed and said, My son, where do you come from? I heard that you had a high fever last night. I as a mother did not come to take a look. How can I rest assured? The bright smile on her face made Gu Xiaoming feel incomparably harsh, feeling that the image of a vicious stepmother was well represented in her, mocking. You poisonous woman came to see if I was still alive, didn't you? I'm not dead and alive. Are you disappointed? How can you be disappointed? Which mother would want her son to die young? After Meng Jinyao said that, she went to a side chair and sat down, looking at Gu Xiaoming with a smile, seeing the way he was lying there, not daring to move, even though he was angry for fear of pulling his wounds. She only felt that her body was soothed, and she had the soothing feeling that she had gotten out of a bad breath. Gu Xiaoming bit the groove of his back teeth and said in a hateful voice, Less crying cat and fake mercy here. I will be like this, but not because of you? Meng Jinyao wasn't annoyed either, gently raising her eyebrows and dragging her voice out slowly. Son, I can become your mother thanks to you. Gu Xiaoming gasped not. Looking at that bright and moving smiling face, he secretly hated in his heart. If he had known that, he should not have run away from the wedding. He should have married this poisonous woman. Let the poisonous woman pave the way for Wan Er, and then find a wrong to repudiate this poisonous woman, and then marry Wan Er as his wife. Because he acted on impulse, he blundered, and now that this poisonous woman has become his nominal mother, he will be shamed when he goes out in the future, and Meng Jinyao is the only history of shame in his 16 years of life. Meng Jinyao asked in exasperation, Son, you don't have a mother, and I don't have a son, so it's quite good for us to fulfill each other. Don't you think so? Gu Xiaoming was so angry that his face twisted. He glared indignantly at Meng Jinyao and cursed angrily. Who's your son? A ragged of family. Marrying your fiancé's father in order to climb up the ladder. Do you want to be ashamed of yourself? If I were you, I should find a clean place, a white silk to understand the rest of my life, so as not to stay in the world and disgrace myself. Unbridled. Before Meng Jinyao could retaliate, a furious rebuke came from the direction of the doorway. She looked sideways. Gu Jingxi's furious face came in her eyes. She was slightly stunned and quickly reacted. Chun Lu's news was correct. She was the one who came early. Hearing the familiar voice, Gu Xiaoming's pupils suddenly shrunk, and when he looked up, he saw his father's ugly face striding in, his face turning pale as he stuttered and called out, Father, father. Gu Jingxi furrowed his brows, his face grim, his gaze sternly looking at the rebellious son lying on the bed, his heart churning with anger. He asked in a deep voice, She married her ex-fiance's father in disgrace. So is it a disgrace for father to have married his son's ex-fiancé? Gu Xiaoming was busy shaking his head. Father, that's not what my son meant. Gu Jingxi questioned again. She, a victim, should live out the rest of her life, so you, the culprit who eloped with someone on your wedding day, should live? Seeing Gu Xiaoming speechless, he then reprimanded. Where you have a bit of bearing, things will not come to such a pass as the Marquis' son. You, even the most basic bearing, are not. Things are still do not know introspection, will be pushed to the mistakes of others and disrespect for the elders, and repeatedly teach, so you, how can you take charge of the big job? Gu Xiaoming's heart trembled as he raised his eyes to meet that stern gaze and quickly lowered his head in fear, saying in a trembling voice, Father, my son knows that he is wrong. Gu Jingxi slightly narrowed his eyes and slowly said, Xiaoming, you've really disappointed me too much. After saying that, he turned his gaze to the little girl at the side and pinched his brow rather headachiously. Madam, let's go and let him reflect well here. As the words fell, Gu Jingxi turned around and left without looking back. Seeing this, Meng Jinyao busily stood up and followed. Father! Gu Xiaoming hurriedly called out to Gu Jingxi, seeing that Gu Jingxi did not turn around. Not even pausing in his steps, he was in a panic. Ignoring the injury on his back, he struggled to get up but did not think that an agitation directly fell from the bed. The intense pain made his eyes go black, and he directly fainted. On that side, after Meng Jin Yao left the ancestral hall, she quietly looked at the man's face and saw that his face had returned to its original color, so she couldn't figure out what mood he was in at the moment and didn't dare to make a move for the time being. Gu Jingxi stopped and glanced at Chun Lu, signaling her to leave. Chun Lu met his eyes, panicked, afraid of being held accountable. Now that he was able to leave, he didn't dare to linger longer and left quickly with a blessing towards him. Gu Jingxi saw his little wife's forehead hanging low, revealing a section of her white neck, unable to see any expression on her face, like a little pitiful person being bullied. He opened his lips and asked, "Aggrieved?" Huh. When Meng Jin Yao raised her head, she met those quiet eyes, which seemed to still have a hint of concern in them, and she honestly shook her head, the corners of her mouth rippling into a smile. That's not true. What kind of mother would be bothered with her son? Seeing this, Gu Jingxi knew that his young wife was really not aggrieved, and in his heart, he was probably still gloating over Xiao Ming's inferiority. He was helpless to hold his forehead. The son is not safe. His wife is the same. The difference is that one behavior is bad, the other will make a fuss, was busy with business. With one child cannot take care of, but now you have to take care of two. In a situation like today's, Gu Jingxi didn't want to see it again, and he said in a faint voice, "Be quiet. I won't necessarily be around next time." Chapter 33. The adversary is unworthy. Settle down. I won't always be around next time. The man looked bland when he said this, with a hint of helplessness in his tone, but he didn't seem angry. Meng Jin Yao was slightly stunned, then asked with a smile, "Husband, are you worried that I'll be bullied by your son?" Gu Jingxi glanced at her with a faint gaze and didn't reply. Meng Jin Yao didn't care if he picked up on it or not. Her smile didn't diminish, and her tone was light and quick. "Don't worry, husband, it's just him. He can't bully me." At those words, Gu Jingxi's face twitched, knowing that it was impossible for her to be at peace, and that she would probably still be happy to use Xiao Ming as a source of amusement, and helplessly said, "Madam, what are you doing to provoke him for a good reason?" Meng Jin Yao could not agree with this and retorted, "Husband, how did I provoke him? Isn't it because I've heard that he's suffering from a high fever, so I've come to show some concern?" This is a grand statement. Gu Jingxi did not believe a word of it. Looking at the little girl's face of gentleness and kindness, just like a good mother who cares for her son, he shook his head and lost his smile and said with a different meaning, "Your wife is still less concerned about him. That rebellious son does not deserve it. I'm the elder. What's the point of bothering with the younger generation?" Meng Jin Yao didn't care much. After all, if she quarreled with Gu Xiaoming, he couldn't win over her with that tongue-twisting skill of Gu Xiaoming's. She slightly tilted her head to look at the man in front of her and said with a smile on her face, "Besides, if he doesn't listen to me, isn't there still husband to help me educate him?" Gu Jingxi asked rhetorically. "This time I just happened to be there. What if I'm not there next time?" Meng Jin Yao rightfully said, "Then I'll educate myself. A son who disrespects his elders should be educated as a mother." Gu Jingxi can't do anything about her. She can only go along with her. Looking at Xiao Ming's attitude today, it's impossible to know what's wrong and repent. Even if she doesn't take the initiative to show up in front of Xiao Ming will pick a fight when he sees her, so that she doesn't take the initiative to show up, and it's only to reduce the number of conflicts. Meng Jin Yao asked again, "Our family's good eldest child has an injury and had a high fever last night. Husband Fong didn't even have time to ask about his condition. Do you want to go back and take a look again?" Gu Jingxi said indifferently, "There's no need. I see that he still has the strength to curse, proving that there's not much of a problem." Upon hearing this, Meng Jin Yao nodded approvingly. "I feel the same way. Our son should be fine. So let's go back for lunch. I'm hungry," she said, and before she could respond, she took her steps to leave. That brisk pace also reflected that the little girl was in an excellent mood right now. When Gu Jingxi saw this, he helplessly held his forehead. A real rebellious son, a fake compassionate mother. In the future, their third house will have a lively time. Wei Wei Xian. Chun Lu received a sign from the marquis. Had to come back first, all the way back to Wei Wei Xian. She was apprehensive, afraid that the marquis would find her accountable for her revealing the news to the lady. Back to Wei Wei Xian, she didn't dare to show her uneasiness. Until he saw the two masters come back one after the other. The madam was smiling. The marquis followed behind the madam and seemed to be very indulgent towards her. Chun Lu's hanging heart was only put down. Still, madam has a method. In a short, while the Marquis was coaxed, she felt more and more that her efforts to hold on to Madame's thighs was the right choice. In order to continue to be a decent big maid, she had to make more efforts in the future to do so. After lunch, Gu Jingxi went out of the mansion on an errand. The sun wasn't fierce on a spring afternoon. It was warm, and a soft spring breeze was in the air. Meng Jinyao sat by the window, propped up her head, tilted her head back to look out the window at the clear sky. So cozy. For the first time, she felt the benefits of marrying someone. You don't have to watch out for your stepmother who is kind and cruel, and you don't have to deal with your grandmother's harshness by asking for peace every day. And in the husband's family, in addition to the wedding day is very bad, the husband is older but also brought a rebellious son. The other is okay. That rebellious son cannot bully her. After all, her seniority is high. Ning Dong and Qin Xiu, as well as Spring Willow, were waiting at the side. Meng Jin Yao coldly asked, Chun Lu, how old are you? How long have you been working at the Marquis residence? Chun Lu answered truthfully, slave girl this year 16. Is with Sheju together with the old lady bought back. Into the Marquis has been 4 years. Previously in the old lady with the side to do things. Last year was dispatched to Wei Xian. Meng Jin Yao asked again. Then you should know quite a bit about what's going on in the mansion, right? Tell me in detail. Chun Lu responded, naturally knowing everything and telling the temperament of all the masters in the mansion. After listening to Chun Lu's narration, Meng Jin Yao frowned slightly. Gu Xiaoming was gentle and refined, knew his manners, and was deeply loved by his elders. Which of these is related to Gu Xiaoming? That is clearly a rebellious son who has no commitment, behaves badly, and does wrong without any remorse, and even shifts the blame onto the victim. Such a latecomer, other people love it or not, she does not know. Anyway, she as a mother is not half favorite. Seeing her frown in silence, Chun Lu asked apprehensively, Ma'am, other than that, what else do you want to know? Meng Jin Yao said indifferently. Other people may be like this as you said, but my son Xiaoming is clearly 2 people from what you said. Chun Lu froze, thinking of the 2 meetings between Madame and Shi Zi, both of which were tit for tat, and indeed did not have the gentleness and knowledge of manners that she had described. Meng Jin Yao yawned, getting sleepy, and added, I'm tired. I'll rest for a while. You all go about your business. The 3 maids retreated in response. Shiju somewhat disapproved of Chun Liu's behavior of fawning on the master, walking over to Chun Lu and muttering, Do you want to be so fawning on the madam? We are the eldest maids of Wei Xian, and you don't even fawn so much in front of the Marquis. Chun Lu returned, We are the big maids of Wei Xian, but Wei Xian is now in charge of the lady. As for the Marquis, he never lets the maidservants wait on him. In the past, we could at least do something else. After the lady married in, a lot of things are done by her accompanying maids. What do we do? Xia Zhu said, Madam will do whatever she commands. You can really be an elm brain. You do not show your face in front of the lady. Do not please the lady. How can you get reused? Chun Lu squinted at her, did not understand that she was so unorthodox. How was the old lady selected to Wei Xian as a big maid? Turned and said, And you do not see the bracelet on the hands of the lady? That's the symbol of the Gu family's head mother. The eldest lady has been in charge of the middle feed for many years, but she hasn't been able to get the bracelet. The lady has just passed through the door. The old madam has given it to her, and it's not likely that she'll be in charge of the middle feed in a while. Xia Zhu was surprised. It shouldn't be possible, right? The first lady is in charge of the Chinese feeds and manages them quite well. What is impossible? Chun Lu only feel that she is rotten, what cannot be carved, whispered. Now, although the first lady tube feed, the second lady from the side to assist, but the big house and the second house are commoners. The Marquis is the firstborn. The lady is the rightful head of the family. Even if the future of the world's son married to the world's son wife, that is also beyond the lady. Natsuki had a dazed look on his face. Seeing that she understands, Chun Lu added, Seeing as a sister, I remind you, if you want to be valued by the lady, then you have to be smart. If you want to be valued by Madam, then you have to be smart. If you get Madam's favor, you can marry in the future, and Madam will probably add some dowry. Moreover, whether we can marry or not is also a matter of Madam's words. Xia Zhu nodded gently. Chapter 34. Chongqing Marquis Mansion covers an area much larger than Yangchangfu. Carved beams and paintings, pavilions, bridges, and water. Everything, the prosperous scene in the house is not already down and out of Yangchangfu, can be compared to the Yangchangfu. Nowadays, Yangchangfu can only rely on the ancestor base to maintain the surface of the decency. Meng Jin Yao strolled through the mansion where she would live for the rest of her life. Except for the first and second houses and old lady Gu's show and hall, she took a general stroll to familiarize herself with the environment of the mansion. Coming down from the small bridge, Meng Jinyao saw the oncoming Zhang clan, and her footsteps paused slightly before she walked over toward Zhang, calling out in a warm voice, "Sister-in-law." Zhang actually saw her loitering with the two maids from afar and purposely walked towards her, gently nodding her head before asking, "It's springtime. The flowers in this courtyard are blooming just right. Third younger sibling is also here to enjoy the flowers?" Meng Jinyao replied back, "Taking advantage of the time I have, I'm strolling around the mansion to familiarize myself with the environment, and I'll stop by to enjoy the flowers when I pass by the gardens. Then I'll accompany third sister for a stroll." Zhang said and glanced at her, seeing that she readily responded. So he joined her in enjoying the flowers, and after taking a few steps, he asked again as if he hadn't thought about it, "I heard that Xiao Ming had a high fever last night, and the third younger sibling even went to visit in the morning?" Upon hearing this, Meng Jinyao face slightly paused, instantly realizing Zhang's intention of accompanying herself for a stroll, and readily replied, "My son is sick, so how can a mother rest assured? I went to see how his condition is, but fortunately, he is not in any serious trouble." Zhang lamented, "Third younger sibling is truly a bodhisattva. Xiaoming treated you like that, and you still disregarded your former suspicions. It's really rare." Meng Jinyao hooked her lips in a light smile and said softly, "Sister-in-law is also a mother. She should be able to understand me. What kind of mother would bother with her own son?" Zhang choked and motionlessly surveyed her, seeing that she had gentle brows and eyes, a smile on her lips, without a hint of dissimilarity, and seemed to really be a loving mother who wouldn't bother with her children. This mind is more composed than one imagines, clearly has a grudge against Gu Xiaoming, and is a little younger than Gu Xiaoming, but can still feign the appearance of a loving mother. But I don't know how long she can pretend, in accordance with Gu Xiaoming's nature. Even if she can pretend again, sooner or later, this pair of incestuous mothers and children will also fight. Thinking this way, Zhang sighed lightly and then said, "That said, it's just that Xiaoming's child has been spoiled to the point that he is capricious, and is also a screwed-up nature, and it's hard to change what he's decided to do, so that the third younger sibling has been aggrieved." "What's the verdict? Is it that one-air girl?" Meng Jinyao just pretended that she didn't understand Zhang's provocation. Her face didn't change and said, "Actually, it's understandable. My husband is usually busy with his official duties, and he's neglected to teach him, and there's no mother to educate him after he passed over. And now that he has a mother, I'll educate him well." Zhang's heart laughed coldly, feeling that she was hypocritical, but on the surface, she still obeyed her words. With the third sister's patience and education, Xiaoming will definitely get better and better in the future. By the way, third brother just got married, also has wedding leave. Why didn't he accompany you to familiarize yourself with the environment in the house? Husband still has things to do. He left the house after lunch. Meng Jinyao didn't hide it and told the truth. After all, Zhang was in charge of the center feed. Even she knew about her own visit to the ancestral hall in the morning, and Gu Jingxi's departure from the mansion could be known by asking the concierge. Zhang heard, slightly frowned. For Meng Jinyao, third brother is also really, he's like that. She wanted to say, looked at Meng Jinyao's face that looks like a heavenly fairy, sighed regretfully, and turned to say, "This marriage originally aggrieved third younger sibling, but is still preoccupied with his official duties and doesn't know to accompany third younger sibling more as compensation." Meng Jinyao kindly said, "As an important minister in the imperial court, husband is busy with his official duties. So how can he stay with me, a small woman, in the back of the house from time to time?" The words out, Zhang thought of their own useless husband, relying on the family shade to hang a post. Mixed for so many years also did not mix the Hall of Fame. The third brother won the heart of the Holy Spirit, but also do not seek a good future for the elder brother, so that his husband for many years only to get a low-ranking post with no real power. These years are very idle. Daily, just go to the government office point of dawn. The rest of the time is not to go to the so-called entertainment. Is at home. Earlier years will also accompany her. Now she is old and yellow, are in those fox wings concubine room to spend time. Fortunately, she has been watching tightly and never got any concubine son or daughter out of the diaphragm. For a moment, Zhang squeezed out a hint of a smile. Third sister is really understanding. Third brother is really blessed to have married a daughter-in-law like you. Meng Jinyao responded with a smile. It's a blessing for big brother to have married a virtuous daughter-in-law like sister-in-law, who in this capital doesn't know that sister-in-law is a good housekeeper. Zhang heard, the heart of the alarm bells, involuntarily turn her eyes to look at her, see her light smile, the spring breeze. A strand of hair at the temples fell. She reached out to the strand of hair behind the ear, raised his hand when the sleeve drooped, revealing the white, delicate wrist, the wrist that the awang turquoise winding, that full green lined with the delicate hand more and more white. Seeing this, the sense of crisis in Zhang's heart is even more prevalent. That bracelet is worth a lot of money. The Gu family has passed it down from generation to generation. It is the symbol of the head mother of the house, Meng Jin Yao's words, as well as the gesture of this ulterior motive. Is it a reminder of the power to hand over the middle finger with a point of view? That can't be. The second at least is the fifth rank of the Ministry of Ceremonies, the second daughter-in-law, even if she did not assist her in charge of the feeds. There is not much loss, but her husband can't. The three brothers and the most incapable, the big house if there is no right to manage. In the house to talk about how to do things, there is still the bottom of the barrel. In this moment, Zhang's mind turned sharply and finally decided to retreat to advance. Speaking of the family, previously because the third brother did not marry a wife, this feed fell into my hands. I managed on behalf of the third brother, and now the third brother has become a married man. The feed should be handed over to the hands of the third sibling sister. Meng Jin Yao was slightly stunned. It is often said that the speaker has no intention, but the listener has an intention. It is obvious that this is not the meaning, but it makes people taste this meaning. Her words were only literal. She didn't expect Zhang to think too much, so she laughed and said, "I'm still young. I'm afraid I won't be able to cope with it. But sister-in-law is very experienced in taking charge of the household, so she should continue to be in charge of the Chinese feeds." Zhang's look at her smile, bright through the sincerity, not show a trace of difference. Secretly, she really calm. Heart obviously want. Mouth, but in the false excuse. In order not to let their own words to persuade a persuasive, and then feel at ease with the right to take over the center feed. But he himself would not spoil her, nor was he polite to her, and reluctantly said, "In that case, then I will continue to manage it for the third younger sibling first, and hand it back to the third younger sibling when she is older." Meng Jin Yao nodded and said, "Then we'll continue to work hard, sister-in-law." Seeing that Meng Jin Yao was still smiling at this moment, Zhang frowned slightly and imperceptibly. Meng Jin Yao was even harder to deal with than she had imagined, like a cunning fox, dripping with water, so that one could not catch any mistakes. She responded warmly, "I should. What's the point of being polite to your sister-in-law?" Chapter 35. Heartbroken Io. The sisters-in-law strolled around for a long time before Meng Jin Yao parted ways with Zhang. After Zhang walked away, Qingxiu couldn't help but whisper, "Ma'am, the First Lady has ulterior motives. You have to be careful." Ning Dong hastily chimed in, "Yes, the First Lady doesn't have a good heart. Every word she says has something in it." Meng Jin Yao glanced at Zhang's nearly disappearing back, narrowed her eyes slightly, and slowly said, "Well, the Gu family, which is rumored to have a harmonious family, isn't exactly peaceful either." Zhang's approach was not hard to guess. As long as she fought with Gu Xiaoming, if she lost, she would definitely not have a good life in the future. And if she won, it would be time for the world's sun to be replaced. The Chongqing Marquis position as the world's sun is hanging in the balance. Gu Jingxi is suffering from a hidden disease and is unlikely to have a child of his own. Zhang's eldest son, Gu Shiyuan, is the eldest grandson of the Marquis, occupying the word long, and is the closest to the position of the world's sun. So he surely hopes that she will fight with Gu Xiaoming, and then sit back and reap the benefits of the fisherman's victory. Zhang is good at math. She was not dealing with Gu Xiaoming, but she would not take the initiative to count. Unless Gu Xiaoming made the first move, then don't blame her for not being polite. Ning Dong saw her looking at Zhang's departure direction contemplation, heartbroken. "Lady, this is just out of the tiger's mouth, and into the wolf's lair feeling. Slave girl originally thought that you do the Marquis wife on the bitter end of the sweet. Did not think that there are other bad things. This bad days also do not know when it is the end of the day." Meng Jin Yao retracted her gaze and hooked her lips in a shallow smile. Although the Gu family is not considered peaceful, it's not quite a wolf's den. It's too much better than the Meng family. And in the Gu family, except for Gu Xiaoming's rebellious son, who dares to be disrespectful to me? Qing Qiu and Ning Dong froze, then nodded approvingly. That's true, and couldn't help but shed a heartfelt tear for their master's previous careful life. Meng family that is really both bad and suffocating. Son's face, merciful heart, ruthless moment calculating. Obviously the master is just a girl family, sooner or later to marry, and will not inherit the title. Sons, why so targeted? As if there is some deep hatred. And old lady Meng is the master's grandmother. Not only does she not treat the master, but she will even treat him harshly, with the beautiful name of educating her disobedient granddaughter. And every time son's fake love and false pretense of stepping in to defend herself, It makes the old lady deepen her distaste for the master, and she herself earns the beautiful name of a virtuous stepmother. Although the uncle did not treat the master harshly, he did not pay attention to the master, and the Shitsi and the second girl, relying on the fact that they were born of the Sun clan, were spoiled to be arrogant and rude again, and did not respect the eldest sister. The entire Ming family, only the second son of the concubine is a good. If the eldest son did not die young, it is estimated that it is also a good. After all, with the second son as a twin, the younger brother is a good, the older brother probably will not be bad. The next day, Meng Jinyao went out and headed to Cha Ran residence for her appointment. Song Xining has been waiting in the elegant room for a long time, pacing back and forth in the elegant room. She originally thought that Io married the Marquis of Chongqing's son and got rid of the Meng family's group of people will be able to live a good life. Who would have thought that Gu Xiaoming would run away from the wedding and elope with someone else, and that Io would marry her father-in-law under the sadness of her heart? So she was so worried that it was hard for her to sleep in the past few days. The moment the door was opened, Song Xining abruptly looked up and saw Meng Jinyao, who was already wearing a woman's hairband, coming slowly with two maids. Song Xining busily took a few steps forward and held Meng Jinyao's hand. Her eyes locked on a Meng Jinyao, carefully sizing her up, seeing that she looked good. Her face was rosy, and she had a smile on her face. It didn't look like she was having a bad time, but she was still uneasy and asked nervously, "Io, are you having a good time these past few days?" Meng Jinyao gently patted the back of her hand and replied in a warm voice, "Don't worry, Ning, I'm fine, and I haven't suffered any grievances." "You still say you're not aggrieved?" Song Xining glared at her and immediately reddened her eyes, her voice choked. "It's all like this. How can you lie to me? Gu Xiaoming, that bastard, ran away from the wedding on the day of the wedding. How could he not be aggrieved?" Meng Jinyao pulled her to sit down and said in a warm voice, "Gu Xiaoming skipped the wedding, but it's not like he's the only unmarried man in the Gu family. It's not like the wedding still went off without a hitch." Song Xining sniffled, forcing back her tears, and returned. "The wedding was held successfully, but do you know how people outside are making up about you?" Although Meng Jinyao didn't pay attention to it, she could guess how those people were making up about her. So she laughed and said, "They said that the Meng family raised a shameless daughter, and that if she couldn't marry her son, she would have to marry her old man. That's pretty good too. I'm not the only one who's being made up. There's also my good father and good stepmother. Even the Gu family can't be spared. After all, the Gu family also raised an uneducated, rebellious son." Seeing that she was still able to laugh, Song Xining became even more worried, reaching out to probe Meng Jinyao's forehead, and asked apprehensively, "Yao, have you been overstimulated?" Meng Jinyao gently shook her head, not really caring. "Ning, I'm really fine. Those people can say whatever they like. I can even do something as shocking as changing the groom on the spot. Will I still be afraid of a few words of gossip?" Upon hearing this, Song Xining stared at her in a daze and asked in a puzzled manner, "But why did you gamble on marrying that awful old man, Marquis Gu, when you clearly had a better choice? You could have chosen either the second or the fourth prince. You're trashing yourself this way. A bad old man?" Meng Jinyao heard these four words, face stagnant. The mind flashed Gu Jingxi's handsome jade-like face. The corners of the eyes have no fine lines. Look only 23 or 24 years of age. Such a beautiful man. Really cannot be associated with the bad old man, this adjective. Seeing the disgusted look on her best friend's face, she couldn't help but put in a good word for Gu Jingxi. In fact, Gu Jingxi isn't really old. He's only 29 years old, not even in his prime, and his hair is dark and lush, not even a single gray hair, and he looks quite young. Song Xining couldn't agree with her words, feeling that she was blind, glaring at her and saying, "How come it doesn't count? He's Gu Xiaoming's father, someone we all have to call Uncle Gu when we see him. To say that he doesn't have gray hair, your father is in his 30s, older than him, and he doesn't have gray hair on his head." Meng Jinyao was slightly stunned. She could understand that her best friend would dislike Gu Jingxi, but she felt okay with accepting an uncle like Gu Jingxi as her husband, pursed her lips and smiled and said, "Wouldn't that be nice? He's Gu Xiaoming's father. Then I'm Gu Xiaoming's mother, and Gu Xiaoming has to bow obediently and call me mother when he sees me." Upon hearing this, Song Xining was a bit dumbfounded and felt pained, choking back tears. "Yao, you still say that you're not stimulated? Marrying a man who is so much older than you and has a hidden disease, just to get back at your fiancé and make him call you mother? Yao, why are you so stupid?" When she said that, tears had overflowed her eyes. Her face was disheveled and full of despair, and looking at that near-collapse expression, It seemed that her good sister, marrying a bad old man, was even more difficult for her than her marrying a bad old man herself. Chapter 36. Jingxi Eavesdropping. Meng Jinyao looked at her best friend being sad for her. That haggard look was obviously due to worrying about her. She hadn't slept well for a few days. She was touched in her heart, in addition to the two big maids beside her in this world. Only An Ning would be worried and sad about what happened to her. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the tears seeping out of the corners of Song Xining's eyes, and said with a straight face, An Ning, it's because I'm not a fool that I didn't choose the second or fourth duke. Song Xining was puzzled. What do you mean? Meng Jinyao said without hesitation. They are the children of the concubine's eldest and second houses, while Gu Xiaoming is the marquis's son. Choosing between them, although they become Gu Xiaoming's sister-in-law or younger sibling, they are still ultimately inferior to him. How could the second or fourth dukes protect me? Only Gu Jingxi can. He is Gu Xiaoming's father and can suppress Gu Xiaoming. Song Xining froze at her words, carefully pondering her words, and after a long time, she gently nodded, and then turned to ask, So? Is your old man treating you well? Meng Jinyao thought back over the past few days and honestly said, Other than being horny, everything else is okay. He's horny. Song Xining's voice suddenly rose, looking at Meng Jinyao in shock and dismay, seeing that she didn't look like she was joking, finding it unbelievable, and incredulously saying, Doesn't Marquis Gu have a hidden disease? He can't even. How come he's still horny? Qingxiu and Ningdong also froze, thinking of the marquee courtyard of the beautiful maids. Even the maid of the miscellaneous are clear-eyed. There is no one as ugly. It is difficult not because of this. The lady thinks the marquis is horny. Even Song Xining's maids froze, feeling that it was unlikely that they had seen Marquis Gu, a man who didn't even look at beauty. Meng Jinyao nodded gently. Even though he has a hidden disease, it doesn't affect him being horny. She thought to herself, if Gu Jingxi wasn't horny, what did he do the night before when he secretly pulled open her lapel? Wasn't it because he thought that since he couldn't eat it, he would just look at it for a while? Song Xining hesitantly said, My uncle is a close friend of his, and he once said that he is a dignified gentleman who keeps himself clean and doesn't get close to women. Yao, do you have some misunderstanding about him? Meng Jinyao returned. That proves that your uncle doesn't know him well enough. This is where Ning Dong couldn't help but say, Miss Song, the maids in the marquee courtyard are all as beautiful as flowers. When these words came out, Song Xining's master and servant both felt that Meng Jinyao was probably mistaken. Which proper house, seeing her husband surrounded by a bunch of beautiful maids, her heart wasn't too good, and she was prone to rambling thoughts. If it were someone else, it might be really horny, but Gu Jingxi wouldn't. He can't even if he wanted to, it would be a mindless thing. After a short while, Meng Jinyao added, But what kind of man isn't horny? Just my father, who likes my stepmother so much, still has several beautiful concubines? Song Xining froze slightly, suddenly thought of her own parents, her parents Qin and Sheng, but it did not prevent her father to take 2 concubines. Their 2 concubine daughter was born of 2 concubines. However, her mother is also open-minded. Usually the attitude of the 2 concubines is considered mild, never harsh treatment. Concubines are also peaceful, and self-restraint did not make a demon. Compared to other families, the backyard of their Song family is relatively calm. She nodded approvingly. That's right. What man is not horny? The ones who are truly not horny. Then I guess it's only monks. Meng Jinyao said, Ning, let's stop talking about men and talk about something else. Song Xining nodded and responded, then skirted around the topic to talk to her about what she had seen and heard recently. Yao, that sister of yours, who used to hate hearing bystanders disparage you every day to hold her in high regard, yesterday even broke the mold and spoke well of you. What a hell of a thing to say. Meng Jinyao was quite surprised and asked with interest, She'll put in a good word for me? What did she say? She said. Song Xining coughed lightly and pinched her voice, following Meng Jinyu's tone. What nonsense are you talking about? My big sister and my big sister's husband have an amicable relationship. That's why they weren't treated coldly. The day my big sister returned to the house, we all in the Meng family saw clearly that my big sister's husband loved my big sister 100 times over. Upon hearing this, Meng Jinyao raised her eyebrows and laughed lightly. Meng Jinyu has learned to be smart, but with that brain of hers, she can't think of anything too long-term, probably because my good stepmother taught her well. Song Xining didn't respond. What do you mean? Meng Jinyao tugged at the corners of her lips, hooking up a mocking smile as she taunted. I'm doing well in the Gu family. I'm favored by my husband, and even if my husband's family doesn't support them, they can still profit from it. And when they go out, the people on the other side of the door will look at the marquee of Chongqing's house and give them a few points of respect. So what good would it do them to discredit me outside? Wouldn't that make outsiders think that I'm at odds with my mother's family? As she spoke, she paused slightly and snorted lightly. Of course, if I were to be treated coldly in my husband's family, they would be impatient to get rid of their relationship with me, and would even fall on their sword in front of people, saying that I am so bad and a disgrace to their family, and that they are entitled to pretend that they have never given birth to this rebellious daughter of mine. Upon hearing this, Song Shining was instantly enlightened and frowned. No wonder Meng Jinyu broke the mold yesterday and put in a good word for you. I thought she had changed her nature. Meng Jin Yao half squinted her eyes and said in one word, "She is for her own future. Yongchang Bufu has fallen into disrepair. Her marriage is no better, but there is an elder sister who is the wife of Chongqing Marquis and is favored by Chongqing Marquis. That's not the same again." Song Shining frowned even tighter. They are really unprofitable. Meng Jin Yao had long since gotten used to it and shrugged. They've always been like this. Next door to the elegant room, two gentle and elegant men stand opposite each other, close to the wall to listen to the conversation of the elegant room next door. These two people are the secretary of the Dalizi Gu Jingxi and the Dalizi secretary Chi Yunwen. They are both close friends, but also the boss and subordinates, but also teamed up with the best partner to solve countless cases. Gu Jingxi listened to the conversation next door. When he heard the two girls talk about what men are horny, he lost interest in continuing to listen. His face dark and inscrutable, his eyes faintly looked askance at his best friend, who was forcibly holding back a smile. His thin lips gently opened, and his tone was indifferent as he asked, "Chima Bai, is this the reliable news you're talking about?" Mo Bai is Chi Yunwen's character. Chi Yunwen didn't expect this either and smiled sarcastically, explaining, "Yao Ling, the news I received did indeed find out that they would be here to discuss things. I really didn't expect that the news would be wrong, and that the people next door would actually be my niece and that little daughter-in-law of yours." Gu Jingxi furrowed his brows and his tone sank. "Didn't expect it? I really didn't expect it. It's all the fault of the people below for not doing their job well and not having accurate information." Chi Yunwen had an innocent face and a few moments of helplessness. Thinking of the conversation he overheard just now, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, squeezing his eyes towards Gu Jingxi and teasing, "Bad old man, really didn't expect, you're usually like a monk, but you're even horny." Chapter 37. He's an old man. I really didn't expect it. It's all the fault of the people below for not doing their job well and not having accurate information. Chi Yunwen had an innocent face and a few moments of helplessness. Thinking of the conversation he overheard just now, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, squeezing his eyes towards Gu Jingxi and teasing, "Bad old man, really didn't expect, you're usually like a monk, but you're even horny." Gu Jingxi was speechless all of a sudden. That incident the night before last was really a misunderstanding, and I didn't expect that little girl to tell her bosom friend that he was horny. As for what a bad old man, he felt that he was still young and had decades before he became a bad old man. Seeing his silence, Chi Yunwan was stunned and looked his friend up and down, looking at this well-dressed and righteous appearance, which was not related to being horny. He was incredulous and said curiously, "Yao Ling, you can't really be horny, right? You look quite decent, you really can't tell." Gu Jingxi glanced at him. "What do you think?" Chi Yunwen pondered, then laughed. "Your little daughter-in-law and my niece is a close friend. Often go to the Song family to play. I have seen a few times in the Song family. Is a rare beauty, such a beauty named to marry you. It is difficult to let a person is not heartbroken. You will suddenly see the color of the heart is not impossible." Gu Jingxi faintly said no. That little girl is extremely beautiful, but he is certainly not to see the color to marry. As for what reason will agree to marry that little girl, he himself cannot say. The ghost of God married. Chi Yunwen stifled his laughter and teasingly asked, "Not what? Is it not lustful? Or did you not see lust?" Gu Jingxi returned, "Neither." Chi Yunwen saw him answer as serious, suddenly remembered his former fiancé. That is the capital's first beauty, or zither in chess, calligraphy and painting, poetry and song, all proficient talent and appearance, numerous princes, grandchildren and nobles for the children to fall in love with. The Meng family that girl and his former fiancé compared to were a little less than a step. He had never acted out of character with his ex-fiancé, so how could he be interested in that girl from the Meng family? What kind of horny talk is that? There's probably some kind of misunderstanding. Chi Yunwen hesitantly said, "Can it be that you married her because you felt that the son did not teach the father, and that the son's debt was paid by the father? Married are married. Why need to look deeper into what the reason?" Gu Jingxi didn't answer positively. His eyes fell on him and said faintly, Your niece has a problem with her eyes. I think you as an uncle have to go and care about it, and take her to see a doctor so as not to aggravate her condition one day. Chi Yunwen was confused. What's wrong with Ning's eyes? Gu Jingshi pursed his lips and smiled faintly, his tone ghostly as he asked rhetorically. You're a year older than me. I'm a bad old man. So what are you? An old undead who is about to enter the ground. As his words fell, Chi Yunwen's face suddenly changed, his mind echoing the phrase, old undead who will soon be in the ground. Feeling that his entire being was not well, he stiffened his face and said, My sister's education of her children still needs to be strengthened. I'll talk to her about it next time I see her. Gu Jingshi gently nodded her head and let out a hmm. In a moment, Chi Yunwen's gossipy heart rose again and asked curiously, Yao Ling, after so many years of being alone, what does it feel like to suddenly have more than one little daughter-in-law? Gu Jingshi's face gave a lurch, and then he returned 2 words succinctly, making a scene. With that rebellious son of his, there would be a lot of arguing to do in the future. Chi Yunwen froze, but on second thought, and feel normal, it is said that things gather in groups, people are divided into groups, can be with his niece to fool around with the girl, and how can not make trouble? Although this is true, but he is still a serious appeasement. Yao Ling, she is still small, then your son is still small, the little girl is a little rowdy is normal. You more to take it easy, and so after a few years of temperament will be calm, will not be rowdy. Gu Jingshi silently. He felt that in a few years is also the same farce. Look at the face of his friend Gossip. He did not want to continue this topic, stood up, faintly said, This case you continue to follow up on your own. Half a month to check out the suspicions of the closure of the case in the future. This kind of false news don't look for me again. Huh? Chi Yunwen froze and smiled sarcastically. Yao Ling, this was an accident. It's all because the people below were not doing their job well and were unreliable. Gu Jingshi glanced at him and said in a faint voice, I'll go back first. You continue to be busy. Now that I'm still on wedding leave, don't look for me next time if there's nothing major. Chi Yunwen nodded his head and cursed his subordinates in his heart for being unreliable, causing the 2 of them to make a trip for nothing. If they had known that, they wouldn't have made the trip themselves. Just open the door of the elegant room. Chi Yunwen saw the door of the elegant room on the right opened, and the person inside walked out. He froze when he saw the man, but the man didn't notice him and walked towards the stairway on the right. Gu Jingshi also noticed, quickly walked to the elegant room on the right, and scanned inside. It was already empty. The man from the party was the last to leave. Chi Yunwen followed Gu Jingshi and probed, not seeing anyone. His face changed. Gu Jingshi turned his head sideways to look at his best friend, who had a subtle blush as he lightly opened his thin lips and said nonchalantly, Very good. Yao Ling this? Chi Yunwen looked at the already empty elegant room. All of a sudden, do not know what to say. The news is right, isn't the tea runja meat, but it is not the left side of the elegant room, but the right side of the elegant room. Just now they eavesdropped on the left side of the listen to the conversation between his niece and the Meng family, that girl. Gu Jingshi asked, Is it the people below who are not doing their job well? Or is it you who don't distinguish between left and right? That's a good question. Chi Yunwen touched his nose in embarrassment, recalling some of yesterday's events. I have to go back and check. Perhaps I drank a bit of wine with the other colleagues yesterday and got a little drunk and got sidetracked. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingshi's face quickly sank, and he admonished in a deep voice, Mo Bai, it's easy to drink and get into trouble, especially us. If we're not careful and get set up and get into trouble, losing our official hats is small. Losing our lives is big. Chi Yunwen also knew that the situation was serious. Fortunately, this time it wasn't a big deal, and nodded his head repeatedly. Hey, I'll just do it this time. Next time it will never be like this. Gu Jingshi glanced at him and then said, For the rest, you make good tale of yourself. Chi Yunwen responded bitterly and turned to ask, Yao Ling, it's almost noon. Why don't we have lunch together later before we leave? Looks like you're idle? Gu Jingshi raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, Since I'm idle, I'll go ponder those unsolved mysteries and see if I can find a breakthrough. Chi Yunwen choked on that. Just then, the door to the left elegant room also opened, and Song Xining and Meng Jinyao came out from inside. Song Xining came out first, and was surprised to see Gu Jingshi, subconsciously taking her leg back and turning her head to Meng Jinyao. It's over, Io. Your family's old man is here too. Chapter 38, Men Hold Grudges. Song Xining's voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't small either, and not only did Meng Jinyao hear it, even Gu Jingshi and Chi Yunwen, who weren't that far away from each other, heard it clearly. At this moment, it was as if the air had frozen, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped the entire corridor. Meng Jianyao's eyebrows jumped, subconsciously. She stepped forward to look to the right, and really saw her husband Gu Jingxi. The moment her eyes met, the man looked at her with a smile. Her face froze. Her heart was so weak, she suddenly had a sense of urgency that she wanted to hide. What is this? Not long ago, he was talking about people, and even a moment ago, he called them old men, and now he bumped into them, and that old man was heard clearly by them. She eyeballed Gu Jingxi's location, the doorway of the elegant room next door to theirs, which just happened to be separated from theirs by an elegant room. And since it was separated by an elegant room, their conversation within the elegant room. Even though the volume was occasionally louder, Gu Jingxi definitely didn't hear it. Thinking of this, Meng Jinyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, the corners of her mouth turning up as she went up to greet her as if nothing had happened. Husband, what a coincidence. Why are you here as well? The little girl's delicate face blossomed into a laughing flower. Her smile rippled, and her laughter went straight to the bottom of her eyes, and those beautiful eyes became more and more soulful. And there was a kind of indescribable dainty charm and good manners when she slightly tilted her head to look at him. It was just that there was a hint of imperceptible currying favor in those eyes, as if they were thinking of muddying the waters, so that he would not pursue the words of Miss Song just now, and pretend that he had not heard anything. Gu Jingxi raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't intend to let her off the hook. This girl said he was horny with her bosom friend only a short while ago, and now he's still being talked about as an old man. He smiled seemingly and returned, "It's quite a coincidence. Have you disturbed the lady's conversation with Miss Song?" Meng Jin Yao's smile froze. Didn't disturb. Song Shining also know that he said the wrong words. Hate to time can be reversed, but do not say all said can only be when they have not said, gagging muddle through. Turn their eyes to look at their own uncle. A few steps forward, smile to please. Uncle, your old man is also in it. Chi Yunwen now looks at the usually cute and delightful niece more and more unpleasant. See, niece, remembered his friend's sentence. You are 1 year older than me. I am a bad old man. Then you are what? An old undead who was about to be buried in the ground. It was so that he felt that his niece's calling Yao Ling an old man was tantamount to calling him old and undead, and he was only 30 years old, so he wasn't any kind of old and undead. He glared at his niece with a stern face and said in a bad mood, "What are you talking about? What old man? Your uncle is just getting old. He is still young, unlike your father, an old man who is nearing the end of his life." Song Shining was choked by these words, and her smile suddenly froze, glancing at Meng Jinyao, who was also smiling awkwardly, with a look that seemed to say, "Do men care that much about what others say about their age? Ning, Uncle will take you to see a doctor, so that the doctor can give you a cure for your eyes." With that, Chi Yunwen stepped forward and tugged on his niece's arm, preparing to walk towards the stairway on the right, and gently nodded towards Meng Jinyao before he left, sister-in-law. Ning's condition cannot be delayed. I'll take Ning to take a step ahead first. Song Shining was bewildered. Uncle, there's nothing wrong with my eyes. What doctor should I see? What kind of patient thinks he has a problem? Chi Yunwen dragged his niece away without saying a word, secretly saying in his heart that this stupid child with a lack of heart, but anyone who was smart enough to know that he was helping her, bringing her the culprit, to escape from this awkward atmosphere. As the uncle and nephew departed, Song Shining's maid followed them step by step. Not long after, Meng Jinyao and her husband were left in the corridor, as well as the two maids, Qing Qiu and Ning Dong, who kept their heads down and their eyes on the ground. The hallway was quiet, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Meng Jinyao and Gu Jing, she glanced at each other, wanting to explain. On Gu Jing, she that seemingly smiling look, she wanted to speak but stopped, embarrassed to be able to use her toes to pick out an acre or three to. Just now in Ning that sentence, people have heard a clear understanding of ah. In the end, it was Gu Jingxi who broke the silence. Is there anything else, ma'am? Meng Jinyao subconsciously shook her head. No. Is there anything else, husband? Gu Jingxi said, since it's fine, let's return to the mansion. Upon hearing this, Meng Jinyao gave a ha. Seeing that Gu Jingxi had already turned towards the stairway, she hesitated for a moment, then took a step to follow. Ning had already left with Lord Qi, and she had nothing else to do, so it would be good to go back to the house first. The couple exited the Cha Ran residence and immediately hit the road back home. Meng Jinyao originally thought that she was returning to the mansion on her own, but she didn't expect Gu Jingxi to follow her back, and she also had a carriage with her, allowing her two maids to go to his carriage. In the carriage, the atmosphere was quiet and a little awkward. Meng Jinyao sat for a while. Then some cannot help but raise his eyes to look at the man sitting opposite. Gu Jingxi said a sentence to return to the house, did not speak again. Now the expression of light cannot see is not because of the words of aining angry. Noticing her line of sight, Gu Jingshi lightly glanced at her and opened his lips. What is Madam staring at me for? Meng Jin Yao immediately squeezed out a smile and returned. Husband looks good. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingshi lightly sked in disbelief and said in a nonchalant manner, "What's there to see in an aged old man?" Listening to this self-deprecating tone, Meng Jin Yao's mouth twitched, thinking, are all men that vindictive? They're ready to go home, but they still want to rehash old scores. But who asked her to be in the wrong? She busily smiled and responded, husband is in his prime, in full bloom, handsome and peerless looking. He looks just 23 or 24 years old. Not like he is 29 years old. Where is he old? Really? Gu Jingshi raised an eyebrow and returned with a sly tone. I thought that Madam disliked me and regretted marrying an old man of my age, an old man who is not only old but also horny. This sentence is like a thunderbolt. Meng Jin Yao split a scorching. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, shocked and dismayed, looking at Gu Jingshi. Gentle and elegant gentleman really does not seem to be able to listen to the corner of the wall. But if it is not listening to the corner of the wall, how do you know that she has told Aining that he was horny? She said incredulously, husband eavesdropping on our conversation? Gu Jingshi naturally would not admit that he intentionally eavesdropped, that originally wanted to listen to other people's conversations, who expected to be misinformed, and inadvertently heard her conversation with her friend. So he did not change his face and said, look at the lady's look. So the lady really said with someone that I am a womanizer? Meng Jin Yao's face froze. So, she's just stoned herself? Gu Jingshi didn't eavesdrop at all, but just said it casually, and she didn't hit herself? Gu Jingshi looked at her face change and change. Her lips slightly opened as if she was brewing the wording of a sophistry, hooked his lips, and smiled faintly. Ma'am, aren't you going to explain? Chapter 39. I believe in your ladyship. Meng Jin Yao didn't want to explain. She just wanted to weasel her way out of it, pulling up a smile and asking rhetorically, if I say that I've never said such a thing, will husband believe me? Gu Jingshi said in a profound manner, is the lady touching her own conscience and telling me that you have never said that kind of thing? That's for sure. How could I talk about my husband like that in front of my friends? Meng Jin Yao responded without thinking, the main fight a dead giveaway, conscience and all that aside. Seeing that the little girl was smilingly looking at herself, her eyes as innocent as they could be, Gu Jingshi knew that it was impossible for her to admit it. So he nodded and said, if the lady says there is no such thing, then there is no such thing, and I believe in the lady. Meng Jin Yao wasn't the least bit vain, her tone firm. I never said that. Gu Jingshi nodded his head and guffawed. Your wife is a gentle and virtuous wife, and is not the kind of person who speaks ill of her husband behind his back. Meng Jin Yao choked. If you don't believe me, why are you cursing me? Gu Jingshi didn't dwell on the topic again, and picked the curtain of the car window to look out, then put down the curtain, and said to Meng Jin Yao, seeing that it's almost noon, the front is the cuisine building. Do you want to use the lunch and go back? Meng Jin Yao and her mother's family is used to being poor. Stepmother's son said that the family is not as good as before, to open the source of expenditure, so cannot give too much silver to the children. Around the children and the family food and clothing is not worried about, and develop the habit of hard work and thrift is also quite good. Of course, the object of this open source cutting is limited to her and her second brother Meng Chengzhong. Son's pair of children are not in the scope, only on the surface of the same. Privately, son will be subsidized. So when she heard about a restaurant like a cuisine restaurant, where a single meal exceeded her 1 month's regular silver, she instinctively shook her head and said back, there's no need to waste silver, it's not too far from home here, so it's better to go home and use the lunch again. Gu Jingshi glanced at her, pondering, and then smiled. There is no need for your wife to be so frugal. Although my husband is not very capable, it is still more than enough to support your wife. As Meng Jin Yao listened, she remembered with hindsight that there was someone around who would check out for her. She was poor, but Gu Jingshi wasn't. Therefore, she immediately changed her mind and said with a smile, since that's the case, then I won't save my husband any silver. Let's have lunch at the He Cuisine restaurant today. When she said that, she raised her voice and instructed the driver, Uncle Zhang, stop at the front and the catering house. After finishing lunch at the He catering house, Gu Jingshi met a colleague and had something to do, so Meng Jin Yao took her maid back to the Chongqing Marquis mansion. On the way back to the mansion, Qing Xiu suddenly said, Madam, according to the slave girl's observation in the past few days, the Marquis is still quite good to you. You really married the right person by marrying the Marquis. Meng Jin Yao froze slightly, then nodded with a smile. When I didn't choose between the second Duke and the fourth Duke, but chose him instead, it was also because I had heard that he had a good character and a strong sense of responsibility. If we can always respect each other like we do now, and spend our lives together in peace, that would not be bad. Ning Dong interjected. The Marquis seems to have a pretty good temperament. Surely he can live a good life. Saying that, she was a bit sorry again. The only shortcoming is that the Marquis has a hidden disease. So much so that the lady can't have a child of her own. And the world's son is that kind of person. So in the future, I guess he won't be filial to the lady. Qingxiu was also worried about her master's future. And with a faint sadness shrouding her brows, she proposed, "Ma'am, why don't you discuss with the Marquis and pass on another child? A child who has been raised from a young age will definitely be close to you and will be filial to you in the future." Meng Jinyao was silent. Although she hadn't thought about the child's matter, it was clear that Gu Xiaoming's cheap son would definitely not treat her well. If there was a day when Gu Jingxi was no longer around, her good days would probably come to an end. Her cheap son Gu Xiaoming will have children and grandchildren, full of children and grandchildren, but nothing to do with her. Coupled with Gu Xiaoming and her relationship is not good. In the future, Gu Xiaoming's family to deal with her an old woman. She was outnumbered, but also really late in the bleak future. All things considered, Qingxiu's proposal was excellent. She nodded and said, "At the moment I don't want to bring up a child. I'll mention it to the Marquis in 2 or 3 years." When Ning Dong heard this, her face immediately bloomed into a smile, and her tone was filled with a few points of excitement as she quietly said, "Madam, Shitzi has no bearing. His virtue is flawed, and the Marquis house is probably going to decline when it comes to his hands. If you pass on a young son over and cultivate the young son to be excellent, the son can also be replaced by someone else." Upon hearing this, Meng Jin Yao slammed her face and reprimanded in a deep voice, "Ning Dong, be careful what you say." She suddenly changed her face, startling Ning Dong and mumbling, "Madam, the slave girl thinks that if you pass on a child to raise around you, you should fight for it." Qingxiu saw that she still did not understand the meaning of the lady, out of the voice to mention, "Ning Dong, some words can be in the heart to think, can also secretly pay action, but should not be said, because the walls have ears, so that the bystanders to listen to it. I'm afraid that there will be a disaster to come. We are the lady beside the heart of the lady. If we say the wrong words to do the wrong thing, not only will we be punished, the lady will also be implicated." When Ning Dong heard this, she immediately understood and busily said, "Madam, the slave girl knows her mistake." Meng Jinyao knows that Ning Dong and Qingxiu are both loyal maids to her, but with very different temperaments. Qingxiu is calm and collected, and is prone to being staggering. So there are some meticulous and important things to order Qingxiu to do. She said in a serious tone, "Ning Dong, the Changxing Marquis house has a large population. Several houses are in the dark, and it's more complicated than the Yongchang burial mansion. So you have to be careful with what you say and do, or else you'll accidentally pass the handle to someone else." Ning Dong nodded her head and responded, "Madam, the slave girl will definitely pay attention next time." Meng Jinyao eased her face, warmly instructed, "Not next time, pay attention. Try to do never next time. Be careful with what you say. Not only in my side to be so, even if you marry someone in the future, should also be so. There are some words you think in your heart is good, but cannot say out. Otherwise, the heart is fast and easy to offend parents-in-law and in-laws. It is not likely that will also quarrel with the husband. In short, it's always right to think twice before you act." Hearing this, Ning Dong's cheeks flushed a thin red, and she did not comply. "Madam, slave girl does not want to marry. Slave girl wants to stay by madam's side for the rest of her life." Meng Jin Yao pursed her lips and smiled. "That's because you don't have a sweetheart right now. And when you meet a man you like, you'll probably be begging for me to release your body contract." Ning Dong shook her head repeatedly, her head shaking like a rattlesnake drum, saying, "The slave girl won't have a sweetheart. Marrying a man who has to serve her husband, her father-in-law and mother-in-law, and maybe even a meddling sister-in-law or sister-in-law. How can she be as comfortable as she is by the side of the lady?" Meng Jinyao looked at Ning Dong with gentle eyes and smiled without saying anything. The world is unpredictable, and who knows what will happen down the road. Perhaps fate comes without notice and makes people change their initial thoughts. Chapter 40. All for the Lady. Wei Wei Xian. The master and servant trio returned to Wai Wei Xian. Meng Jinyao wanted to do something to pass the time, but she felt as if there was something she had forgotten, and all of a sudden she couldn't think of it. She looked at Qingxiu and asked, "Qingxiu, is there something I haven't done yet?" Qingxiu froze slightly and thought carefully before shaking her head. "Madam, you didn't tell your slave girl that you would be reminded of what to do recently." No. Meng Jin Yao's moon brows furrowed slightly. Why did she feel like there was something she hadn't done? Qingxiu shook her head once again and affirmed, there really isn't. Has Madame confused herself because of the recent bad things? Meng Jin Yao silent for a while, and then nodded. It is not impossible. The wedding day groom fled, was mocked by the whole capital, which in anyone who meets the bad luck, fortunately the temporary change of a still satisfactory groom, but also can make do or have to be stifled to death. Qingxiu was afraid that she was in a bad mood and suffocated. So she proposed, Madam, if you feel bored, why don't you call on Miss Song to go trekking together some other day to take a break? Meng Jinyao nodded and said, some other day. You go down first. I'll run through what I'm going to do next. Qingxiu answered and retreated with a blessing. In the afternoon, when the Xin hour would pass and the Yu hour would arrive, Meng Jinyao wanted to take advantage of the fact that the sunlight wasn't fierce anymore and go out for a walk when Chun Lu came in and reported, Madam, the Marquis asked you to go to the study. Meng Jinyao was stunned and immediately inquired, to the study in the front yard? Chun Lu shook her head slightly and replied respectfully, back to Madam, it's our YY Wei Xian study. The Marquis is just back from outside. Meng Jinyao asked again, did the Marquis say what he was looking for me for? This Marquis didn't tell the slave girl, only instructed the slave girl to report to Madam. Chun Lu said and added, Marquis just came back from outside. His mood seems to be quite good. He didn't even frown. Upon hearing this, Meng Jinyao gave Chun Lu an appreciative glance. No wonder she was transferred by her mother-in-law, old Lady Gu, to YY Wei Xian as the eldest maid. Chun Lu's ability to read people's words and colors was extremely good. Knowing that she had doubts in her mind, she purposely disclosed Gu Jingxi's current mood, so that she would feel at ease and go to the study. Study. Meng Jinyao had been to the study in the front yard, but Wei Wei Xian's study had never set foot in it. She pushed open the door to the study, and after stepping into it, she subconsciously looked around, and it was simply furnished. Inside the study, the windows are clear, the wall is hung with a few landscape pictures. The right side of the bookshelf is full of books, the left side is by the window, and a pot of bamboos is placed on the shelf beside the window. The pear blossom wood bookcase was placed 5 steps away from the windowsill, and Gu Jingxi was sitting on the circle chair behind the bookcase, his fingers gently tapping the rosewood box on the bookcase. Seeing her coming, Gu Jingxi stood up, picked up the wooden box on the bookcase, moved to sit in front of the chair on the lower left side of the bookcase, placed the wooden box on the small coffee table in the middle of the 2 chairs, and said to her, Ma'am, let's sit down and talk first. Meng Jin Yao answered, closing the door behind her with a smooth hand, walking over to the other chair beside him, and sitting down, questioning, what does husband want to see me about? Gu Jingxi opened the wooden box and took out a key from it, as well as a blue-covered booklet, placing it on the small coffee table, and said in a warm voice, Madam, this is the key to my treasury, and this is a booklet of treasury items, so that when you attend a wedding banquet in the future, you can also pick from it if you need any congratulatory gifts for any favors you may need. He said and paused, then took out other things from the wooden box, which were the deeds of the manor and stores, and put them on top of the booklet, and then said, these manor and stores are my private property, and since you married in, they will be handed over to you to take care of. Finally, Gu Jingxi pulled out a stack of silver bills from his sleeve and put them down together, raising his eyes to look at the little girl, whose dress was considered plain compared to that of his 2 sisters-in-law and niece, without much jewelry on her. As for the clothes, just married over did not have time to redo on this set of new clothes, but the dark green is darker, thanks to her excellent looks, or cannot suppress the color. Wearing this dress, it looks mature and stable, but it is not very suitable for a young girl of 2 or 8 years old. A young girl of this age should wear a bright and does not have to dress up in an old-fashioned way. But look at her is not the kind of old-fashioned nature. Now wearing should be her stepmother's son's fine embroidery to do for her. In the end is not the real mother. And how could be dedicated? If she is not to marry into the Chongqing Marquis, but low married to other families, for fear that even a new dress will not give her to do. So good-looking daughter, Ming family won't raise it. So let him raise it. Raising a daughter will probably be much more interesting than raising a son. Gu Jingxi retracted his gaze and said warmly, although Zhonggong has a monthly allowance for you every month, but the girl's family has big expenses, so I'm afraid it's not enough, so you can take this silver ticket first, and if you need to buy any additional clothes or jewelry, take it and spend it despite, no need to save it. With this succession of important news, Meng Jin Yao listened in awe for a long time, unable to return to her senses as she stared blankly at Gu Jingxi. A moment later, she lowered her eyes to look at the things on the small coffee table again, What was registered inside the booklet, she didn't turn it over. She couldn't see it. But there were quite a lot of silver bills, a thick stack, and there seemed to be several deeds to manor houses and stores as well. Having lived for 16 years and never having seen so much money, her eyes froze at the sight of these things, and her heart was greatly shaken. Flattered, she asked, "Husband, you're putting me in charge of all this?" Gu Jingxi responded as a matter of course. "Men dominate women. These things should have been handed over to the lady a few days ago. It's just that I only thought of them today." Meng Jin Yao was taken aback, incredulous that Gu Jing she would give these properties to her to take care of, and asked numbly, "Husband, aren't you afraid that I'll have any crooked thoughts?" Gu Jingxi furrowed his brows, half-narrowed his eyes, and looked at her askance, his tone ghostly. "Could it be that Madam is trying to take my silver to secretly raise a little white boy?" Meng Jin Yao shook her head repeatedly. "I haven't thought about it, nor will I." Gu Jingxi then asked, "Then is the lady want to take my silver to subsidize her mother's family?" He said after a slight pause, then added, "It is not that my husband is heartbroken about the silver, but that such a maternal family is not worth supporting, and that you have this free money to purchase a few more sets of headgear." Meng Jin Yao shook her head again. That wouldn't be true. She was crazy to support the Meng family, except for her second brother Meng Qingzhang. Everyone else was no good. In the future, if something happened to her second brother, she wouldn't sit back and watch, but if something happened to the others, she wouldn't care. Gu Jingxi nodded with a smile. Since none of them will, these madam will take them, the manor and store. If they won't operate, they will follow the original mode of operation. The stewards are also trusted people. Madam will just check the accounts on time. After he said that, he put all the things into the wooden box and shoved it into the little girl's hand. Chapter 41. Recovering the Dowry. Meng Jin Yao lowered her head and stared blankly at the wooden box in her hands, which was not heavy, but she felt heavy in her hands. In the morning, she was still a poor person who couldn't even afford to eat at the peaceful meal house. And in the afternoon, she had become violently rich, and this feeling of instantly owning a large sum of money was surreal. Gu Jingxi gave all this to her to take care of. Wasn't he afraid that she would lose her fortune, spend it recklessly, and end up losing all of his property? Gu Jingxi looked at the little girl staring blankly, stupidly looking at the wooden box. Cannot help but feel funny. A few days ago, the fiancé fled. This girl did not make a fool, but also calmly deal with, but also the courage to change a husband. This seemed money on the silly. It is not possible that the fiancé is still no money is important. He smiled and asked, "What is it, ma'am?" At the sound of his voice, Meng Jin Yao raised her head to look at him and asked rhetorically, "Husband, aren't you afraid that I'll lose my family's fortune?" Gu Jingxi glanced at her and said with a verbal smile, "Husband and wife are one. Honor and disgrace are shared. What's mine is yours. However, it's also Madam's skill to be able to defeat my family's wealth. It's just that after defeating my family's wealth, Madam will probably have to live a hard life with me in the future." When Meng Jin Yao heard this, her mind was shaken and her eyes flashed with astonishment. They were married under those circumstances. Compared with normal ordinary couples, in the end is not the same. At most just make do. Gu Jingxi even feel that they are one and the same. Take her as the real sense, honor and disgrace of the wife. I have to say, Marquis Gu is surprisingly responsible, just such a responsible person. Raised Gu Xiaoming like no responsibility, capricious and arrogant son, probably because Gu Xiaoming bad at the root, the nature with the biological parents. Gu Jingxi seemed to be able to see what was in her mind. So he said, "Marrying into the Gu family has wronged Madam. Other things can't be given to Madam. As far as this out-of-body stuff is concerned, I hope Madam doesn't mind." As soon as Meng Jin Yao heard this, she immediately understood. So she felt that she owed her for having a hidden disease. So she compensated her in terms of money. But who would dislike money? But who would mind money? This was a substantial compensation. She was strapped for cash and wanted to buy some things without money. So this money came as a timely rain. She fixed her mind, her mood calmed down, the corners of her mouth rippled with a smile. And she responded calmly, "It's not too much to ask, and since husband is assured to leave it to me to manage, then I will manage it well." Gu Jingxi nodded and said, "Calling the lady over is for this matter. If the lady has nothing else to do, go out first. I still have some things to do. Then I'll go out first and won't disturb my husband from his business." After Meng Jin Yao said that, she carried the wooden box out of the study and returned to her own bedchamber before opening it and taking out the contents to take a look. Flipping through the booklet of the treasury, looking at the list of items recorded above, she was amazed. The things in the treasury were more amazing than she imagined. There were quite a lot of treasures and paintings and antiques in it, and quite a few of them were imperial gifts, probably rewarded by the emperor after Gu Jingxi's merit. There are those manor store. Looking at the deed, the manor is outside the capital. Look at the location is excellent. A year harvest must be a lot. Stores also are in the capital busy street. These stores are day into the money. No wonder Gu Jingxi would say that it was her skill to be able to defeat his family's fortune, and she didn't think she had the ability to defeat all of Gu Jingxi's private property. In the end, Meng Jin Yao counted the silver bills that Gu Jingxi had given her. They were all in different denominations. There were 50 taels, 100 taels, 500 taels, 1,000 taels, and 5,000 taels, a total of 30,000 taels of silver bills. 10,000 family wealth clutched in her hand. Her whole person is a little bit of a trance. Gu Jingxi is really generous. This is really give too much. Whose husband to the lady pocket money on 30,000 taels. Ning Dong and Qin Xiu came in and froze immediately when they saw their master, holding a stack of silver tickets. Qin Xiu asked, "Madam, why do you have so many silver bills?" Meng Jin Yao briefly and succinctly talked about what happened in the study. When the two maids heard this, they were all shocked, but at the same time, they were also happy for their master, to be able to hand over the property to the master to manage. This means that the Marquis recognizes the master in his heart and treats the master as a real wife, and will live a good life with the master. Ning Dong looked at the stack of silver bills, thoughtfully, and said, "Madam, since this silver is given to you by the Marquis to spend, why don't you go out tomorrow and buy some clothes and jewelry? Your current dress is really too plain. Earlier there was no condition to dress up. That was out of the question. Now the Marquis has given you silver," she said, and took a look at the master. The master's dress can't be said to be shabby. It can only be said to be dignified and plain. Son's dowry for the master also has jewelry, but they are all more vulgar styles. It would be better not to wear them, and even the clothes are on the older side of the color. Sons to the master, always so. Jewelry is worth a bit of money. Jewelry. Clothing material is not bad, just not good. This is not because of the fear of the master rob the second girl's popularity. The master looks good. If the dress is good, the second girl will be reduced to a companion. It is just that son's habit has become natural, shallow eyesight, has forgotten that the master is going to marry and prepare all the things to be brought to the husband's family, while thinking of relying on this marriage for the benefit of the Meng family. But do not work on the master. No conditions to dress up good-looking. The future aunt cannot see. They still want to seek what interests? Meng Jin Yao nodded and said rightfully, "This is natural. I'm his wife. It's only natural that I spend his money. And if I save his money and don't spend it, it's unlikely that there are other women who will spend it for me." Qin Xiu said, "Lady, and relax. The Marquis doesn't look like that kind of person. It doesn't look like that kind of person at the moment, but who knows what's going to happen in the future. It's important to live the moment well." Meng Jinyao was open-minded and didn't care if her husband would keep another woman in the future, clutching the silver ticket in her hand. In a flash of lightning, she snapped to mind a major event that she had forgotten about. Ning Dong and Qin Xiu noticed the sudden change in her face and asked in unison, "Madam, what's wrong with you?" Meng Jin Yao looked at Qin Xiu and asked rhetorically, "Qin Xiu, do you remember when I asked you at noon if there was anything I forgot to do?" Qin Xiu nodded. The slave girl still remembers his madam forgetting something? Meng Jin Yao hooked up an intriguing smile, her red lips opening and closing as she responded with two words, dowry. Before she got married, the spring cold, sick, the whole person drowsy, no energy to do anything, just recuperate from the disease to the day of the wedding, but did not have time to ask for back to the mother's dowry. Originally thought of the three dynasties to return to the door to ask back, who expected the fiancé eloped with a person of the bad things. She put the main thing are forgotten. This statement, Ning Dong and Qin Xiu also snapped to mind this forgotten top priority. Uncle's original wife, the lady's real mother Zhou, married to the Meng family. There is a large dowry. Just after the death of the first lady, the dowry was uncle's step-family's son pinch in the hands. Said the lady is still small. First help the lady to manage, and so the lady out of the cabinet and then give it to the lady. Meng Jin Yao put the silver deed and the booklet back into the wooden box while saying, "I'll go shopping for clothes and jewelry some other time, and tomorrow I'll have to go to the Yang Changfu mansion to get my mother's dowry back." She has not been in a hurry to get her mother's dowry back from son's hands, but also because her maternal grandfather, before his death, gave her mother's dowry list because her mother was an only daughter without siblings, for fear that her husband's family would covet the dowry. So she left her mind open, and the dowry list was in duplicate in case the other was lost in the husband's family. And son must not have known that her mother's dowry list was in duplicate, so she thought to give some randomly to cope with her when she got married. Chapter 42. Come with good intentions. The next day, after Meng Jin Yao ate her breakfast, She took out what her maternal grandfather had given her, about her mother's dowry list, and compared it to the dowry list Sun had given her. She would like to see how big Sun's guts. In addition to the dowry of Yang Changfu to her share, her mother left her things. Sun added how much into her dowry, and how much obscured to satiate their private pockets. Comparing the two dowry lists against each other, Meng Jin Yao's face clouded over, and she snorted lightly. Guts aren't small, swallowing so much and not afraid of being propped up. Qingxiu and Ningdong sniffed, and both came over, asking, "What's wrong, ma'am? Look at you guys." They were all beloved maids, and Meng Jin Yao didn't guard against them, directly letting them look at the two dowry lists. The two maids were furious after reading it. Although the Yang Changfu has been declining, but the first daughter to get married, it is not so low as to give the first daughter such a shabby dowry. Yang Changfu to their master prepared. Many can be loaded into the box to take up space to fill the face, in fact, but not useful things. These things are not good to keep, can only be sold out to pawn some silverback. In addition, the dowry mentioned in the silver money, there are only 800 taels of dowry silver, which is in the public out, belonging to the Yongchang Bofa to the master. It is really less than pathetic. The marquis yesterday, to the lady's pocket money on 30,000 taels. This 800 taels is to send out the caller is not. And the first lady left to the master of the things. Those valuable jewelry, jade paintings, and other items basically did not add to the list, but with other less valuable things to replace. The day into the gold store with the loss of money, poor location of the store to replace. The top-grade good land with the replacement of inferior, directly to a civic cat for the prince. In this way, Sun had said, the first lady left behind the manor. Store harvest is not good. Let the master to save money. Do not waste. Those earned silver have to be left to the master to do dowry. Now compared to this dowry list, is not Sun's mouth, harvest is not good. The location is not good manner. Store how can the harvest is good? Ning Dong was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Madam, Sun is too much. Meng Jin Yao half squinted her eyes sullenly looking at the two dowry lists and laughed softly. It had long been expected that she'd satiate her private pockets, but I just didn't think that she'd swallow so much of it. But if she dared to do so, wasn't it my good father and good grandmother who authorized it intentionally or unintentionally? Hearing this, Ning Dong and Qing Xiu gave their master a heartbreaking glance. Yongchang Bo House, except for the second prince, everyone else is in collusion. After the death of the old uncle, no one protects the master. If it is not because of the marriage with the Chongqing Marquis house, the master still has a use for her, or else the days are afraid to be more difficult than the maids in the house. Meng Jin Yao took a deep breath and said to Ning Dong, Ning Dong, order someone to prepare a carriage. I'm going to the Yongchang burial mansion today. Yongchangba mansion. The concierge saw the big girl come back. This time he didn't dare to stop outside the door, and didn't have to inform uncle and madam first, and then zoom in the girl with the permission of the two masters. But the moment he saw the big girl, he immediately and enthusiastically greeted the big girl into the mansion. The uncle ordered a few days ago, if the big girl to return to her mother's home, not to stop people outside the door. If there is negligence, big girl will be heavily punished. Meng Jin Yao had just entered the mansion when she saw the mansion's housekeeper, and before she could make a sound, the housekeeper greeted her and said in a respectful tone, Big miss, you're back. With a slight nod, she opened her lips and asked, Are my father and mother home? The housekeeper replied in a respectful voice, Big miss, you've come back just in time. Today, uncle and madam are both at home. Even the world prince, the second duke, and the second miss are all there. Upon hearing this, Meng Jin Yao nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I thought I was going to make a trip for nothing today. The housekeeper froze slightly and gave her a deep look, only to see that she had a smile on her lips. But that smile did not reach the bottom of her eyes, and I don't know if I'm overthinking it or not, but the eldest girl seems to be coming from a bad place today. In a short while, Meng Jin Yao was invited to wait in the living room, and immediately a maid served her good tea, and fresh fruits and snacks were brought up for her to eat first to relieve her boredom, while another maid went to notify the other masters in the mansion. This treatment as a superior guest was a far cry from the day he returned to the door in the Third Dynasty. Ning Dong and Qing Xiu looked at all this, his face calm, but in his heart, he despised the deeds of Yongchang Bofu. Uncle, this is to see the day of the three dynasties to return to the door. The Marquis accompanied the master to return to the door, knowing that the master to get the favor of the Marquis, and re-see the value of the use of the master, want to stabilize the master, but it is a pity that their wishes are doomed to fall through. On that side, when Meng Dongyuan and Sun learned that Meng Jinyao had returned, they were both stunned. Only a few days ago, she had returned to the door in the Third Dynasty. So how could she suddenly come back today? And she hadn't sent anyone to inform her in advance. Sun thoughtfully asked her husband with an apprehensive face. Husband, do you think that girl Io did something wrong in her husband's house, and that's why she ran back in a panic, looking for us to help her make a good end? Meng Dongyuan immediately frowned. His face was not worried. That rebellious daughter in the boudoir, when it is not obedient to discipline. Married people still want to make trouble. If you do something to make Chongqing Marquis angry, was Chongqing Marquis abandoned back? Let her strangle her hair to do ants. Our Yongchang burial house does not welcome such a disgraceful daughter. Sun's eyes turned, softly said, Husband, perhaps we are overthinking. In fact, a Yao is sometimes quite well behaved. Today's return is probably not adaptable after marrying and misses her mother's family. Why don't we call on a few children and also go together to meet their big sister, so that a few children can get together? It's true that those born of the Death Star never have a peaceful time. Meng Donyuan said, unpleasantly glared at his wife. Loving mother more defeat children. You know that indulge her, not to be harsh on her is harmful to her. It's just that anyway. She is already married. We can't control her if she causes any trouble. Let her live her own life. I'm entitled to think that I never gave birth to this sinful obstacle. Sun smiled while instructing her maid to inform a few of her juniors. It didn't take long for the three siblings, Meng Jinyu, Meng Qingzhang, and Meng Qingxing, to arrive and join their parents in the parlor to meet their eldest sister. When their family of 5 arrived at the living room, they saw Meng Jin Yao leisurely sipping tea, not like she had gotten into trouble at her husband's house and needed to come back to beg her mother's family for help at the good end. Meng Dongyuan and Sun secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at each other, immediately raising a kind smile. Sun asked in a pleasant manner, Why didn't you send someone to notify me of a Yao's return? This way, mother can also have the kitchen prepare some of your favorite dishes. Meng Jin Yao raised her eyes to look at her, her gaze bland, not really caring. It doesn't matter if it's quasi-prepared or not. It's not like mother knows what I like to eat anyway. Sun choked on these words. Her smile was a bit untenable, and she looked at her husband in embarrassment. Meng Dongyuan reprimanded in a deep voice. Asshole. How do you talk to your mother? You siblings all have different preferences. It's normal for your mother to misremember occasionally. Meng Jin Yao wasn't annoyed. Her face was as usual. Her smile remained the same, and she slowly responded, It's also true that mother has always been forgetful. Just this time, for example, there were some things that she forgot to give back to me, and she didn't want mother to make a trip, so I came over on my own. As she said, she took out a list from her sleeve and handed it to Sun, which she had transcribed based on her birth mother's dowry list. And in order to prevent them from destroying the evidence, she first put up a copy of the transcript to help Sun recall it well. Chapter 43, Extremely Scummy Father. Sun's heard, willow eyebrows slightly knit up, the heart cursed. This little bitch hoof, and want to organize what moths? She raised her eyes to look at Meng Jin Yao, and seeing Meng Jin Yao looking at her with a smile, she had an unsettling premonition, and reached out to take the list that Meng Jin Yao handed over. Unfold the sheet and take a look. It was a long sheet, just folded up like a sonata. On top of it was a beautiful handwriting, hairpin lowercase. It was pleasing to the eye to look at, just too many words. It was written all over the whole long sheet. There were too many words. She had limited patience and didn't really want to read the above. Therefore, Sun only glanced at it before averting her eyes, hooking a smile, and asking softly, Yao, what is this? Meng Jin Yao was surprisingly patient today, and said with a smile, Mother will know when she looks at it. Look at what's recorded on it. Are you familiar with it? Sun nodded with a smile, her tone carrying a sense of indulgence. Good, mother will take a look first. Meng Donyuan frowned, disapprovingly squinted at his eldest daughter. This first eldest daughter from birth, he was not happy. The star of the dead, born in the birth of the death of the birth mother. Nature do not know with whom. Born with a bone, with the mother to speak with the thorns from time to time. If not for the son's generosity, do not take it personally. How can there be her? What a good day to live. Sun looked at the contents of the list. Her face suddenly changed, and the smile on her face couldn't hang on. Her gaze fixed on the words above, a heartbeat. When Zhou's dowry list, after she married in, it was pinched in her hands, and the people Zhou left behind were also dispatched by her. The only ones who were given by Meng Jin Yao's maternal grandfather's family were Ning Dong and Qing Qiu, saying that they were bought back to Meng Jin Yao as playmates, and that the deeds of the body were in Meng Jin Yao's hands, and that she could not do anything about it. But now, how could Meng Jin Yao have a dowry list that was recounted word for word? The people around her are all trustworthy. It's impossible for someone to steal that dowry list and transcribe a copy for Meng Jin Yao. So how could Meng Jin Yao have such a thing? Misappropriating her stepdaughter's birth mother's dowry. If this got out, how could she still go out and meet people? Seeing that her countenance had changed, Meng Jin Yao smiled unabated and inquired, "Mother, are the things unfamiliar?" Sun stabilized her mind and feigned to hook up a smile, as if nothing had happened, responding, "There are quite a few good things recorded on it. It's just that Mother doesn't have an impression of these things. Where did Io get the list from? Doesn't that ring a bell?" Meng Jin Yao stared at Sun for 2 breaths, instantly converging the smile on her face, her indifferent tone carrying an anger that could not be ignored. "This is my real mother's dowry list. After my mother died, you married into the Meng family, and this dowry list fell into your hands. You once said that I was still young, and that you would first keep these things for me, and then give them to me as they were when I got married, and add them to my dowry. However, when I looked at the dowry you prepared for me, I hardly saw the dowry my mother left for me, and almost all of it was made of worthless or useless things. And this is the dowry you said you wouldn't dishonor your stepdaughter's birth mother." When these words came out, Meng Jinyu, Meng Qingzhang, and Meng Qingxing, the three uninformed ones, all froze and looked at Sun in unison. Meng Dongyuan, on the other hand, flashed a shocked color, not expecting the eldest daughter to have knowledge of what her biological mother had left behind, and did not know who had secretly informed her. 10 years ago, the second brother contracted gambling. The mother's heart ached for her youngest son and privately condoned it, losing a lot of family money. Then the second brother drunkenly fell into the lake and drowned. Fortunately, the second brother did not leave an heir and did not have to share a share of the family money out, and the second sister remarried after the death of the second brother. Because the second brother lost part of the family property, coupled with the fact that over the years the Yang Changfu has declined, today's Yang Changfu is not like the Yang Changfu of more than a decade ago, and can only barely maintain the surface of the decency. Fortunately, Zhou left a dowry can make the Yang Changfu on hand much more generous. The dowry, even out of 2/3 to the future Qingxing married daughter-in-law, to the dowry of Au, so that the marriage of the two children can be decent many. As for the Qingzhang, that is the son of the common people are not more honored than the first son of the first daughter casually put together on it. He did not feel that there is something wrong with this. Yao, that rebellious daughter's birth, killed Zhou. I believe that Zhou also do not want their dowry to fall into the hands of this morning star. This morning star married to the Chongqing marquee house has all the glory. Zhou's those dowry. As to help younger siblings, are all close siblings, do not have to care about so much. When Sun was being questioned and was speechless, Meng Dongyuan spoke up to ease his wife's embarrassment. "Yao, how could your mother have dishonored your birth mother's dowry? Your birth mother died in childbirth. Your mother married in. You will be carried to the side to raise. These years you are naughty and do not listen to the teachings, but also your mother in front of your grandmother to plead for you. You do not listen to the wind is the rain misunderstanding of your mother. Hurt your mother's heart." Sun's top mood also calmed down and agreed. "Yes, Yao, the dowry your birth mother left you. Mother added it to your dowry list. Did someone say something to you and take a copy of whatever to fool you, so that you have a misunderstanding of mother?" Misunderstanding? Meng Jinyu laughed out softly as if she had heard some unimaginable joke, her eyes looking at the couple with mockery as she asked with a smile, "Father, mother, how do you have the cheek to say such things without feeling weak?" The sneering smile, the mocking eyes, as if they had already seen through everything, made Meng Dongyuan irritated as he angrily rebuked, "How dare you?" Then, she raised her face and glared at her eldest daughter, reprimanding her in a deep voice. "Yao, how do you talk to your parents? Is it because you think you've married into the marquee house and climbed up the ladder that you're so godly that you want to go back to your mother's home and play the bully to your parents?" Meng Jin Yao's smile deepened and she said without hesitation and with mockery, "I'm sure Father knows how much dowry my real mother has, but Father didn't even take a look and said I misunderstood her. Isn't that unfair? Or is it that Father already knows the inside story and is one of the initiators, so he wants to use his father's identity to suppress me and cover up the truth?" This is like stepping on Meng Dongyuan's tail. The anger is even more. "What are you talking about? My father would like to know who is in front of you to make a fuss. As for the so-called dowry list in your mouth, my father will also take a look for you, so that you can die," he said, reaching out and taking the long list in Sun's hand with one hand and lowering his eyes to look at it. "This does not look good. A look will be shocked. This list on the record of things, with the original match, Zhou's dowry list is exactly the same obviously Zhou's dowry list in the hands of Sun. The eldest daughter has not seen. The eldest daughter, and how will have this thing? And so on. The handwriting on the top of this list is new, and the paper is not old, not 17 years old, which means that this dowry list is not the original. As long as it's not the original. And if you can't get the original, you're dead in the water. Who knows if what's written on this list is true? Thinking of this, Meng Dongyuan's hanging heart was finally put down. His mind was greatly settled. He looked up at his eldest daughter and helplessly shook his head. Ah Yao, this is obviously freshly written. Even the paper is brand new. How could it be your birth mother's dowry list? Who on earth gave you something that made you misunderstand your mother? Chapter 44. With hard evidence in his hands. Meng Jinyu originally thought that her mother had really embellished the dowry of Meng Jinyao's birth mother, and was also apprehensive, fearing that her mother would really do such a thing, and that if it became a big deal, her mother would lose face, not to mention the fact that even she would be criticized, and that it would probably also affect her marriage. Now that she had heard her father's own confirmation that the dowry list was a fake, she was immediately relieved and glanced at her aggrieved mother as her anger flared. Seeing Meng Jinyao open her mouth to speak, she immediately preempted her voice and angrily chided. Eldest sister, you've really gone too far. When you were still in your infancy, your mother raised you with great care, and when you were punished by your grandmother, which time didn't my mother plead for you? Now you listen to the words of others, and before you can figure out what happened, you come back to question mother, thanks to which mother thought it was because you missed your mother's family, and purposely called me and my two younger brothers to see you. The youngest Meng Qingxing is also indignant. Big sister, the crow will also feed. You do not understand the grace of nurturing unjust, but also listen to slander wrongly accused mother. Today, if not father recognized, mother is afraid to jump into the yellow river cannot be washed. Meng Qingzhong looked at Meng Jinyao with nervousness in his eyes, and when he saw her return a look, he knew that she was winning today. Sun had definitely done that sort of thing, and his father probably knew about it as well. Listening to slander? Meng Jinyao snorted and asked rhetorically, second sister, third brother, how do you know that you yourselves aren't listening to lies right now? As she said that, her eyes fell on Meng Jinyu's neck, and when she saw the necklace Meng Jinyu was wearing around her neck, her eyes plummeted cold, and she snorted, second sister, this necklace around your neck was given to you by your mother, right? Upon hearing this, Meng Jinyu subconsciously touched the necklace around her neck. This necklace she liked very much. When she wore it out to see her little sisters, they also said it looked good. So she replied, this is a gift from my mother for my birthday. What is big sister asking about this for? Then did she tell you where this necklace came from? Meng Jinyao said, turning her eyes to look at Sun. Seeing Sun's face tense up the moment she looked over, she slowly told Meng Jinyu, this is one of my own mother's dowries. This necklace has another name. It's called the silver gilt inlaid tourmaline necklace. Your mother really knows how to be generous at the expense of her husband's original wife, using her husband's original wife's dowry to give her daughter as a gift for her birthday. The name of this necklace sounds familiar. Meng Dongyuan subconsciously looked at his second daughter's neck, but also really with the name he saw on the list to match. The second daughter of this necklace to wear is not the time. He busily spoke out to round up the situation. Ayao, are you bewitched? This necklace was customized by your mother for Ayu. Besides, this list is fake. Someone else wrote it not long ago and gave it to you. You should stop after so long. Don't just wrong your mother, and then confront your own sister. Well, today you come back. Your mother and I are very happy. Let's not mention these things to spoil the mood. Later, let your mother personally cook for you to make two dishes you like. We have a good meal as a family. After the meal, you talk to your father, who in the end is behind the back chewing on the tongue, away from you, and your mother, and daughter love. Meng Jinyao laughed softly. Father has good eyesight. The list is indeed newly written, but it's not written by anyone else. It's a copy of my mother's dowry list that I transcribed before I came over. At these words, Sun's heart was once again in her throat, her mind racing, thinking about who on her side had been the traitor, betraying her and stealing that dowry list to give to Meng Jinyao. Meng Dongyuan subconsciously looked at his wife, saw her tense face, and then looked at his eldest daughter again, pretending to be unsure. Ayao, what do you mean by that? Meng Jinyao's gaze faintly swept over the people present. Her eyes finally landed on Sun's body, and she said without any hesitation, when I was first born, my real mother died, and all the people around my real mother were sent away for doing something wrong. Plus my mother was an only daughter, and she had no siblings, so no one told me how my real mother was, and what kind of a scene it was when she got married, and how much of a dowry she had brought with her. But just because my mother did not have any biological siblings, so my maternal grandfather left a hand. Her dowry list is in duplicate, one in the hands of sons pinched after sons marrying in, the other in the house of my maternal grandfather, with a seal stamp on it. Just in case something happens in the future, was encroached upon the dowry, there is no way to redress the grievances. Now it seems that my maternal grandfather was wise back then, and someone really did embezzle my mother's dowry. When Sun and Meng Dongyuan heard this, their hearts were shaken, not realizing that the Zhou family had kept a hand. The couple glanced at each other. Meng Dongyuan saw the panic under his wife's eyes. He secretly said that women are useless, not calm when panicking, stabilized his mind, and said in a calm tone, Yao, you said that your mother's dowry list was in duplicate, but the other one the Meng family, never knew of its existence, nor have we seen it. In that case, your maternal grandfather could have written it even if he had. How can this be taken seriously? In case he writes which entire street of stores is your mother's dowry, can we still make it true? Meng Yao asked unhurriedly. Father, you don't believe in my maternal grandfather, so how much do you trust my grandfather? Meng Dongyuan said without thinking, that's naturally 10 points. Which son would have no trust in his own father? Mother used to favor the second brother, but father was more favorable to him. Although he married son to make father's heart dissatisfied, but in the end he is his father's son. Father and son have no overnight enmity? Looking at his eldest daughter's winning look, he thumped in his heart, feeling that his eldest daughter's party's question was probably a big pit, and he dug it for him to jump into. Meng Yao picked up her teacup, sipped a mouthful of tea, and slowly said, Since I will personally come to the door today to ask for my mother's dowry, I must have ironclad evidence in my hand, and I won't wrongly accuse Sunday. Since my father does not believe that my grandfather gave me that dowry list, that grandfather's handwritten letter, you believe it? I also have a letter in my grandfather's handwriting, which states that the list given to me by my maternal grandfather is true, and ends with my grandfather's personal seal and my grandfather's signature on it. Not only that, but there was also old Chongqing Marquis as a witness, and although he is gone now, he signed a letter with his signature. Parents love their children and plan far ahead. Grandfather left his hand in his mother's marriage to prevent her from being appropriated for dowry and destroying the list in the future. Later, when her mother died in childbirth, Sun married into the Meng family as a stepmother. At that moment, Sun loved her on the surface, but grandfather felt that Sun was hypocritical and unreliable, and knowing that grandfather truly loved her and planned for her in everything, he also categorized grandfather as a trustworthy person, and had grandfather write a letter to confirm it, and asked the old Chongqing Marquis, her deceased father-in-law, to come and be a witness. For the sake of his daughter and granddaughter, grandfather had really calculated everything possible, and it was fortunate that grandfather had been far-sighted, or else her mother's dowry would really have become someone else's bag. Chapter 45, Shamelessness. This statement is a shocking one. The crowd did not expect that there is still this hand, this Zhou mastermind in the end, how meticulous, in order to predict in advance, after every step forward, and will solve the law are prepared in advance. Sun and Ming Dongyuan, husband and wife, originally slowed down a sigh of relief. Thinking that you can say that you have not seen that list, do not recognize the authenticity of that list to put off the past, and now left this hand, that is ironclad evidence. The husband and wife's hearts were in their throats, especially Sun's. Her heart fluttered. Could it be that the virtuous name she had managed for years was about to be ruined? Although her husband and mother-in-law know the inside story, they will probably remove themselves and put the blame on her. Meng Jinyu and Meng Chengxing siblings also pinched a sweat for their own mother. Somehow they felt that what Meng Jinyao said was true, and that their mother had really missed out on the dowry left behind by the Zhou clan. Just as the couple's minds were racing, trying to turn the danger around, Meng Jinyao continued, Father is silent. Is it because he doesn't trust grandfather and your in-laws? Meng Dongyuan came back to his senses, shook his head slightly. His voice was still quite calm. For the father is not this meaning. Just feel surprised. There is this kind of thing. Just empty words without proof. You say there is solid evidence to prove, but for the father has not seen this evidence. How can you question your mother's character just because you say so? How she has treated you all these years, my father has seen it all. She loves you so much. How could she do such a thing? With that, he revealed a loving smile and said in a warm voice, Let's put it this way. If you have evidence, you might as well take it out first to show it to your father. If the evidence is really solid and verified that it really happened, I'll let your mother apologize to you. What do you think? These words were undoubtedly a reassuring pill to Sun. She looked at Meng Jinyao, who only had the two unarmed maids behind her, and her nervousness instantly calmed down. As long as the authentic copy of that list and the handwritten letter from the father-in-law were handed over, they could destroy the evidence and come to a dead end. Ayu and Qingxing were both her firstborn children, and they would definitely be inclined towards their own mothers and would not be inclined towards their eldest half-sisters. As for Qingzhang, that's the commoner's son, she was pinned to death. Surely do not dare to talk nonsense. Then let Meng Jinyao how to say, as long as there is no evidence, they can put the blame on Meng Jinyao. The other subordinates, forgive them for not daring to chew on their tongues, and find a reason to send them far away. However, what the couple could think of, Meng Jinyao had also predicted in advance, having been together for more than 10 years. How could she not know the couple's temperament? A moral appearance, a kind face, and a cruel heart. Both are hypocritical to the extreme. The heart is also very cunning. If it is really true, let Sun apologize to her? Just apologize? Will the things not be returned? Meng Jinyao furrowed her brows, put down the teacup in her hands, met Meng Dongyuan's gaze, and laughed. Father, I'm sorry that I can't hand over such an important piece of evidence to you. But if you guys are complicit in destroying the evidence, then won't I really become an empty talker? Why don't you first ask my good stepmother and ask her if she has ever done this? You child, what are you talking about? Is my father this kind of person in your eyes? Meng Dongyuan was furious, and soon he looked at Sun with a cooperative face, questioning, Ma'am, now that you all have your own opinions, I don't know which one of you is telling the truth and which one is telling a lie. So I'll ask you, is what Ayao said true? Sun and his husband and wife for many years naturally can tacitly cooperate, readily cooperating with his acting, directly crying out for wrongdoing. Husband, I'm wrongly accused. Ayao is the child I brought up. How could I have done such a thing? Ayao must have listened to someone else's slanderous rumors and couldn't even hand over solid evidence. So how could it be true? Seeing that the couple was putting on a show there, trying to use provocation to get her to hand over the evidence on the spot, Meng Jinyao lost her patience and waved her hand, saying, All right, you couples don't have to act in front of me, and I don't have the time to watch you guys act. Her eyes roamed back and forth between the couple, finally locking on Sun's body, hooking up a touch of intriguing smile, and then said, Today I'll leave the words. Father cannot believe in my words, but within 3 days I cannot collect the dowry left by my mother. We'll take it to the court. I'm on this side of the evidence is conclusive. A lawsuit, a quasi-permissive. Don't believe in it. You guys can try. Seeing that she not only did not fall for it, but also wanted to report to the police and take them to court, the couple was instantly panicked. Meng Dongyuan's face clouded over, and he immediately reprimanded. Nonsense. As he said, he glared at his eldest daughter in displeasure, annoyed. This is a family matter. Why do family matters need to be brought to the public court? You are a junior. A junior suing an elder is unfilial. Do you want the whole capital to know that the juniors of the Yongchang burial house are unfilial? Meng Jinyao snorted. How can you be filial if your elders are not kind? Meng Dongyuan angry face, a burst of green, a burst of white, angrily rebuked. This is no shadow of a thing. You want to make a fuss in the public hall. Now it is not that the elders are not merciful, but you are biased to listen to wrongly accuse the elders. Take a step back. Even if your mother really do this kind of thing, but she in the end is the mother who nurtured you grow up, you for this small matter to make a fuss in the public hall. What is the behavior? In the face of her father's monstrous anger, Meng Jinyao was calm and said in a light voice, Since father thinks it's a small matter, she should be allowed to return the dowry left behind by my mother, so that the big matter can be turned into a small matter and the small matter can be turned into a small matter, dispensing with the need for the family to take the case to court. Meng Dongyuan said, You're a rebellious daughter who is money-minded? Half of the sentence is not away from the dowry. We raised you so big. This nurturing grace is not more than a dowry? Not to mention that she did not do, even if she really did, that is also forced. Compel, Meng Jinyao gave a mocking smile. Being forced to do so means that you can take what belongs to someone else for yourself? Meng Dongyuan's mind turned, and then let out a long sigh, and played the affection card with her. Io, our family is long since gone. Your 2 younger brothers are going to get married in a few years, and your younger sister is going to go out of the house in 2 years. The bride price and dowry is a big expense, and it's understandable for your mother to really have a crooked mind. You married into the Chongqing Marquis house. There is plenty of honor and wealth. Why need to worry with your mother about whether a dowry has been returned to you? The more he said, the more he took for granted directly hammer. Yow, you as the eldest sister, now married into a high family, support younger siblings as also should. That dowry as you help younger siblings. And when they will be prosperous in the future, will not forget you today's favor. If there really is a thing, For father let your mother to give you an apology. This matter is over. If you wronged your mother, you also have to apologize with her. Meng Jin Yao was disgusted in her heart when she heard this. She had never seen such a brazen person before. She clapped her hands, applauding her father's ability to plan, hooking up a sneer, laughing and asking. Since ancient times, a woman's dowry is personal private property. Even her husband cannot touch it. And in the end, it is surprising that the husband and his renewed wife make the decision to cross over the woman's own daughter without giving it to her, and give it directly to her husband's and his renewed wife's child as a bridal gift, dowry. What kind of reasoning is this? Chapter 46, See You in Court. It's simply a slip of the tongue. Wherever this matter goes, it is Meng Dongyuan and son who are unreasonable and brazen. How can one privately misappropriate his late wife's dowry to subsidize his own children born to a second wife and not give it to his late wife's own daughters? Meng Dongyuan's face was a shade of green and white from his eldest daughter's sarcasm. However, as an elder who wanted to save face, how could he admit that he was at fault and shameless in front of his juniors? He stood on his neck. His reasoning was not straight and strong. My father is the elder. Is your father still can't make your decision? Okay, this matter is done. If it is true, your mother will give you an apology. Your younger siblings in the future to get married and have the decency will also be grateful to you. You do not have to be reasonable again. Father still has to fight for 3 points for being unreasonable. Why should I be spared when I'm justified? Meng Jin Yao looked cold and didn't back down. Hasn't father forgotten that there is a law in our dynasty that states that after a woman dies, her dowry shall be inherited by her own children? There are laws and regulations in our dynasty that clearly stipulate that after a woman dies, the dowry will be inherited by her biological children. And if there are no children, it should be returned to the descendants of the woman's mother's family, and the husband's family has no right to dispose of it. Meng Dongyuan's face stiffened, unable to refute. Our dynasty does have this law. Meng Jin Yao glanced at him and continued, My mother has me as her full-blooded daughter, so naturally I will inherit, and the property that belongs to me is not yet my father's turn to give to whomever he wants to give it to, and as a step-family member, son is even less entitled to press down on my mother's dowry. After saying that, the corner of her mouth slightly curled up, seemingly smiling, looking at son, that mocking intent undisguised. Sun's face was pale, and her heart was mingled with anger and hatred. Meng Dongyuan had a headache, but for the sake of the family's face, this matter had to be suppressed. He took a deep breath and used filial piety to suppress people. Yao, if your mother really did this kind of thing, do you really want to make a big deal out of it when you were still in infancy? She took good care of you. Can you bear to let her become a joke to the whole capital? He said a slight pause, quickly organizing his thoughts, and then continued. In addition, since the dowry is wrong, why did not you say before the wedding? To say it only now is clearly to make things difficult for your mother. You have married. Do you want to give you a dowry afterward? How can this be acceptable? Even if this dowry stays, it will be passed on to your younger siblings, not to others. Meng Jin Yao laughed directly. I only got the dowry list on the day of my wedding, and the list was never shown to me before the wedding. So you can't let me check the list on the day of my wedding and then go out again? If I really count the dowry on the day of my wedding and then go out, is it not a joke? Meng Dongyuan was dumbfounded. He didn't think there was such a thing. Meng Jin Yao's words were sharp, and she smiled as she questioned. Just now, I heard father mean that he was taking advantage of son's embezzlement of my mother's dowry in front of him. And for the sake of face, he didn't return it, and then appropriated my mother's dowry in name only? All men in the world are ashamed to use their wife's dowry, and to compete with their children for their deceased wife's dowry. That is a shameless act. Does father want to be that shameless? And really good father to her, to blame son for embezzling her mother's dowry, to take herself off the hook, and to help son mitigate the charges on the grounds that she had no choice, and in the end to blame her for the fault, for being unreasonable and unforgiving, and that she shouldn't have asked for the dowry back to bring shame to her mother's family? When Meng Dongyuan heard these words, it was as if he had been stepped on, and he immediately turned red in the face and defended himself. What are you talking about? My father is not such a shameless person. I just don't want you mother and daughter to get to that point. Meng Jin Yao replied back, Since father is not that kind of person, please also return my mother's dowry. Since my maternal grandfather has already prepared sufficient evidence to prove it for me, he certainly does not want my mother's dowry to fall into the hands of a bystander. Seeing her lift up Master Zhou, Meng Dongyuan couldn't do anything about her, so he could only pass a look to his wife and said helplessly, Madam, A Yao bites out that you didn't add the dowry to her dowry list. So for my husband to ask you again, is it really true? Sun saw her husband couldn't do anything. Even though she was humiliated in her heart, she still bowed her head to her stepdaughter in front of several children. Because even if her husband and mother-in-law were the ones who knew about it, there was no evidence to point out that they were also involved. And now that all the evidence was pointing to her, she could only admit it. When she looked at Meng Jin Yao, she had a look of remorse and apologized. Yao, it's mother's fault. Don't blame your father. He didn't know. If you want to blame it on the fact that mother didn't dare to admit her mistake just now. Mother was just thinking that since you were married into the marquis of Chongqing's residence, you would have unending glory and riches. Halfway through her words, Sun's eyes turned red, and she busily wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, choking on her voice as she continued. And we, the Meng family, lost so much of our family's wealth earlier by your indisputable second uncle, and have not resurfaced in these years. And in the future, your younger siblings will not have a decent bride price and dowry when they get married. And that's what made us move to crooked thinking. When Meng Donyuan heard this, he pretended to be shocked. Ma'am, you still really did this? Meng Jinyu and Meng Qingxing saw their mother admitted, heart-shocked at the same time, also some panic. If this spread out, their Meng family really want to be laughed at to death, especially their siblings. They're the mother's first child. It is estimated that also want to be laughed at have their mother must have their daughter/children. Husband, our family is in this situation. Seeing that several children will be married again in a few years, I have no choice but to be like this. As Sun spoke, she was already in tears. Yao, don't worry. Your father and I will make it up to you in other ways. Just forgive mother this time. Also for the sake of your 3 younger siblings. Meng Jin Yao watched them act for so long. Listening to this meaning is not intended to return the meaning. She completely out of patience, cannot be questioned, said, with me so much bullshit. You do not mention the return of the dowry. That is, you want to encroach on my mother's dowry. Do not want to return it? Since this is the case, there is no point in talking more. We will see you in the public court in 3 days. I believe that the public court will return me a justice. With that, she stood up and took a step to get ready to leave. Upon hearing this, Meng Donyuan instantly became anxious, speaking with quite a bit of exasperation. Rebellious daughter, stop right there. Meng Jinyao looked at him sideways. Father has something else? Meng Donyuan was so furious that his face turned red and he questioned, do you really want to take your own elders to court? Father is wrong? Meng Jinyao hooked her lips and said in amusement, you're the ones who don't want to return it. I'm just using the proper means to get back what belongs to me. So how did it become my fault again? Meng Donyuan gritted his teeth and said, that was your mother. If we carry the dowry back now, how will others look at our Yangchangfu? Your sister has reached the age of marriage. If your mother is made fun of, how can you propose marriage? Meng Jin Yao corrected in a faint voice. My mother's surname is Zhou, not Sunday. She paused as she said that, turning her eyes to look at Sun. As a mother yet standing incorrectly, it's obvious that she didn't think about her children. So why should I think about her children? Chapter 47, Arriving in Time. Meng Donyuan see eldest daughter attitude resolute. Things have no room to turn around. The next only 2 results, either return the dowry or the court, no matter which result, are detrimental to the face of the family thing. The Yongchang Bofu in the future out of the house have to be laughed at. Other people laugh at their family raised a shameless daughter. Cannot marry the son to marry the old man. If not Chongqing Marquis attention to the rebellious daughter, he big deal directly cut off the relationship. It is not so shameful. Now that the wife has dishonored the dowry left behind by the eldest daughter's birth mother, that implicates the entire Meng family, and also relates to the marriage of Chengxing and Ayu. With such a mother, it is difficult for others not to feel that there must be a daughter/son with her mother. In anger, he took 2 steps forward and angrily rebuked, you unfilial sinner. His words fell, and immediately afterward, he leapt over his shoulder and raised his palm, looking like he was going to mercilessly hit Meng Jinyao in the face in the next instant to vent his anger. The incident happened suddenly. Meng Jinyao was stunned in place, forgetting to dodge for a moment. Qing Qiu and Ning Dong's 2 maids also froze, while Meng Qingzhang abruptly stood up. Stop! Just in the nick of time, a low male voice came, with thin anger in his tone, making Meng Dong's just raised slap, just froze in midair and didn't fall, and he followed the sound and looked, only to see Gu Jingxi standing in the doorway, looking at him with an unsettled expression. Meng Donyuan, stunned, did not expect Gu Jingxi will suddenly appear in his home. When he saw Gu Jingxi behind the housekeeper, Instantly clear, as he previously said that the eldest daughter and son-in-law back, not allowed to stop outside the door, must be welcomed in. It seems that he is to move a stone their own feet. The housekeeper also didn't expect this scenario. He thought that the aunt must have come to look for the eldest girl, so he purposely led the person to the living room, and he didn't know if he would be chastised by the uncle afterwards. Because of Gu Jingxi's presence, Meng Dongyuan was always bad at hitting his daughter, so he could only awkwardly put his hand down, and that look of anger faded the moment his hand was put down, squeezing out a smile and smiling sardonically. Sage son-in-law, how did you get here? Gu Jingxi said in a faint voice. It seems that as far as Uncle Meng is concerned, I've come at a bad time to interrupt you from playing the elder bully and slapping my lady. Xian's son-in-law. This is a misunderstanding. Meng Dongyuan was embarrassed, and with that said, he glared at his eldest daughter with a warning in his eyes, hoping that she would know better and not lose her face to her husband's family. It is this rebellious daughter who does not respect her elders, and it is only then that I had to educate her a bit so as not to let her fail to grow a memory and impugn the in-laws when she returns to her husband's family. Gu Jingxi only cast a faint glance at him before saying to Meng Jinyao, "Ma'am, come here." Although Meng Jinyao didn't know why he had suddenly appeared, his appearance was able to allow her to get rid of her difficult father and leave unharmed. So her mood immediately improved, and she walked over to him with brisk steps and reached out to hold his arm affectionately, the corners of her mouth curving up into a smile. "Husband, why are you here?" Gu Jingxi froze slightly, a bit unaccustomed to her sudden intimacy, but didn't push her away, watching her smile brimming. The corners of her mouth followed suit and said warmly, "Came to pick you up and take you home. What's going on with the party?" Meng Jinyao didn't even think about it before she complained to Gu Jingxi and told him everything. "Husband, they swallowed my mother's dowry and didn't intend to return it, but they also got angry and wanted to beat me. Luckily you came in time, or else I wouldn't have been able to avoid this beating." Tattletale this kind of thing. After the death of her grandfather, she never did it again. Now to Gu Jingxi tattletale, but the hell of proficiency, she secretly said in her heart. It is really the uncle general existence of the man, the first time out of the scene to call for people's peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingxi's face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wind of his stern eyes swept over the Meng family's several mouths, and finally landed on Meng Dongyuan and son's body, his eyes getting colder and colder, and he asked in a deep voice, "Uncle Meng should know that in accordance with the laws and regulations of my dynasty, privately appropriating other people's property is punished as a crime of stealing." This statement, the crowd stunned, especially Meng Dongyuan couple. They just thought that it would damage the family face. Ignored if it is to the public court that is to be sentenced to prison, that rebellious daughter is really heartless. Raise her so big, even want to send the elders to the prison. Meng Jinyao looked at their husband and wife were scared pale. Timely voice. "Husband, since they do not want to return, then forget about it. Anyway, I have ironclad evidence in hand. As prepared a paper pleadings will be sued to the government. Then we will see how the official trial." Gu Jingxi nodded and said, "In that case, let's go back first. It's getting late. We have to go back early for lunch." Meng Jinyao answered with a smile. "Good, I happen to be hungry." "Wait!" Meng Dongyuan hurriedly called out to them, took a few steps forward, and sighed softly. "Ayao, son is your mother in the end. Why do you need to get into such a mess with your mother? Since you insist on her returning it, then you have to give her some time to count her belongings. Don't you think so?" In a few words, he lightly shirked his responsibility in front of Gu Jingxi, blaming son for all the faults. Meng Jinyao listened to this and laughed coldly in her heart. No matter how much this good father of hers liked son, when it was about himself, he would push son out to block the knife and said back, "In that case, then give her 3 days. I want to see the dowry that my mother left for me within 3 days, or I will see you in the public hall." Fine, 3 days is 3 days." Meng Dongyuan nodded his head repeatedly and responded in a good temper. And when he looked sideways at son, he immediately changed his face and scolded with a stern face. "Look at what you've done. You still have the face to cry? Don't you hurry to go and count the things and send them to Marquis Changxing's residence?" Sun had lost so much face and humiliation today, hating Meng Jinyao's lack of mercy and also hating her husband for putting all the blame on her. She directly flung her sleeves and quickly walked out of the living room. Sun's just out of the living room. Meng Dongyuan then noticed the other 3 children. The heart even more annoyed. Sun's as a mother, but in front of the children's face lost. How to face the children in the future. He did not have the good taste to say, "Okay, you several also go back to their own courtyard." Meng Qingzhang, since the beginning of the attitude is not a matter of concern. Sons how to have nothing to do with him, as long as the big sister does not suffer as good. Now the big sister's husband to come. The father cannot bully the big sister. He arched his hand towards his father, bowed, and left. And how had Meng Jinyu and Meng Qingxing ever seen such a scene? The siblings were in a bit of a trance at the moment, and after hearing their father's voice and coming back to their senses, they immediately answered and then quickly walked away from this place of wrongdoing. Just as Meng Jinyu passed by, Meng Jinyao suddenly spoke out, "Slow down." Meng Jinyu and Meng Qingxing subconsciously stopped in their tracks. Meng Jinyao looked towards Meng Jinyu's neck. Her eyes landed on the necklace, and she reminded in a faint voice, "Second sister, don't forget. Although the necklace on your neck is a birthday gift from Sun, it's actually part of my mother's dowry. Remember to hand it back to Sun for record keeping, or else, when the time comes to leave something out, I'll see you in the public court." Chapter 48. She doesn't want you. How had Meng Jinyu ever been so wronged? Since she was born, she was the jewel of her parents, and her grandmother loved her dearly. Besides Qingxing, she was the most favored person in the family, and now she was humiliated by a necklace from her eldest sister. Shy and furious, she directly unclasped the necklace around her neck, raised her hand, and threw it at Meng Jinyao's face, cursing in a hateful voice. "Give it back to you, heartless white-eyed wolf." Gu Jingxi's quick eyes and hands caught the necklace before it hit Meng Jinyao's face. His eyes coolly glanced at her, and he opened his lips. "Second Miss Meng, intentionally hurting someone is punishable by beheading in public display, but lightly punishable by caning. Does Second Miss Meng want to be beheaded or caned?" He has been an official for many years, and now he is in a high position, and his official authority is quite heavy, and when he looks over with a stern face, he gives people an invisible pressure. Meng Jinyu was so frightened that her face turned white, and with a wow sound, she cried and ran away. Meng Qingxing was only 12 years old, the youngest, and was also frightened to the point that his neck shrank, and he looked at Gu Jingxi in awe before pulling his legs out in the direction of Meng Jinyu. Meng Dongyuan looked at a pair of children so unthinking, the heart of embarrassment and some hate. In the end, Sun's children spoiled too much. A pair of children were spoiled, no Io that rebellious women calm. Gu Jingxi hooked her lips and smiled faintly. Uncle Meng said earlier that he loved Io the most. I was half believing it earlier, but when I saw it today, it turned out to be true. Meng Jinyao. Meng Dongyuan? Father and daughter were confused. The former confused about what he was trying to pull off, the latter afraid of what he would pull off, afraid of what he would do, 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 afraid of what he would do. Gu Jingxi said in a faint voice, "Although Uncle Meng doesn't love Io much, he does love her the most. At least he educates her on the rules and teaches her to know right from wrong and to be calm when things go wrong." On the contrary, Mrs. Meng's pair of children are not loved by Uncle Meng, and Uncle Meng doesn't even bother to teach them the rules, allowing them to grow up savagely. Meng Jinyao raised her head and looked at him with odd eyes. This person looked decent, but knew how to shade others. Meng Dongyuan easily squeezed out a trace of a smile. Because of this sentence instantly collapsed, embarrassed, but not good to offend Gu Jingxi, so he could only snappily respond, "Let the virtuous son-in-law see the joke. Is indeed my weekdays on their negligence of discipline. In the future will certainly strengthen the education." Gu Jingxi nodded slightly, and added, "In the end, it's Uncle Meng's own flesh and blood, so we can't treat one more favorably than the other. And how to treat Ios is how to treat them. What does Uncle Meng think?" His tone was bland, and he could not hear any joy or anger. But as long as the person listening was not stupid, they could hear the meaning of the rising offense in his words. Meng Dongyuan was able to understand the meaning of his words, only to feel a chill running upward from the soles of his feet, raise his hand to wipe the cold sweat that had just seeped out of his forehead, and responded in a loud voice, "Yes, what my son-in-law said is that I should treat these children equally." Gu Jingxi said, "It's getting late. We have to return to the mansion first." Upon hearing this, Meng Dongyuan breathed a sigh of relief and added, "Then I'll see my virtuous son-in-law off." "There's no need for that. It's better for Uncle Meng to deal with family matters first." After Gu Jingxi said that, he handed the necklace in his hand to Meng Dongyuan. "This is one of the dowries that my mother-in-law left for Io. Since Mrs. Meng wants to take inventory of her belongings, please ask Uncle Meng to give this to her to take inventory of together as well, so as not to be unable to tell what's missing." Meng Dongyuan heard Gu Jingxi call his original wife Zhou as his mother-in-law, but called him and son as Uncle Meng and Mrs. Meng. clearly disowning him and son. It was clear that he was his father-in-law and Gu Jingxi was his son-in-law, his junior, yet he didn't treat him with half the respect due to elders. Even though he was disgruntled, he didn't dare to say anything and responded sardonically before walking over to Gu Jingxi, reaching out to take the necklace and ordering the butler to give the couple a ride. On that side, just after leaving the Yongchang burial mansion, Meng Jinyao naturally let go of the hand holding Gu Jingxi's arm and stepped towards the carriage, and just by looking at the brisk pace, it was clear that she was in an extremely good mood at the moment. Gu Jingxi lowered his eyes to look at his own arm, and couldn't help but feel amused. This girl had taken the initiative to hold his hand intimately just now, acting out a loving couple with him, and now that she was done utilizing him, she didn't hesitate to throw him away. Qingxiu and Ningdong helped their own master to get on the carriage, hesitated for a while, or did not follow up to see if the marquis will be the same master of carriage. When they saw the marquis followed closely, they knowingly went to the marquis's carriage, not to disturb the two couples. Wagon. Gu Jingxi saw the corners of the little girl's mouth slightly upturned. Very pleasant look. He admired the courage of this little girl, for another girl is afraid to dare to make a scene, will be looking forward and backward, afraid of their own mother's family to make a fool of themselves, and the husband's family cannot raise their heads. So this disgraceful dirty things will try to hide, and this girl is not afraid of it in the slightest. He asked softly, "Why didn't you ask me to accompany you back, ma'am?" Without thinking, Meng Jinyao responded as a matter of course. "Why should I bother others with my own affairs? Someone else?" Gu Jingxi narrowed his eyes slightly and teasingly asked, "Can someone else sleep under the same blanket as you?" Meng Jinyao choked, raised her eyes and glanced at him quickly, saw that he was smiling, thought about it, but still for her own sophistry. "I thought that husband is busy with his official duties, so I won't bother husband. This matter, I have enough evidence and can solve it by myself." Gu Jingxi said in a warm voice, "You are able to solve the problem on your own, but a dog will jump over the wall when it's anxious, so don't be careless next time, ma'am." Upon hearing this, Meng Jinyao was slightly stunned. The fact that her father would want to beat her was something she hadn't anticipated earlier. It was a blunder on her part, and in a moment she asked, "How did husband suddenly show up at the Yongchang burial mansion?" Gu Jingxi returned, "I heard Chunlu say that you went back to your mother's house." When Meng Jinyao heard this, she froze again, her gaze slightly confused as she looked at Gu Jingxi. What did her returning to her mother's home have to do with him? Seeing her doubts, Gu Jingxi explained, "Last time I accompanied you back to the door, I could tell that you were not on good terms with your mother's family, and there must be something wrong with you going back in such a hurry. So I went to take a look. In fact, he had something to do today, but after hearing that this little girl had returned to her mother's home, and remembering his mother's earful of instructions for him to be more helpful to this little girl, he hesitated for a moment, and in the end chose to make a trip to the Yongchang burial mansion." Meng Jinyao was very surprised to be able to do so much. I have to say that Gu Jingxi's sense of responsibility is really strong. No matter who married him can live a good life. Staring at that handsome face, cannot help but heartfelt emotion a sentence. "Husband is so good, she does not want you. It is really her loss." Her topic jumped too quickly. Gu Jingxi's brain didn't catch up and subconsciously asked back, "Who?" Meng Jinyao replied, "Your former fiancé." "Ah, it's her loss that she backed out of the marriage and didn't want you in the first place." When Gu Jingxi heard this, his expression gave a slight lurch. Then he half squinted his eyes and looked at her with a smile or not, asking in an uncertain manner, "Is that so?" Chapter 49, No Mercy. Meng Jinyao heard that his tone was off and was a bit unsure. When she raised her eyes to meet his eyes, her brain gave a jolt, and Meng Jinyao realized with hindsight what kind of bastard word she had said. She's guilty. She shouldn't have grown a mouth. Fang's words were praise to ordinary people, but to Gu Jingxi it was like humiliation. The former fiancé would withdraw from the marriage only because Gu Jingxi had fallen into a hidden disease and didn't want to marry and remain a widow for the rest of her life. She stiffened her smile and stumbled. "Yes, yes." Gu Jingxi asked again, "Then do you think, madam, that you were lucky or unlucky to have married me?" Meng Jinyao had slowed down and reared an impeccable smile. "It's naturally fortunate to be able to marry my husband. There is a hidden disease will not take concubines to make a bunch of concubine son, concubine daughter, and will also give her silver flowers. She stalled trouble will also help her. It is quite good. The only flaw is to buy a big one and give it to a small one, and the small one is still a rebellious son." When Gu Jingxi heard this, he softly scared and said in a funny voice, "Little girls don't even make drafts when they lie. What's so lucky about marrying me and being a widow?" Meng Jin Yao asked rhetorically. It's not like that's the only thing between husband and wife. What does husband think? Gu Jingxi froze slightly, then whirled around and said, but the lady can marry someone with a normal body. Meng Jin Yao glanced at him, unusually honest. With that affair, I wouldn't have the status I have today, and would still be a pathetic little thing that can be bullied, but marrying husband would be different. Husband can protect me. I am a daughter of a downtrodden household, and husband has a hidden disease. Neither of us should dislike the other. Gu Jingxi was stunned, and looking at her in this unconcerned manner, he dumbly laughed. Madam is a rare and penetrating person who knows what she wants. Meng Jin Yao blinked and didn't say anything back, taking it as a tacit admission that she looked at his status, at his ability to protect her from the very beginning. After a moment of silence, Gu Jingxi suddenly asked, since you have evidence, why didn't you ask for the dowry left behind by your mother-in-law before? Meng Jin Yao shook her head slightly. Without a backer, it can't be protected even if she asks for it back. Letting Sun pinch her hands, a loss is inevitable, but if she gets greedy, the bad thing can be her reputation. Gu Jingxi understood. Yongchang burial house declined, but look at the master of the house dressed to know, just barely maintain the decency of the House of Lords. The family is poor will want money. If the dowry back will certainly be designed to take out, marrying back just right, with the husband's family to do backing, Yongchang burial house, do not dare to swallow that dowry. Meng Jin Yao added, thanks to husband for what happened today. If it wasn't for husband, I would have had to take 2 slaps before I could leave. Gu Jingxi said, there's no need for you to be polite, ma'am. 2 days later, Yongchang burial house sent people to Zhou's dowry are carried to the Chongqing Marquis house. Chongqing Marquis house subordinates are confused. This carry with the dowry carry like, obviously a few days ago, when the lady married and has brought the dowry over, how to give once again. Meng Jin Yao went to the front hall and saw that it was only the butler who came. She wasn't surprised that her father and stepmother dared to come out and disgrace themselves, and could only send a butler to lead the subordinates to bring the things over. When the housekeeper saw her, he carefully said, Big miss, the late madam's dowry is all here, you see? Meng Jin Yao went to the main upper seat and sat down, ordering, open all the boxes for me. The butler was confused and asked hesitantly, Big girl, all open? What? You don't dare to open it so I can inspect it on the spot. Meng Jin Yao furrowed her brows and asked with a smile, could it be that the stuff inside is again second best, trying to muddle through? Or are you secretly hiding something good and don't dare to let me check it? Besides, if you accept it without checking it, I'll have to eat this dumb loss if I find something wrong afterward. After all, the stuff has passed through my hands. When the butler heard this, it was clear that he hadn't secretly kept it private, but he was still flustered in his heart, and with the mentality of a dead teammate, he double-openly instructed the household servants who were lifting the box, open the box all the way, so that the girl can examine it properly. If uncle and madam had hidden something and didn't return it to the eldest girl, then he couldn't be blamed. It was the eldest girl who said she wanted to accept it on the spot. If he refused, that meant there must be something fishy. When the boxes were all opened, Meng Jin Yao handed the dowry list to Qin Xiu and Ning Dong, one in real handwriting and one in transcribed form, and told them to go and count them to see if the things were complete, and to let Chun Lu record them if they were missing. The housekeeper watched them count. His forehead oozed cold sweat, busy lifting his sleeve to wipe it. He was really surprised that the things were really incomplete, and from time to time there was a situation where the item could not be found. Secretly, uncle and madam were really not afraid of losing face, and at this time they still wanted to withhold a part of the things that were left by the eldest girl's birth mother. And Meng Jin Yao wasn't idle. She flipped through the account books of her mother's dowry manor and store to see the revenue on them. In just 2 days, Sun was also too late to make fake accounts, so these were real account books. Every account recorded was real. It seemed that Sun had never thought of handing these things back to her, so all along she hadn't done a double take and hadn't made an extra copy of the accounts. These years of profit for a moment, she did not have a way to count the good, had to calculate Sun's cent over the silver check. In order to prevent Sun say that she wronged people, she deliberately, in the housekeeper's witness to the count, counted out the total amount, and let Chun Lu wrote a copy of the housekeeper, and let the witness to sign the pledge. The housekeeper has long been out of a cold sweat, but can only harden his head to sign the pledge. And so back to the Yang Changfu, uncle and madam will inevitably vent their anger on him. After a long time, Ning Dong and Qin Xiu had finished counting. Chun Lu recorded all the missing ones and handed them to Meng Jin Yao. Madam, the slave girl has memorized all of them, and it's all about the missing things. Meng Jin Yao took the list and glanced at it, and realized that there were some things missing. To say that Sun deliberately hid these things and did not return them, that was impossible. Then it could only be that these things were gone, either given away as gifts or pawned for silver. She had Chunlu transcribe a copy, then called the butler over and said, "You sign underneath these 2 sheets." The housekeeper responded, once again stiffly signing her name and pressing her handprint on it. Really admiring her level of caution, Uncle and Madam probably didn't expect the eldest girl to inventory her belongings on the spot. Meng Jin Yao nodded in satisfaction and handed one of the lists to the housekeeper, saying in a faint voice, "You go back and tell Sun that for the things missing from the above, either return the things or discount the cash silver and give it back to me," she said, her fingers pointing at the account book next to her, and then said, "As for whether the profits of the manor and store are consistent with the silver money I am receiving now, that will have to be known by letting me carefully check the account book and tallying it. And if there is a number that is incorrect, I will send someone to notify Sun to return it." The butler was so sweat-slick from hearing this that he busily raised his sleeve and wiped his forehead, responding, "Yes, big Mississippi." Meng Jin Yao thought for a moment and added, "Bring me another message. If you don't return it, I'll see you in the public court." After she spoke, she hooked up an intriguing smile. They had coveted her mother's dowry for so many years. Then she would let Meng Dongyuan and Sun both taste the taste of a basket of water, and she would have to make them return every single copper plate. Chapter 50, Retribution. "See you in court?" The housekeeper's heart trembled when she heard those 4 light words, and she looked at her incredulously. Children suing their parents. He really unheard of. This is unfilial behavior. Even if the parents have 1,000 wrongs, should not be so. The big girl really want to go out of the way to do this kind of unfilial daughter? After a short while, the housekeeper mumbled, "Eldest girl, Uncle and Madam are your parents after all." Meng Jin Yao's expression was cold as she corrected, "Meng Dongyuan is my father, but Sun is not the family mother. My mother's surname is Zhou, not Sunday. Stepmothers are mothers too." In the end, the housekeeper did not dare to say this sentence out of the mouth. The eldest girl is the first eldest daughter. The treatment in the Yongchangfu house, not as good as the second son of the concubine. The second son can still get uncle, and the old lady a few favorite. The eldest girl was disgusted by the elders' harsh treatment. It is no wonder that the eldest girl will be so desperate. There's nothing else for now, so have them carry everything to Wei Wei Xian. After Meng Jin Yao said that, she instructed Ning Dong. "Ning Dong, you lead the way for them." Ning Dong answered, "Yes, ma'am." Meng Jingyao's commotion was so big that it naturally alarmed the big house and the second house. Her unusual behavior really made the big house and the second house smack their lips, and they didn't know whether to say that she was stupid or whether to say that she was too young and prone to impulsive behavior. This is not the same as openly telling the husband's family. They have the mother's family is the same as no mother's family. No mother's family to support can be bullied at will. The mother's family no matter how not, but also in front of the husband's family to pretend to look good, otherwise it will make people look down on go. Not only the first and second houses, but even old Lady Gu, who lived in deep seclusion, had heard the wind. Inside the Shoan Hall, old Lady Gu gently rattled the rosary in her hand and sighed softly. This child, Ah Yao, has suffered and is stuck with such a father and stepmother. Sister Feng also sighed. If Madam did that, she has already offended her mother's family completely. A weak woman, who dares to block her last way back without a last resort? Upon hearing this, old Lady Gu thought of her daughter-in-law's calm and bold appearance on the day of her wedding, and a look of appreciation surfaced on her face. There are few stepmothers who have appropriated the dowry of their stepdaughter's birth mother, but there are very few girls who can be as courageous as her, and with such a temperament, she is able to take up the duties of the clan's matriarch. Sister Feng nodded approvingly and added, "Old Madam, I heard that the Marquis and Madam came back together yesterday, so I guess the Marquis also went to the Yongchang burial mansion yesterday." Old Lady Gu was very surprised, then smiled gratefully. "It seems that he has listened to my words." Sister Feng said with a smile, "The Marquis has always listened to you." Old Lady Gu snorted lightly, without any good humor. "If he had listened to me, he wouldn't have gotten married until now. It's still the fact that Xiaoming skipped the wedding and Io specified that she wanted to marry him that allowed him to pick up the slack." Sister Feng warmly pacified. In the past, it was fate that hadn't arrived, but no, this year, fate has arrived. After saying this, she lifted the teapot and thoughtfully refilled Old Lady Gu's tea. This sentence can be said to the Old Lady Gu heart to go. She believes in Buddhism, so believe in fate. All things speak of a fate word. Get that is fate, lost that is fate, no share cannot be forced. Yongchangba Mansion, Rongfu Hall. The housekeeper returned to the Yongchang burial mansion and informed his masters of what had happened at the Chongqing Marquis residence, and tremblingly presented the sheet that recorded the missing items. Meng Dongyuan took the list and glanced at it, and was so furious that he fiercely slapped the table, and even the list was slapped on the table to vent his anger, and angrily shouted, "Sinner!" Not only him, but Sun and old lady Meng were also infuriated to the point where their faces turned green and white. Who would have thought that Meng Jin Yao would be unforgiving? And in the Chongqing Marquis residence, in front of the Gu family subordinates, letting the box be opened and inspected, stepping on the Meng family's face on the ground, and rubbing it vigorously and wantonly. It would have been fine if they had checked that there were no deficiencies, but it was the case that there were deficiencies, and this invisible slap struck the elders of the Meng family in the face. Old Lady Meng was so angry that her blood was rising. Her face flushed red. She took a few deep breaths before stabilizing her mind, waved her hand, indicating that the housekeeper and the maid should all step back, and gritted her not-so-strong teeth in a hateful voice. If I had known that this bereaved star would be a scourge to the entire Meng family, I shouldn't have allowed her to have the opportunity to grow up in the first place. And I'll have to victimize the entire family for such a little thing. Sun's voice choked with tears. Mother, what should we do now? She was truly scared at the moment, an unprecedented panic about to consume her. After this incident, she will be pointed out when she goes out in the future. Even if she doesn't go out, the servants in the house will despise her in their hearts. Chingxing is a male child, and she can still have a chance to turn her life around by working hard to get a meritocracy. And her AU has reached the age of saying marriage will be affected by her. The marriage is not good, can only be a grieved low marriage. Door to door is impossible. High marriage is even more don't dream. Old Lady Meng was already annoyed in her heart, and hearing her crying made her even more annoyed, and she counted with a stern face. What are you crying about? You said that as an elder. How can you not even be able to clean up a yellow-haired girl and suffer at her hands? The whole family will have to follow you and lose face. Sun wiped her tears and complained. Daughter-in-law also didn't expect her to have a copy of Zhou's dowry list in her hands. You still have the face to be aggrieved? Elder Lady Ming squinted at her, without any good humor. Her reproach intensified. Regardless of whether or not she has that dowry list in her hands, you should have made 2 copies of it when you did the accounts, so you could be prepared for both. Sun whimpered softly, did not dare to talk back. Only said, Mother, the items folded silver is just, she even want to count the profits of the manor store. This money has been used most of our family to come up with this large sum of money is not easy, ah. Husband to socialize, a you in a couple of years and will be out of the house. Dowry also need to be prepared so as not to call the husband's family look down on it. At that, Mrs. Meng's face is gloomy and terrible, so a large amount of silver, just hand it over. Who can be willing? But that dead girl also want to make trouble to the government. It is already humiliating enough. To the government is even more unattractive. She glanced at Sun, who was wiping her tears with her head down, and instantly had an idea, saying, Don't you have a dowry? Discount the cash silver to fill it in, although it can't completely fill it in. But if it's not enough, you can borrow silver from the mansion. Sun looked up in shock. My dowry. Meng Dongyuan also felt that this was a good idea, and concurred, Madam, you know the situation in the mansion. I need to socialize outside, and there are still 3 children yet to be married. The dowry and bride price is a big expense, so you can use your dowry to pad it out first, and then make it up to you when a few of the children have a good career in the future. Sun's listening to this. Only feel the sky rolling thunder. Dowry is a woman's private money. That is the husband cannot touch. And now the in-laws, even let her dowry, are out of the folding silver to fill the hole. When Zhou's left behind the rich dowry she is taken care of, but those manor, store earned silver is not only used in her husband in the outside good face, big expenses, mother-in-law, and is used to good things. Everything must be used good. Even some valuable vases and jades. That was also taken by her husband to send favors. How come in the end all have to be borne by her? Chapter 51, Madame Dominatrix. Sun's entire body was in shock. Her emotions were outwardly visible, and the reluctance that filled her face was undisguised. Seeing this, Meng Dongyuan immediately furrowed his brows and asked with an unsettled expression, Ma'am, could it be that you're not willing? Sun came back to her senses, facing the strong attitude of her husband and mother-in-law. She stuttered, Husband, this dowry is my personal property. How can I take the dowry to fill it? Hearing the reluctance in and out of these words, old Lady Meng sank her face and asked rhetorically, Son, since you've married into the Yongchang burial mansion, you're a member of the Yongchang burial mansion. How can a family talk about two families? Sun choked, thinking that Zhou also married into the Yongchang burial mansion and is also a member of the Yongchang burial mansion. So how can Zhou's dowry be allowed to be taken away by that little bitchy hoof of Meng Jinyao? In the end, isn't the beginning against the father's pressure to marry back to the woman? Meng Dongyuan sees Sun's face aggrieved, or to soften the tone. Madam, this is also forced to do, and so on the future we Yongchang Bofu resumed. Will certainly compensate you. If it is all from the house to spend silver, our family will be even more straitened. Sun was silent, but when she thought that she was the daughter-in-law of the Meng family, she had to be in the Meng family for the rest of her life, and if she lost her husband's and mother-in-law's hearts, she would definitely have a hard time in the future. And if her husband took a few more beautiful concubines, she would have an even harder time. Therefore, weighing the situation again and again, Sun still endured the aggression, barely squeezed out a smile, nodded her head, and responded, "Good, just according to husband and mother, are a family, shouldn't care too much, Fong is my narrow-mindedness." Old Lady Ming nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you can think this way. When Xingzhang and Qingxing take the imperial examinations in a few years and embark on their career paths, our family's life will also get better. She said and paused, gritting her teeth. It's not too late to make a clean break at that time. Sun heard. The eyes also have a bright, wait for her son Qingxing Jinsher, and the first, there will be a day to raise eyebrows. Meng Jinyao, that little bitch hoof will not have a child. In the future I do not know will be more miserable. Old Lady Meng also urged. In recent days, you should not go out. You that girl too. Don't go out if there's nothing to do. Wait for the wind to pass before you go out again. Sun nodded and replied. She didn't need her mother-in-law to tell her that she wouldn't be going out in the near future, and going out wasn't sending herself to others to be mocked to her heart's content. When she thought of Meng Jinyao's villainous face, she hated her with a gnashing of teeth. Chongqing Marquee Mansion. Meng Jinyao was in a comfortable mood and ate an extra half bowl of rice at noon. And when she put down her chopsticks, she even burped in a very unladylike manner. And when she saw Gu Jingxi looking up, she raised a faint smile. Somehow, she always felt that Gu Jingxi was laughing at her. She blushed, her cheeks reddened to the naked eye, pursed her lips, and averted her gaze to directly play dead. In the morning, Gu Jingxi had heard about it, and seeing that she was in such a good mood that she directly propped herself up with food and propped up with hiccups, she joked, "Madam's appetite today is really good." Meng Jinyao glanced at him and nodded. Well, it's quite nice and in a good mood. Gu Jingxi stifled a low laugh. He could tell that the little girl was now walking with the wind in her hair, seeing how good her mood was. Meng Jinyao frowned. What is husband laughing at? Gu Jingxi returned. The lady is a different one. Living through, if it were someone else, she probably wouldn't be able to eat nowadays. Without expectation, there will be no disappointment. Meng Jinyao said in a faint voice, still a few years old when she was a child. She was looking forward to please them. Just hot face sticking to the cold ass more. She also understand that no matter how she pleases, will not get the father and grandmother's love, also no longer look forward to, will be treated as familiar strangers on the good. Gu Jingxi fell silent, looking at her with a few moments of the pity of an elder looking at an unlucky junior. Meng Jinyao met Gu Jingxi's 4 eyes and was also silent. But there was no need to look at her with such eyes, making her want to shout out, "Uncle Gu." She's not really poor. At least she's never been hungry. She's much luckier than the little beggars on the street. Life in the world, nothing can be everything as it should be. Want to live a happy life? We must lower the requirements according to the actual situation. There is no family warmth. You can ask for food and clothing to meet the satisfaction of their own will also be satisfied. A moment later, she withdrew her gaze and said, "I'm done eating. Husband, continue." After saying that, she stood up and left the table. Meng Jinyao returned to the inner room, casually flipped through the account books of her mother's dowry store and manor, and out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the rosewood box on the side, which was given to her by Gu Jingxi, with silver bills, treasury keys, and a few other private properties that were given to her to take care of. After a while, Gu Jingxi came in and saw her froze with that wooden box, seemingly thinking about something, and walked over to her, asking curiously, "What's wrong with madam?" Meng Jinyao raised her eyes toward him and handed him the wooden box, saying, "Husband, I'm not strapped for cash now, so I'll hand this back to you." Gu Jingxi was slightly stunned, immediately returned. "Lady has silver, that's the lady's. I'm not so bad that I can't even afford to support my wife." Which one let his wife marry over, but also rely on their own dowry to live through? Madam Silver can be deposited in the money bank to earn interest, can also do small business to pass the time like other Madam. As for my private property, Madam first take care of practicing, later take charge of the marquee house and the feed also have experience in. His tone was gentle, and he had a look of taking things for granted, simply out of a husband's duty to his wife and his trust, and not out of male or female love. When Meng Jin Yao heard him say the words, take charge of the marquee house's central feed, she froze slightly and quickly thought that in the future, the three houses would be separated, and she, as Gu Jingxi's wife, should take charge of the central feed. So she accepted to take care of Gu Jingxi's private property, which would become the central governance property after the separation of the houses, and sooner or later, she would have to take care of it. Just thinking of the 30,000 taels of silver bills, she hesitantly asked, husband gave me all the money. What about when you go out to socialize? When Gu Jingxi heard this, he gave her an odd look in his eyes. Who said I gave you all the money? Meng Jin Yao was stunned. Husband still has private money? Gu Jingxi gently raised his eyebrows and playfully asked back, could it be that my husband can't have private money? Your wife is so overbearing that she manages it so tightly. Look at that, as if she's some kind of stern tigress. Meng Jin Yao instantly made a big red face, full of uncomfortable. How dare she care about Gu Jingxi? Shaking her head repeatedly, she explained, I don't mean this. I'm asking husband if he still has silver on hand to spend. Since husband has silver to spend, then I'll accept this silver ticket first with peace of mind. Gu Jingxi nodded her head and said, I still have to go out, so we'll talk later. After saying that, he went to fetch a piece of clothing, changed behind the screen, and left the door. It is a beautiful day, and indeed a good day to go out. Meng Jin Yao took a short rest and ordered someone to prepare a carriage, taking Ning Dong and Qin Xiu with her to go out. Chapter 52. The heart is touched. The following day was the 15th day, and according to the rules, one should go to Shoan Hall to greet old Lady Gu. That was why Meng Jin Yao and Gu Jing, she got up earlier than usual. After all, they had to eat breakfast in their own courtyard earlier, and then go over to ask for peace. The old lady of other families like children and grandchildren around the knees, lively and lively. Gu old lady is famous for quiet, do not like lively. Even with the late generation to eat breakfast are exempt, too noisy, unless it meets the major festivals. Gu Jingxi waited in the outer room for her to primp and then have dinner together. And when he saw the person come out of the inner room, he froze, a hint of amazement sweeping across the bottom of his eyes. He has always known that his little wife is an excellent appearance of the little girl, but usually dressed and old-fashioned. Heart of the little girl should have the delicate and charming to suppress, appearing stable and dignified, hard to disguise the old age of a few years, which is also much to the credit of Mrs. Meng's sons, ulterior motives to the little girl to prepare this kind of clothing. Today, I don't know why, but I changed my dress. The little girl was born beautiful. Carefully dressed up is even more beautiful out of the dust, cloud temples and eyebrows. Face like peaches and plums. Hair bun inserted with gold begonias bead flower rocker. And the eyebrows of the begonias between the inlays complement each other. A begonia's red gold embroidered spring flowers twining skirt lined with the whole person is more brightly colored and eye-catching. It wasn't just Gu Jingxi, even Chun Lu and Xia Zhu, who were serving in the outer room, were awestruck when they saw her. Ning Dong and Qin Xiu see their reaction, full of accomplishment, before want to dress up properly to the lady. But the conditions are limited. Sons, that person is afraid of the lady robbed the second girl's popularity, will not give the lady good-looking clothes and jewelry. Yesterday afternoon, the lady went out to buy clothes and jewelry suitable for their own, which can only be properly dressed up. Meng Jin Yao was confident in her looks, but seeing Gu Jingxi, who was not close to women, looking at herself a few more times, she provoked playfulness for a moment and couldn't help but tease. Husband, what are you doing looking at me like this? Gu Jingxi retracted his gaze. His tone was calm. Madam usually dresses in old-fashioned. It is really not suitable for only 8 years of young girls. Now this is only a young girl should have the appearance. I feel the same way. Meng Jin Yao nodded approvingly, and because of that, she had the silver to buy what suited her, turning to ask with a smile, does it look good? Gu Jingxi nodded and answered honestly, it looks good. Meng Jin Yao hooked a satisfied smile and raised 2 more fingers, 2,000 taels. What 2,000 taels? Gu Jingxi's eyes were puzzled and uncertain. I spent 2,000 taels yesterday afternoon, all of which was my husband's silver. Meng Jin Yao said as she walked over towards the seat opposite him, then sat down, turning her head and ordering the maids to be ready to set up the meal again. Gu Jingxi froze and looked her up and down again. and immediately understood that the 2,000 taels she said should have all been spent on clothes and jewelry, and was afraid that she had reacquired a batch of everything she wore. An afternoon's work spent 2,000 taels of silver, with the gold swallowing beast-like, in front of her, usually have no concept of silver Xiaoming cannot afford. It seems that the original to raise a daughter is really not easy. No wonder his colleagues worry that the daughter is not good to live. Everything requires fine costs silver very much. However, the little girl so dressed up quite good-looking. This silver is also considered to spend worthwhile. Looking at the little girl delicate bright appearance, his heart rose an inexplicable sense of accomplishment in the little girl here to experience the joy of raising a daughter. He guffawed. As long as the silver is worth spending, so what if it's 20,000 taels? Seeing that he didn't have a problem with it, Meng Jinyao was relieved and accepted his goodness with peace of mind, but her heart was still quite touched, and she stared at him in a daze for 2 breaths before dropping her eyes. Other than grandfather and grandfather, no one had ever treated her so willingly with silver, and Gu Jingxi was the first. It was ridiculous to say that even her father, who had raised her for many years, hadn't spent a combined total of 2,000 taels of silver on her over the years, while her husband, with whom she had no affection whatsoever, had gone out of his way to give her 30,000 taels to dispose of on her own. If it weren't for her identity, she would have been willing to change her father immediately and be Gu Jingxi's daughter. Shouwandang. The people from the first and second houses had all arrived and accompanied Old Lady Gu as she spoke. Although Old Lady Gu is the first mother, she can't do as good as she did to her own son, to the big house and the second house, but she has never treated them harshly, and she is also kind to her grandchildren who are not related to her by blood. At this time, a maid came forward and reported, "Old Madam, the Marquis and Madam are here." This statement, the big house and the second house of people are looking in the direction of the door. Yesterday's matter stirred up the entire Chongqing Marquis house. Even outside, the people have received the wind in disgust, and now the person concerned to come, they gossiped about the heart came. When they saw Meng Jinyao with a smile on her lips, coming side by side with Gu Jingxi, the crowd was stunned for 2 reasons. For one thing, it was that Meng Jinyao, the party being talked about, seemed to be in an extremely good mood. Secondly, Meng Jinyao changed her mature and steady style of dressing from the past, and today she was dressed up in a dainty and bright manner, and her pretty appearance just gave people a feeling of fluffy and bright, brightening people's eyes. Previously, they felt that Meng Jinyao was 13 years younger than Gu Jingxi, and only deliberately dressed up a few years older in order to match Gu Jingxi. But today, this really made them look confused. Ignoring their gazes, Meng Jinyao walked up to Old Lady Gu as if nothing had happened, and respectfully performed the salute of a junior. Daughter-in-law greets mother, mother as well. Old Lady Gu smiled with her eyebrows and looked at her lovingly, snickering, "Egu, mother is old. Just now when I was far away and didn't see it clearly, I thought there was a fairy descending, but only when I looked closer did I realize it was Ayao." Meng Jinyao smiled and responded, "Mother, don't praise me like that. I'll be proud." Old Lady Gu looked at the little girl, how to see how satisfied, said, "You usually dress up too old and simple. Now this is just right. Good little girl, do not again for the old 3 deliberately dress up their own old face. He is older than you. Should he let you? Let him dress younger with you." "Mother!" Meng Jinyao cried out, then lowered her head in mock shyness. It wasn't that she intentionally dressed up in an old-fashioned way, but the clothes her stepmother prepared for her to bring over were just like that, and she didn't have the silver to change to a new one earlier, so she had to make do with what she had. Old Lady Gu, mindful of her young age and thin skin, didn't continue and said in a warm voice, Well, mother won't talk, sit down and talk first." The First Lady Zhang sized her up a few times, originally well-dressed. At the moment shy and timid look is even more seductive. The heart cannot help but mutter. Married as a woman still dressed up in a flamboyant way, it is not possible to be married to a husband who does not need to be in the widowed for a few days, cannot withstand the loneliness, and would like to go out of the wall. Chapter 53, The Ungrateful. Watching the family getting along is harmonious. Old Lady Gu's mood is also soothing, especially when she sees Meng Jinyao beside her firstborn son. The little girl is gentle and soft when she talks to Yaoling. She was happy. Each rewarded several daughters-in-law a hairpin, and did not favor one over the other. A bowl of water into the level, our excellent head of jade carved from. Each hairpin is worth a lot of money. Zhang's and Chen's are both flattered. Only just entered the door the next day. To the mother-in-law tea. The mother-in-law gave the new daughter-in-law to meet the gift. The rest of the time cannot reward them something. but their children are rewarded. My daughter-in-law thanks her mother. The three of them thanked Old Lady Gu in unison, all smiling. Old Lady Gu looked at them, her tone gentle. The daughters-in-law in the house next door to ours fight openly and secretly, causing chaos in the house, and the men don't have the heart to fight for their future. Fortunately, the ones in our family are good daughters-in-law, and looking at you all, my mother's heart is very comforting as well. When these words came out, Zhang's and Chen's faces slightly paused, knowing that their mother-in-law's words were addressed to the two of them. And to put it bluntly, she was warning them not to fight with the oldest daughter-in-law, and that as long as they didn't fight or snatch, there wouldn't be any hookups. However, they didn't show anything, almost speaking in unison with Meng Jin Yao. Daughter-in-law respects mother's teachings. The family is happy. Not long ago, they are not long-eyed in front of Mrs. Gu's old lady to make a mess, which pot is not open to mention which pot. Zhang looked at Meng Jin Yao with a concerned expression and inquired, "By the way, third younger sibling, what exactly happened yesterday? I heard it was some kind of dowry, but did Mrs. Meng bully you based on her status as an elder? If you have any difficulties, why don't you tell us about it? Everyone will discuss a solution for you together." As her words fell, the crowd subconsciously looked at Meng Jin Yao. Old Lady Gu glanced at Zhang with slight displeasure. Just a short while ago, she had urged them not to fight openly and secretly, and this was forgotten, and they immediately fought. Meng Jin Yao turned her eyes to look at Zhang, seeing Zhang's face of concern. But she knew that Zhang just wanted to see her laugh, so she responded with a smile. "Thanks for your concern, sister-in-law. It's not really a big deal. I've already solved it yesterday." Zhang showed surprise color. "Solved? Yesterday that battle. Although I did not see. But listen to the maid said scary. In the end, what is going on is not quite clear, afraid of the third sibling sister to be bullied on the question. Perhaps the maid spoke of the seriousness of the situation and made sister-in-law worry about me." Meng Jin Yao smiled and said briefly, "The thing is like this, after my birth mother died, she left a dowry, and when I was young, my stepmother said she would help me manage it first, and then give me a dowry when I got married. Just a few days ago, I counted the dowry, didn't find that dowry, had to go to the door to ask for it. Yesterday, they sent someone to send the dowry over. I always have to count it." She smiled lightly. Her expression was frank. Not the slightest hint of displeasure could be seen. And she narrated things in a light tone, as if she was not talking about her own affairs, but only about other people's affairs. Zhang's heart sank. Originally knew that Meng Jin Yao is not easy to deal with. I did not expect such a steady heart, encountered such a big event. If it is a different person, there is this kind of disgraceful mother's family, are ashamed to speak out, but she is like nothing, but it is their own with the right and wrong of the jumper clowns, and reluctantly maintain a smile responded. That Mrs. Meng withholding the third younger sibling's dowry. This kind of fact isn't. Meng Jin Yao nodded her head like she was talking about a trivial matter. There are a few cases of stepmothers appropriating the dowry of their stepdaughters, but I just happen to suffer, but it's not that big of a deal, so it's good to ask for it back. Zhang snapped. Yes, fortunately the third younger sibling got it back. Meng Jin Yao nodded again, and took another sip of tea from her teacup. If she were a few years younger, she might have felt embarrassed and disgraced, but she didn't care about such things nowadays, so no one could use it to give her a hard time. Old Lady Gu was originally satisfied with her own daughter-in-law, and now that she has seen her resolve the embarrassment in a few words, she is even more satisfied. Such a good girl. That brat Xiao Ming can't be matched, and it is just right to be matched with Yao Ling. Old Lady Gu sighed lightly. When you get older, you're useless. It hasn't been long before you're tired. You all go back. The words fell. Zhang slightly apprehensive. Just now is good. How this time work on the lack of? She didn't say anything just now. She did not say anything. Meng Jin Yao that thing, so big noise has long been known. The people of the three houses excused themselves and went out of Shoan Hall. The second wife, Chun, who was close to Zhang, said meaningfully, "Sister-in-law is also a bit too anxious." Zhang's face froze, and she plucked out a glance at her. Chun pursed her lips and reminded in a low voice. This kind of want to see other people's jokes can't see. In the end, they became a joke of the taste is not good, right? In front of the mother, sister-in-law are smart for the best, or cause the mother is not happy. You have to hand over the right of this feed. The words seemed to come from the bottom of his heart, but they stung in his ears with extra irony. Zhang's face sank, did not reply, coldly speeding up her pace. As soon as she left, her eldest grandson's daughter-in-law, Jiang, naturally had to quickly follow her mother-in-law, and Gu Xian, he also followed her mother's pace with her sister-in-law. Chun snorted lightly, wanted to talk to her husband, but seeing the three brothers walking ahead to talk, she wisely did not follow. While on the other side, her son Gu Xiaohong was walking with Gu Xiaoyuan, and Gu Xiao went from the big house. So she brought along the commoner daughter, Gu Xianling, who was following behind her to leave. Meng Jin Yao walked slowly at the end, glanced at Zhang and Chun who were parting ways in front of her, and lamented, "It's a pity, just when I wanted to watch a good show. This is the end." Turning to her side, she asked Qingqiu in a low voice, "Qingqiu, what do you think of the two of them? Which one is more powerful?" Qingqiu returned, "Back to madam, the slave girl thinks that the second mistress is more powerful." Meng Jin Yao gently nodded, "Well, I think so." Qingqiu thoughtfully reminded, "Ma'am, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. You still have to be on guard." At those words, Meng Jin Yao's expression gave a start, then nodded. As long as there is a conflict of interest, the struggle will come. Now the First Lady and the Second Lady are in charge of the central feeder, secretly competing. It is not likely that one day her mother-in-law will want her to be in charge of the central feeder. The trouble will come. After a long time, Meng Jin Yao pursed her lips and smiled. Just soldiers come to block the water and earth cover. I still go back to calculate the manor and store over the years of the total amount of income, or early to Yongchang burial house to ask for silver. This money, or in the pocket of their own solid, in other people's pockets put a long time, it is not likely that one day will be spent. Qingqiu smiled and nodded. What the lady said is true. Chapter 54, Sending a Letter to Collect a Debt. In just one morning's time, Meng Jin Yao was clear about the income of the manor and store over the years. Zhou family was not as good as the Yang Changfu, but not bad. Her mother is the only daughter of the Zhou family. The family gave a generous dowry. Whether it is a manor or store, the income is good. In Yang Changfu, out of her second uncle, this died in the wool gambling gambler, and her grandmother conniving, lost a lot of family property, coupled with the Yang Changfu decline over the years. Her mother's dowry is to help maintain the decency of the Yang Changfu. Those manor and store incomes, pinched in son's hands, have already spent most of them. Ning Dong saw the total amount calculated by the master, mumbled, They are so over the top. This huge Yangchengbo house is relying on the First Lady's dowry to feed the knot." Meng Jin Yao laughed softly. "My good father has a good face and is generous with his money, fee silver." Not long after, Chun Lu came in with a tray, bringing out the plate of dim sum and placing it on the tabletop, and then brought a bowl of buttermilk, red bean, and glutinous rice ball sugar water in front of Meng Jin Yao. Seeing Meng Jin Yao puzzled, Chun Lu explained, "Madam, the day before yesterday, the slave girl saw that you liked to drink buttermilk and said that you wanted to drink sugar water made from buttermilk. So today, when the slave girl saw that there was fresh buttermilk in the kitchen, she took the liberty of letting the cooks make a portion of it, and I don't know if it's to your liking or not." Meng Jin Yao slightly froze. She just recited a sentence that day, and Chun Lu took note of it. Not only took note of it, but also noticed that she ate like red bean cake and also ate glutinous rice balls. So she put the red beans she would eat and the glutinous rice balls together to make the sugar water, so as not to be afraid that there would be something that she didn't like to eat. Qing Xiu and Ning Dong beside her didn't have such a meticulous attention to detail. She picked up the spoon and took a sip, nodding her head in satisfaction. "It tastes good. You have a heart. I was just making a casual remark. It's hard for you to remember." Chunlio's face was pleased. "It's good that Madam likes it, otherwise the slave girl has really done something bad with good intentions." Meng Jin Yao put down her spoon, folded up the letter whose ink had dried, and was about to hand it over to Ning Dong, but then she saw Chun Lu looking at her with bated breath, and it was as if the words "slave girl wants to be of service to Madam" were written on that face. People were so enthusiastic, she couldn't resist the hospitality, so she directly handed the letter to Chun Lu and instructed, "Chun Lu, go to the Yongchang burial mansion and give this letter to my father." When Chun Lu heard this, her heart was ecstatic, and she reached out to take the letter, respectfully saying, "The slave girl will send it over." Meng Jin Yao nodded and picked up the spoon again to drink the sugar water. The cook's cooking skills were good, getting rid of the fishy flavor of the buttermilk, only smelling the rich milky flavor, which boosted one's appetite. Ning Dong glanced at Chun Lu, who left with a brisk gait, and tasted very much in her heart. If there was no Chun Lu, this letter should have been sent by her, and couldn't help but mutter, "Madam, the slave girl is out of favor." "How did you fall out of favor?" Meng Jin Yao shook her head and lost her smile, pushing the plate of treats in her direction. "If you're willing to run errands, I'll let you do it next time. Here, your favorite crystal cake, just freshly baked, still hot, eat more." When Ning Dong heard, that bit of jealousy flew away. Her face reappeared with a smile. The corners of her mouth were about to grin, as if she was earning. Madam still loved her. Chun Lu went to run an errand. She stayed to eat the pastries. Meng Jin Yao looked at her a few pieces of pastry coaxed, helplessly smiled. This girl is good at this mouth to eat. In the future, if there are men with food to coax her, it is not possible to fall. Yangchangba Mansion. Meng Dongyuan received the letter sent over by the Spring Willow. The premonition is not good, but the Spring Willow face, a look no, is not Yongchang Bofu out of the maid. Must be Chongqing Marquee House. He is not good to show anything. Took the letter is also quite generous to give a little bit of money to send people away. After Chunlu left, Meng Dongyuan displayed the letter and took a look at it, and instantly became furious, kicking over the chair in front of him, and then angrily shouted, "Rebellious daughter!" Sons just arrived to hear this angry shout. Scared neck shrink, quickly back to the past, estimated that her husband should be scolding Meng Jin Yao. Busy quickly step into the hall, out of the voice to ask, "Husband rest, beware of gas bad body." In the end, what happened? Meng Dongyuan was so angry that he was red in the face and neck, handing her the letter in his hand, annoyed. "Look at this sinner. She is trying to drive her mother's family to death. How come the one who died that year was Zhou and not her? Raising her so big, it's just that she doesn't know how to be grateful, but she also wants to collect debts from her mother's family." When Sun heard this, she was busy taking the letter and carefully looked at it and found that it was a debt collection letter, and when she saw the amount on it, she nearly fainted with a black eye. Did their family use Zhou's dowry money that much? This is not a small amount of money, That is all of her dowry. To take the cash compensation to Meng Jin Yao is not enough. Yongchang Bakufugong also have to spend a lot of silver before enough. Sun was in a hurry and quickly came up with a good idea. "Husband, why don't we talk to Io and pay her back in installments? We'll pay back a little bit a year, and we'll definitely be able to pay it off later." Meng Dongyuan plucked out a glance at her and said in a bad mood, "You didn't see the words that rebellious girl wrote at the end? Return it to her within 10 days with no less than a penny, or she will report it to the officials." She dared to make such a big commotion. Do you think she really doesn't dare to report it to the officials? Sun choked on that. Meng Dongyuan rubbed his brow in annoyance, seeing Sun's aggrieved face. His heart was even more annoyed. If he had known this, he shouldn't have listened to Sun's fling and taken away Zhou's dowry, and he wouldn't have made such a scandal. He waved his hand and said in an unpleasant tone, "Okay, you don't want to be idle. Go and get your dowry discount money, put it together, and return it to that rebellious daughter. Not enough, and then spend it from the government's Zhonggong accounts office." Hearing Sun's heart and angry hate and aggrieved, husband's family blatantly want to expropriate her dowry, but also used as a matter of course. Her dowry in an instant all confiscated. No money and silk dependence. Became penniless. Can only rely on her husband's family to live in poverty. Her heart is very uneasy. Seeing her standing still, Meng Dongyuan furrowed his brows in displeasure and patiently pacified. "Madam, don't worry, a few children will be successful, and Au is as long as a flower. So she will be able to marry a good husband in the future to help the Meng family. And when the Meng family is revitalized, the money that you have paid will surely be returned to you." Sun didn't dare to have any objections and nodded her head in response. "I'll do it later." When Meng Dongyuan heard this, he eased his face and said in a warm voice, "Madam, our family married the right person by marrying you as a daughter-in-law. Other couples fly apart in times of trouble, but Madam generously helped to get through it." Hearing this, Sun's heart was very flattered. Her husband still loves her, understands her dedication, and knows how good she is. She glared at Meng Dongyuan and pouted. "Then husband will have to be nicer to me in the future." Meng Dongyuan asked back, "When have I treated you badly? When did I not follow you in everything?" Sun thought about it and felt that it was also true that even if her husband took concubines, those concubines never crossed her, except for the thinly veiled common maid who gave birth to a concubine's son. And after she gave birth to Qingxing, she was not allowed to allow any other woman to get pregnant. Chapter 55, Smashing the Pot. It was a warm, sunny spring day. Gu Jingxi's wedding vacation was over, and he left the house at 4 minutes past dusk, returning only at the time of the lantern, when it was just about dinner time. Meng Jin Yao only saw him at the time of the lanterns, and sometimes she couldn't see anyone at the time of the lanterns, and Gu Jingxi came back only after she fell asleep, but she didn't really care and only did her own thing. At this time, Meng Jin Yao was flipping through the account books of Gu Jingxi's private property to find out how much he earns each year and also to do her part as a wife in charge of his family. Chun Lu came in with a post and respectfully handed it to Meng Jin Yao. "Madam, this is a post from the Duke Rong's residence." Meng Jingyao's action of turning over the account book gave a start. She married into the Chongqing Marquee house, has been more than half a month, or the first time to receive the post of other people's homes. I think those people are holding a wait-and-see attitude and learned that the Chongqing Marquee house is still good for her, which will invite her to go to be a guest. She took the post and looked at it. It was a tea party set up by Mrs. Duke Rong's wife, inviting her to attend tomorrow. She put down the post and looked up to ask Chunlu, "How is the Duke Rong's house's relationship with Marquis Chongqing's house?" Haruki answered truthfully, "Not very close, general acquaintance." Meng Jin Yao gently nodded. I know." Chun Lu couldn't gauge what she meant and couldn't help but ask, "Ma'am, are you going to the appointment?" Meng Jin Yao guffawed and smiled. "Go, since Mrs. State Duke has invited me. Why don't I go?" But Haruki wanted to say something and gave her a worried look. Meng Jin Yao let out a light laugh and asked with a smirk, "But they didn't sincerely invite me to go, just to see me laugh? Not only will they watch the jokes, but they'll probably find fault and humiliate me." Chunlu, silent, only gently nodded. "It is true. Those ladies must want to see the joke of their family lady. Recently, their family lady body, everything happened as other people's life is estimated to meet not, and every piece is shocking scandal. Outside, the people have not stopped talking about the lady. We have a variety of opinions. There is sympathy for the lady. There are also despise the lady." Meng Jin Yao didn't care much. "What's so funny about me? I'm doing quite well, aren't I? I got my mother's dowry back. My husband has a high position and power, and he doesn't have any common rooms or concubines. My mother-in-law is gentle and loving, and the only thing that's wrong is that I have a son who doesn't know what he's doing." Hayasu stuttered. "So what is a disgrace in the eyes of others is a great thing in your heart." Meng Jin Yao glanced at her and laughed. "I previously thought you were quite resourceful as a girl, but now it seems that some things are still not resourceful enough. So why don't you let go of your mind and look at things from a different angle? It's easy to blind yourself by drilling into a bull's horn." Chun Lu seemed to understand, pondered for a moment before understanding, and quickly nodded. "What Madam said is right. It was the slave girl who drilled into the bull's eye, only thinking of the bad but ignoring the good." Meng Jin Yao waved her hand, signaling her to back off and continue reading the ledger. Haruki blessedly retreated. Ning Dong, who was waiting on the side, asked, "Madam, the account book can be read on another day. Why don't the slave girls pick out the clothes and jewelry for tomorrow's banquet for you first? You can use them directly tomorrow, without having to choose them again." Meng Jin Yao thought about it and nodded in response. "Good." Ning Dong laughed and said, "The slave girl will surely dress you up like a fairy, and you will be colorful tomorrow." The next day, nearly the 6th hour, Meng Jin Yao brought Qing Qiu and Ning Dong with her to the Duke Rong's mansion for the banquet. She thought she wasn't too late, but when she arrived at the venue, she found that she was quite late, and the flower hall was already filled with a number of official ladies and noble women. The crowd originally also thought that she didn't dare to go out, so she wasn't going to come. When they saw her appear, almost everyone's gazes looked at her, with a few moments of bewilderment and surprise, and then they sized her up. Just see her dressed in tianshui by pleated Rui Moon skirt, hair pulled a single screw bun, head oblique inserted inlaid pearl jasper step rock, ear pearl earrings. Makeup is not complicated, but she looks pretty, delicate and bright, dignified and elegant. When he hooked his lips and smiled, he was so bright and scorching that all the flowers lost their colors, a rare beauty. It is no wonder that the Chongqing Marquis, who has always attached great importance to rules, will marry her. With such a delicate wife, even if she is ridiculed by the world, so what? The original Chongqing Marquis has a hidden disease. There is no noble woman willing to marry. And now the son escaped the marriage, just to pick up a big bargain. The fat water does not flow outside the field. Ignoring their measuring gazes, Meng Jin Yao smiled with a flourish and apologized. "Ladies, I'm really sorry. I'm the one who's late." The crowd politely said, "Not too late. Not too late. We are the ones who are early." Mrs. Duke Rongguo was of the same generation as Gu Jingxi. If the two families had a close relationship, Gu Jingxi would have to call out to her as sister-in-law, but the two families were only casual acquaintances, and she said in a kindly manner, "Mrs. Gu, please take your seat first." Immediately, a servant girl led Meng Jin Yao to her seat. Seats are not first come first sit, are based on the status of the ladies of the family row, otherwise the status of the high status, because of the later arrival of the field to sit in the nooks and crannies. That appears to be the host family on the noble guest. How disrespectful. Chongqing Marquis Gu Jingxi was in a high position of power, and the holy favor was strong, so Meng Jin Yao's seats were all forward. The Yongchang burial mansion had fallen into decline, becoming what others called a downtrodden household, and couldn't receive any invitations from high families, and had fallen to the point where it could only socialize with the families of lower and middle-class officials. Plus, Meng Jinyao didn't like to flatter others. So many of the ladies and noble women present were unknown to Meng Jinyao. To say that she knew people, in fact, Meng Jinyu knew more than her. After all, although Meng Jinyu was 2 years younger than her, but was a very motivated, like to camp, to be other people's little follower, in order to get into the sight of the upper-class circle, and in the process, to marry a good man's family. Mrs. Ronghua Gongfu did her duty as a hostess, introduced her to a number of official ladies. She also warm and gentle with those ladies' greetings, not overly enthusiastic, nor purposely distant, but let a number of ladies look highly at her. A downtrodden household cultivated daughters, but did not disrespectful people down to earth. Suddenly, a lady said, "Mrs. Gu, I heard that your mother's family, Yang Changfu, has been raising silver like a pot of gold, and even Mrs. Meng is selling her dowry for cash, so I don't know if it's true." As soon as these words came out, the crowd's eyes once again turned to Meng Jinyao, this time with a look of amusement. Meng Jinyao was stepmother son's encroachment on the dowry of her biological mother, has long been spread throughout the capital. I heard that Zhou's dowry is Meng Jinyao took Zhou's dowry list to ask for it back, and Sun did not expect Zhou's dowry list to have two. And in the end, stealing the chicken failed to etch the rice. In recent days, Sun pawned the dowry and folded the silver, fearing that she had misappropriated the dowry of Meng Jinyao's birth mother, Zhou, and now needed to return the silver as a last resort. Chapter 56. No good will come of it. Meng Jinyao had also heard of this matter, but she didn't find it surprising. The roots of the Yang Changfu family were rotten to the core, since they dared to use her mother's dowry. How could they not dare to use Sun's? So it's only natural that Sun would be forced to use her dowry to fill the hole. Sun is going to pour out all she has, how much is still missing, and the Yongchang burial house will make up for it. However, this lady did remind her that today is the deadline, but she left the house early, and I don't know if the Yang Changfu house has sent the silver over to her yet. She put down the teacup in her hand, hooked up a light smile, and returned unhurriedly. It's probably true, but debt repayment is the natural order of things. She doesn't have enough silver on hand, and will pawn her dowry to pay me back my silver, which is normal. Listening to her tone of voice, although the words are reasonable, but this rightful tone of voice everywhere through the thin, think of a cool person. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Which daughter would treat her mother's family in such a way? This heart is also too hard some. The mother's family, and then how not, at least is the birth of their own place. Let the mother's family lose face to their own what good? The lady asked again. Mrs. Gu, they are at least elders, your parents. Isn't it wrong for you to treat them like this? In this matter, another lady disapproved. Yes, Mrs. Gu, it is indeed inappropriate to force your mother to pawn her dowry to compensate you for the silver. Mrs. Ming is also kind to you. Even if it costs you a little bit of silver, it's not so bad, right? Meng Jinyao asked rhetorically. The two ladies are thinking that I did something wrong? The two ladies choked on this statement. Soon, the lady who spoke for the first time said, "We don't mean this. Mrs. Gu is still young. Maybe she doesn't understand this reasoning. The daughter's family still don't make too much trouble with her mother's family, so that if something happens without her mother's family backing her up, it will be very disadvantageous." Really? Meng Jinyao hit her mouth and let out a low laugh, then faintly said, "Those two ladies' maiden families are really good. It's just a pity that I'm blessed with a thin line of luck and can't meet such a good maiden family." That lady snapped. Mrs. Gu is afraid that she has a misunderstanding of her mother's family. Meng Jinyao's face cooled down, and her tone was indifferent. Misunderstanding? What do you think is not a misunderstanding? I'm not afraid to tell you a joke. After all, this kind of thing you probably have heard of 3 dynasties back to the door was rejected. Learned that my husband accompanied me back to the door before opening the door to meet. You think even such a mother's family will give me backing? She said, faintly swept a glance at the people present, then said, "My dynasty has laws and regulations expressly stipulate that a woman's dowry is a private property. Her husband's family may not take it for themselves. Only the first-degree children can inherit it. And if there are no first-degree children, then it will be inherited by the descendants of the mother's family. My mother has me as a first-degree daughter. And Sun's encroachment on my mother's dowry is a violation of the laws and regulations. I didn't report it to the authorities to have her jailed. It's already a leniency. Since she dared to do it, she should bear the mistake." Hearing this, that lady was dumbfounded and her face was a little embarrassed. Meng Jinyao glanced at them, but didn't intend to let them off the hook. Since they were picking a fight, Don't blame her for speaking badly, and asked in a hushed tone, "Could it be that the two ladies are friends with my stepmother, and are purposely taking this opportunity to bash me so that I'll know what's wrong with me, and not pursue the matter any further?" When those two ladies heard this, they busily shook their heads and explained, "Mrs. Gu, this is a misunderstanding." "Yes, Mrs. Gu, we are not familiar with Mrs. Meng." Meng Jin Yao was skeptical. "I thought you guys were friends with her and couldn't see me getting justice for myself, but I didn't think it was a misunderstanding." The two ladies' faces were snappy, and the people in the audience also looked at each other, not expecting Meng Jin Yao to speak so nonchalantly. These two ladies were at least older than her. Mrs. Rong Guogong hurriedly rounded up the situation. "Mrs. Gu, since it's a misunderstanding, let's leave the matter aside. The flowers in our family's back garden are blooming just right. Why don't we all go and enjoy the flowers together?" The other ladies also showed interest, and the group left the flower hall and were about to move to the back garden. Just after leaving the flower hall, Meng Jin Yao saw Chun Lu walking quickly towards her and whispering in her ear. Her eyes lit up, and she turned to Mrs. Duke Rong. "Mrs. Duke Rong, I still have things to do at home, so I'll have to excuse myself." Duchess Rongwa nodded and said, "Since Mrs. Gu has something going on at home, let's go back first, and we'll gather again next time we have time." Meng Jin Yao gently nodded her head, and in passing, she said goodbye to the other ladies and took Qing Qiu and Ning Dong and Chun Lu with her to leave. After the four of them left, the other ladies couldn't help but whisper and discuss. "I thought she wouldn't come today, but I didn't expect her to come. Who says otherwise? Marrying her fiancé's father is shocking enough, but also pushing her mother's family to the brink of extinction. I'm afraid that there's no second person like her to be found in the entire capital." She spoke to both Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Wang in a nonchalant and aggressive manner just now. It is precisely because of this that the Yongchang burial mansion can be forced to do so. Even the stepmother has been forced upon her dowry, which is really unfilial. Listening to these words slamming Meng Jin Yao, there was someone who put in a good word for Meng Jin Yao. "Don't say that. If the elders aren't kind, how can the juniors be filial?" She was probably pushed. Is it her fault that Yang Changfu lost so much face? Is it her fault that the Yang Changfu house has lost so much face? Isn't it the Yang Changfu couple that has the real problem? That said, she's a junior after all. How could she treat her elders like this? I'd say you guys are able to speak eloquently because the knife didn't cut into your flesh without knowing the pain. Mrs. Rongwa Gong looked at their two sides of each side of the argument, later for fear of a quarrel, and hastened to speak out to stop. "While other people's business we do not discuss, the public said that the public has a reason. The mother-in-law said that the mother-in-law has a reason, and we are not the parties involved. How can we say it clearly? As her words fell, someone immediately chimed in. What Mrs. Guogong said is true. The others were also interested in changing the topic and didn't discuss Meng Jin Yao's matter any further. The back garden of Duke Rong's mansion was very beautiful, and it was springtime, and the flowers in the garden were in full bloom, attracting the attention of those ladies who had already put Meng Jin Yao's matter behind them. On that side, after Ning Dong got on the carriage, she could no longer taut her emotions and immediately changed her face, puffing and puffing, indignant at her master. "Madam, those two ladies are deliberately looking for faults to taunt you." Meng Jin Yao wasn't angry and softly soothed. "Okay, don't be angry. It's not like they can take advantage of it. And they're not the ones who are embarrassed in the end." Chun-Lu was just here to report, but did not know what happened just now. But listening to their conversations, she could guess that someone must have spoken excessively to the lady, and then dared to say a word. "Lady, if someone is disrespectful to you, you might as well tell the Marquis." Meng Jin Yao shook her head with a smile and said in a warm voice, "No need. In fact, they can't bully me. The Marquis is so busy every day. How can I trouble him over such a small matter?" Ning Dong nodded her head and concurred. "Chun-Lu, you don't have to worry about this. Madam's mouth is very smart. They can't say anything about Madam. I'm just angry that they purposely uncovered Madam's scars to have fun." Chun-Lu hesitantly nodded her head, since her master had said so. Then she should not worry about this. Chapter 57. Sisterly Disputes. Chongqing Marquis Mansion. Not long after Meng Jin Yao went out, the housekeeper of the Yongchang burial mansion had arrived at the Chongqing Marquis Mansion and had been waiting in the front hall for a long time. Not seeing Meng Jin Yao's silhouette for a long time, he was anxious in his heart and paced back and forth in the hall to pass the time. Next to the small maid to entertain, the tea watched him walk around. The heart also muttered, "On the Yang Changfu that kind of style, Mrs. probably will not even come back to see him." The housekeeper inadvertently looked up and immediately stopped in his tracks when he saw Meng Jinyao's silhouette, followed by a quick step to welcome him, with a smile that could even be described as flattering, saying, "Eldest miss, you're finally back." Meng Jinyao, expressionless, nodded, stepped to the main seat to sit down, eyes coolly glanced at the butler. See, the butler's smile stalled, face nervous looking at her, eyes with apprehension. She will not be difficult for the butler. Opened the door to ask, "Today is the 10th day. Should be prepared for the silver tickets. My father and son can be ready." When the housekeeper heard her mention money with her mouth open, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he hurriedly replied, "Eldest miss, all ready. Because of this matter, Madam's dowry was all pawned." Meng Jin Yao smiled with satisfaction. As for what the housekeeper said later, she turned a deaf ear. Son's pawn dowry has nothing to do with her. She didn't let son pawn the dowry. It was her good father and grandmother. Obviously, Yang Changfu can come up with the money, but her good father and grandmother couldn't let it go. They had to requisition son's dowry. I don't know if son has any regrets now. Took her mother's dowry, but did her best for her husband's family, and in the end, didn't get the benefit of the doubt, but instead lost her own dowry and got a bad reputation for misappropriating her stepdaughter's birth mother's dowry. Her tone lightened a few points, and she said in a faint voice, "That's good. Give it to me first. I'll see if the number of silver checks is correct." The housekeeper answered, pulling out a stack of silver bills from his pocket, and then pulling out a few taels of broken silver as well as copper plates from his purse, respectfully presenting them. "Big miss, you can see if there is anything missing." When Meng Jin Yao saw this, she froze slightly before taking it and carefully counting it. Very well, they were really afraid of squatting in jail, and they really did pay her back in pennies. No wonder there were a few taels of broken silver and 30 or so coins. That's because the amount was too small. Silver bills didn't come in that small of a denomination. The housekeeper asked apprehensively, "Big miss, I wonder if the number is wrong?" In fact, on the way to the road, he was quietly counted. "The number is no problem. If the difference is a little bit of money, 3 or 5 taels of his own pad, a little bit is fine. As long as he today to complete this difficult task on everything or back to the Yongchang Few, he will not have to be accountable by the uncle." Meng Jinyao nodded and said, "The number is no problem. Hard work, steward." The butler breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly shook his head. "It's not hard. It's all what I should do." Saying that, he glanced at Meng Jinyao and hesitantly said, "Eldest miss, both madam and old lady are sick." Meng Jinyao did not change her color and said, "I'm not a doctor, so what's the point of talking to me? Can it be that if you tell me, their illnesses will be cured without medicine?" Seeing that she was indifferent even like this, the housekeeper knew that she really hated Madam and old Madam, and busily said, "What the eldest girl said was right. It was a little confused." Meng Jin Yao added, "If there's nothing else, you should go back. I think they're at home, expecting you to go back and resume your duties." "Hey, good." The housekeeper nodded in response and excused himself from Meng Jin Yao before leaving the Chongqing Marquis residence and beating a path back to his master to resume his orders. Meng Jin Yao glanced at a few taels of broken silver as well as 30 or so copper plates, and directly rewarded the broken silver equally to the 3 big maids, Chun Lu, Qing Xiu, and Ning Dong, while the 30 or so copper plates were rewarded to the little maid who had been serving tea at the side. A few people got the bounty and thanked them in a hurry. On the way back to Wei Wei Xian, Ning Dong asked curiously, "Madam, do you think they're really sick or are they faking it?" Meng Jin Yao tugged at the corner of her lips and gave a mocking smile. "Which of them didn't fall ill when they met something? It's probably because their bodies are weak and can't handle things, so they get sick when they encounter something." When Ning Dong heard this, he instantly realized that pretending to be sick could not only harvest sympathy, but also claiming to be sick and not going out so as to avoid being mocked, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After passing through the Moonhole Gate, through the back corridor, there suddenly came the sound of 2 little girls arguing. Meng Jingyao stopped her footsteps, looked at the sound, and saw the first daughter of the big house, Gu Xuani, and the concubine daughter of the second house, Gu Xianling, and didn't know for what reason they were arguing. Our 15-year-old girl, a face full of arrogance, a timid and cowardly. The difference between the first daughter and the concubine girl is really not a little bit. Temperament is simply a world of difference. Seeing this, Chun Lu said in a low voice, "Ma'am, the eldest girl and the second girl have never dealt with each other, but it should be the eldest girl who is bullying the second girl." Meng Jin Yao nodded slightly and continued to watch, only to see Gu Xianling's red eyes, her eyes overflowing with tears, accusing, "Big sister, you did it on purpose." Gu Xianyi lifted her foot and crushed the pastry that had already fallen on the ground, tilted her face up and her chin slightly raised, looking at Gu Xianling with a smug look on her face, contemptuously saying, "I just did it on purpose. What can you do to me? You're too much." Gu Xianling squeezed out a sentence only after a long time, so angry that her voice trembled, and she couldn't help the tears falling down her face, aggrieved. Gu Xianyi said with mockery, "A commoner's daughter is a commoner's daughter, preferring to exploit. What's the use of pleasing your grandmother? She is not your own grandmother. Not to mention that you are still a concubine. Do you still want her to sincerely love you? I've already sent over the pastries made for my grandmother. This is for my mother." Gu Xinling was too lazy to bother with her, squatting down to clean up the pastries that had fallen on the ground, picking up all the pastries on the ground and putting them into the food box, along with the plates that had already been broken. "Mother," Gu Xianyi liked to hear what joke, a light laugh. "The mouth is not merciless," continued a sarcasm. "Do not forget that you were born of the concubine. The second aunt is not your real mother. Your blessed aunt died long ago. Died for so long, also do not know to reincarnate or not. If it is reincarnated, probably younger than you are 10 years old. A rabbit will bite when it's anxious, let alone a human being." Gu Xinling had endured the previous events, but when she heard her cousin mention her long-deceased birth mother and speak out of turn, she finally couldn't help herself and abruptly stood up, reached out, and pushed Gu Xianyi forcefully, yelling at Gu Xianyi, "Eldest sister, don't you go too far." Gu Xianyi was caught off guard and was directly pushed to the ground by her, letting out an shriek, and the maid beside her was also startled and hurriedly went to help her master up while asking with concern, "Eldest miss, are you all right?" The skin of Gu Xianyi's palm was bruised, and the landing on her buttocks hurt. She stood up and huffed in pain, gritting her teeth. "Gu Xianling, you have big guts. I think you're looking for death." The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Directly raising her palm, she was going to slap Gu Xianling's face. "Stop!" In the nick of time, a rather authoritative voice suddenly came from Gu Xianyi, and Gu Xianyi's hand froze in midair, stiffening her face as she looked toward the source of the voice. Chapter 58. Hit hard in the face. "Stop!" In the nick of time, a rather authoritative voice suddenly came from Gu Xianyi, and Gu Xianyi's hand froze in midair, stiffening her face as she looked toward the source of the voice, only to see Meng Jinyao with a stern face, with a few maids walking towards them, obviously only a year older than them. But the aura on her body was scary, with an invisible pressure, making her slap hesitate to fall on Gu Xianling's face. Perhaps because Meng Jinyao was an elder and third uncle's wife. Out of reverence for third uncle, it made her instinctively fear Meng Jinyao as well. Gu Xianyi's momentum instantly weakened, and with an embarrassed face, she slowly lowered her raised palm and stuttered, third aunt." Gu Xianling was confused. Thinking of her behavior just now, the elders probably saw it, and her heart was scared to death, but she didn't regret it and respectfully bowed to Meng Jinyao as a junior. "Xianling has met third auntie as well." Meng Jinyao nodded gently. Her gaze fell on Gu Xianyi, and she said in a faint voice, "Xianyi is really a great bully. If you want to beat up your sister, you just go straight to the top. Hasn't sister-in-law ever educated you that sisters should live in harmony with each other?" At these words, Gu Xianyi's heart trembled, and she hurriedly explained, "Third aunt, it was the second sister who pushed me first. She was so excessive." Then she spread out her palm and complained first, "Third aunt, you see, I was pushed by her and fell to the ground, and my hand was cracked." Meng Jinyao glanced at it. It was knocked through the skin and oozing blood, but it was all skin wounds and not serious. She turned her eyes to Gu Xianling, who was on the side, and asked, "Xianling, don't you want to explain?" When Gu Xianyi heard this, a smug look flashed quickly across her face, gloating as she looked at Gu Xianling. Gu Xianling's face tightened, feeling that she was afraid that she had fallen into the Yellow River and couldn't wash it away. She wasn't the one who was hurt, who believed that she was the one who was bullied. Frustrated, she lowered her head and mumbled, "Third auntie, it's true that I pushed eldest sister, but it was also eldest sister who was rude first." "Third aunt, she lied." Gu Xianyi immediately retorted with an exasperated huff, biting back directly. "It was clearly her who accidentally dropped the pastry by walking too fast, so she blamed it on me, saying that I dropped it and pushed me down." The words fell, Gu Xianling directly to the angry face red. Clearly as the big sister seized the food box, her pastries to the ground, now became her accidentally fall. The only witness or big sister's maid. She did not bring a maid ate a boring loss, have a mouth difficult to discern. Meng Jinyao looked at Gu Xianyi expressionlessly. In Gu Xianyi, she saw the shadow of her half-sister Meng Jinyu. All the same arrogance, insolence, empty-handedness, biting back without blushing, straight and strong. When she thought of Meng Jinyu, she remembered Sun. Her face sank, and she asked again, Xianyi, is that really the case? Gu Xianyi nodded her head without hesitation, pointing at the two maids and saying, It's true, if Annie 3 doesn't believe me, she might as well ask these two maids. They can all see it clearly. Those two maids were Gu Xianyi's eldest maids. Where would they dare to betray their master? So they echoed, Madam, what the eldest girl said is the truth. It's the second girl who wronged the eldest girl and pushed her in the past. The second girl also bullied the eldest girl. It's just that the eldest girl's heart was kind and didn't bother with her. I didn't think that she would take the opportunity to find fault again today. Gu Xianling shook her head repeatedly. Third aunt, no, it's not like that, I didn't. There are witnesses, and you're still sophomoric? Gu Xianyi glared at her with a warning look in her eyes, and then proceeded to put on a generous demeanor. It's just that, second sister, I don't blame you for this. It's unavoidable that your heart would be upset if the pastry you worked so hard to make fell. I forgive you for this matter. Meng Jinyao rubbed her brow, turned her eyes to Chun Lu, and commanded, Chun Lu, you will repeat what you heard just now. Just repeat what the eldest girl said. Gu Huanyi, Gu Xianling. The sisters froze, the former in shock, panic, and disbelief, the latter still not reacting. I did it on purpose. What can you do about it? A commoner's daughter is a commoner's daughter, and she prefers to be exploited. What's the use of pleasing your grandmother? She's not your real grandmother, not to mention that you're a concubine's daughter. Do you still want her to really love you? Mother? Don't forget that you're a concubine. The second aunt is not your real mother. Your blessed aunt died a long time ago. Died for so long, also don't know reincarnated or not. If reincarnated, probably 10 years younger than you. Gu Xianling, how dare you? I think you're looking for death. Chunlio's memory is good. Word for word will Gu Xian, he said words repeat out. Even Gu Xian, he then speak tone of voice are imitated a full. Finish the last word. She subconsciously look at their own lady. See their own lady to give her an appreciation of the eyes. Then the heart blossomed with joy. Feel that they are about to embrace Mrs. Thighs. Gu Xianyi's face turned pale. Thinking of what she had just said, she was even more ashamed and scared. In the end, she was still a 15-year-old girl. Now she had completely panicked, staring at Chun Lu in a daze. She completely did not expect that the third aunt, as well as the third aunt's maid, had seen her bullying the second concubine cousin's evil deeds. And Gu Xianyi's two maids also looked pale. The eldest girl will be punished for lying and being exposed, but they helped the eldest girl to lie. When the time comes, the eldest madam will surely put the blame on them, saying that they taught the eldest girl bad and heavily chastised them. Gu Xianling stared blankly at Meng Jinyao, only feeling that this third aunt was a living goddess descending into the world, saving her from the fire. Or else if things got out of hand, her great aunt would definitely say that her mother hadn't educated her well, and in the end her mother would have no choice but to chastise her. Meng Jinyao asked with a sullen face, Xian Yi, did your sister-in-law not only fail to teach you to live in harmony with your sisters, but also failed to teach you not to lie to your elders? Third aunt, Gu Xian, he couldn't say anything, tears snapping down her face, feeling that there was an invisible slap thrown hard on her face, making her face hot and spicy. Meng Jinyao glanced at the dumbfounded Gu Xianling on the side and thought to herself that with a silly face, it was no wonder she was being bullied. Thinking this way, she asked again, although Xianling's aunt is not the main family, but at least it is half of your elders, you have such an attitude towards a person who has passed away? Besides, although your second aunt is not her biological mother, but is her first mother, the daughter to make cakes to honor her mother is normal. You are so slanderous is what do you mean? Do you think that you don't have to be filial because you're not her biological mother? Of course, the premise of filial piety is not biological, but also to the child-loving mother. Gu Xianling took the initiative to filial piety. That proves that Chun did not do very excessive things. Unlike her stepmother's son, also do not know for some reason, from the beginning, hate her to die. Once upon a time she was Sun, as her own mother was Sun raised around, Sun also full of admiration, that a mother are from the heart. Until she knew that the evil thing, she began to alienate and beware of Sun, and even later occasionally went against Sun. Gu Xianyi's heart jumped. This can be said seriously. Her father is also a concubine, and is not the grandmother's own, according to her, just that words, that is not. Chapter 59. Meeting the Reversal. Seeing that she didn't speak, Meng Jin Yao didn't intend to let her off the hook and asked in a faint voice, "If you don't speak, that means you're tacitly admitting that you're not your own mother, so you don't have to be filial?" Had Gu Xian ever been questioned like this one after another? Being questioned is just, and the language is sharp, and she is the party that does not take advantage of. The tears fell even more fierce, head shaking like a rattle drum, responded. No, the younger generation filial piety elders natural and natural. Whether or not it is not biological mother, should be good filial piety, otherwise it is unfilial. Meng Jin Yao nodded gently and asked again without a hitch. By the way, you just said that the old madam wouldn't genuinely love a junior who wasn't related to her by blood. So you mean that the old madam didn't genuinely love your father and your second uncle either? Gu Xian shook her head in a panic, her voice choking. No, no, grandmother, her old man has always been very loving. It was me who spoke out of turn. Third aunt, I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have spoken carelessly. After she said that, her eyes were full of panic and weakness as well as embarrassment, and her tears fell down like no money, sobbing softly, only feeling that her third aunt, who was only a year older than her, was just as scary as her third uncle. Gu Xianling looked at Meng Jin Yao with eyes full of admiration. Third Annie was so powerful. She really was the one who dared to change the groom on the spot after her fiancé skipped the wedding. She and Gu Xian, more than 10 years of sisters, are the first time to see this big sister crying so sincerely, unlike before is pretending to drop a few tears to fool the elders, and finally became her not. And this big sister sparring, she rarely can win, so has been avoiding conflict to avoid getting along with privately, lest one day accidentally suffered, but also have to involve the first mother. Right at this moment, the first Lady Zhang and the second Lady Chun were walking this way, and when they saw the few of them, they immediately froze. The next moment, Zhang saw her own daughter crying so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. Her face was gloomy. She quickly walked over, and before asking the reason, she indiscriminately scolded, Xianling, why are you bullying your big sister again? She said, and in a bad mood to the just rushed over Chinset's second sibling, I have long said that you, this concubine daughter of a small age, does not learn. Know that the bullying sisters, I see you this time do not educate a good meal. In the future will not just bully their own sisters. Chin's face did not look good when she heard this line of reproach from her, and she said in a deep voice, Sister-in-law, how do you know that it must be Xian Ling's fault when you haven't even asked about the cause? What if it's Xian Yi's fault? As she said that, her eyes sharply swept Gu Xianyi. Gu Xianyi was so vain that she hurriedly lowered her head to hide her panic. How could it be Xianyi? Zhang asked rhetorically. Suddenly seeing that her daughter's palm had broken the skin, she was heartbroken and grabbed her daughter's hand, exposing the palm. Second younger sibling. Look at this. If it was Xianyi's fault, she would have gotten hurt? It really is a commoner daughter who can't get on the stage. Her nature is wild. As soon as these words came out, Chin's face became even more unsightly, as she is also a concubine daughter, and she snorted lightly. What does sister-in-law mean by this? A concubine's temperament is wild and can't rise to the occasion? Big brother and my husband are both commoners. Are you saying that they are just as unseemly and wild? Zhang's face laughed, and with hindsight, she remembered that her husband was a concubine, and if she called her niece a concubine who could not rise to the occasion, what was the difference between that and calling her husband a concubine's son who could not rise to the occasion? Chun, however, refused to let her off the hook, riding the wave of victory. Sister-in-law is at least an elder, saying such things in front of her juniors. She's not afraid of teaching her juniors a lesson. Zhang's face is a little hung up back. That is also anxious. You see our family Xianyi's hand. Xianling, she is wild, bullying Xianyi. Before she is not no bullying Xianyi, this time more excessive. All see blood. Chen glanced at the concubine daughter beside her. This concubine daughter is usually timid and cowardly. It's impossible to do this kind of thing. Sister-in-law is just using the subject to say that she as a mother didn't discipline her children well. She protected the concubine daughter behind her and asked rhetorically, Sister-in-law is so sure that it's Xian Ling who did it? Maybe it was Xian Yi herself who fell? Xian Ling usually didn't even bother to harm an aunt. How could she possibly hurt someone? As soon as her words fell, Gu Xianling's voice rang out. Mother, it was me who pushed big sister. Chen heard this and was struck by lightning. Her face stiffened as she turned her head and looked at the concubine daughter in disbelief. She was defending her, and she was actually tearing her down? How could there be such a stupid maid? No wonder she was bullied by Gu Xianyi. Zhang's waist immediately straightened. Phil finally raised his eyebrows back, slightly raised his chin, hooked up a smirk, justified counting. Second sibling, You listen, she admitted herself, proving that I have not wronged her. I say you are also really concubine daughter is also your child. You cannot just educate your biological shohong. Concubine daughter is also call you a mother's child. You are really lack of education to her. This time can be severely punished only. Chen looked at her with this villainous look and clenched her back teeth grooves in anger. Meng Jin Yao watched the two of them arguing, realizing that it really is true that there is a mother as well as a daughter. Gu Xianyi's temperament was similar to Zhang's, and opened her lips to say, sister-in-law, you don't have to argue over this matter. This is something that I happened to witness the whole process of. It's Xian Ling who pushed Xian Yi, but it's also Xian Yi who behaved badly and spoke out of turn in the first place. It was only after her words fell that Zhang noticed her presence, and thinking about her words, she hesitantly said, Xian Yi, how could she? How could she? Sister-in-law, might as well listen to the beginning and end of the matter first. Meng Jin Yao looked at Chun Lu and commanded, Chun Lu, tell the first and second mistresses what happened just now. Chun Lu did not add to the conversation, only recounting the events of the party. Even Gu Xian Yi and Gu Xian Ling's conversation was repeated. It is clear who is right and who is wrong. Chen only felt raised eyebrows, did not expect such a reversal. Her eyes flashed a trace of mockery, lightly laughed. Sister-in-law, it seems that the one who teaches her daughter poorly is not me, but you yourself, are Xian Ling filial piety, personally make pastries for grandmother and mother. In your family, Xian, he not only behaves badly, but also speaks out of turn, not only slandering grandmother as well. This child is 15 years old. If she is not educated and marries into someone else's family, what's wrong with that? She said a pause, a moment later added, I think, sister-in-law, you have to be severely punished this time. Otherwise, she will not learn from her mistakes. The mother is old. The next day, she is not covered up. In front of the mother said this kind of words. The mother angry, sick, how to be good? Hey, what does it mean to say that a person who is not his or her own will not be truly loved? What does it mean to say that you don't have to be filial to a mother who isn't your own? What kind of words are these? Chapter 60, Heavy Penalties. Zhang's face was on fire. Obviously, her daughter had cried and was injured, and in the end, the one at fault was her daughter? Hearing Chen so say, her face ugly tight, Chen such a small thing to mention, directly rise to the level of whether the mother-in-law will be angry sick, so that she is not good to end. If it is taken lightly, that is not the same as condoning the daughter, did not put the mother-in-law's body in the heart, and even her own agree with the daughter's words? She looked towards her tearful daughter. Just now she thought that Xian Ling was at fault and asked Chen to heavily punish Xian Ling. Now she realized that it was Xian Yi who was at fault. If she didn't heavily punish her, she couldn't put the matter to rest. As for how to impose heavy penalties, she thought of Gu Xiaoming, who was still in the ancestral hall thinking about copying the rules of the family, and thought that Gu Xiaoming, as the Marquis' son, the only son of the first line, had been beaten with 25 lashes, copied the rules of the family 100 times, and was grounded in the ancestral hall thinking about the rules of the family for a month. With this previous lesson in mind, and her daughter's words offending her mother-in-law and bullying her sister, as well as her sophistry in front of the elders to reverse black and white, she guessed that she would have to punish her daughter to go to the ancestral hall as well, or else it would seem to be too light. Zhang's narrowed her eyes, cruel heart said, Xin, you are too let mother disappointed, bullying sister at home. Words offensive to elders. And also in front of your third aunt's sophistry, blatantly wronged your sister. Mother this time not heavily punished you. You won't know the error of their ways. In this case, you will be punished to go to the ancestral hall to kneel in front of the ancestors to think for 2 hours, copy the family rules 20 times, and be grounded for half a month not to go out of the yard as a punishment. At these words, Gu Xian was dumbfounded, not realizing that her mother, who had always loved her, would be so cruel, and lost her voice and cried, Mother, you are so cruel, she said, and ran away in tears. Chen also secretly draw a breath of cold air. Zhang's how much love Gu Xian, she knows. That is like a pearl, like a treasure in the palm of the hand pampered. Copy the family rules 20 times, grounded for half a month is nothing. Kneeling in front of the ancestors to think about 2 hours, that is the main event, can be punished by kneeling in front of the ancestral hall. That has made a big mistake, which is not punished for kneeling in front of the ancestral hall as a shame. Zhang's can also really cruel heart. Zhang was afraid that something would happen to her daughter, so she busily ordered her daughter's 2 maids, quickly go and watch over the eldest girl, and by the way, escort the eldest girl to the ancestral hall to be punished. The 2 maids saw that the first lady hadn't thought of punishing them yet, so they busily answered and chased after them. so that the first lady wouldn't think of it later. Chen's warm voice asked, "Sister-in-law, do not go to sea?" Xianyi is 1,000 pampered grown-up. Seems to have not been such punishment. Sister-in-law, not to enlighten enlightenment. Later cannot think about how to be good. Hearing this, Zhang's heart tightened, her gaze coldly gouging out Chen's. Forcing back her anger and gritting her teeth, she said, "Thank you for your concern. Second younger sibling, I'll go and take a look." After saying that, she lifted her steps and quickly chased after her daughter in the direction she left. Gu Xianling looked at the direction Zhang's mother and daughter left, a fear in her heart. If it was not for the third aunt who witnessed what happened, was she the one who was punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall, copying the rules of the family, and being grounded for half a month? Chen looked at her hastily departing back and smiled imperceptibly, turning to Meng Jin Yao to thank her. Third younger sibling, thank you so much this time. If you hadn't seen it, Xianling's clumsy girl would have been at a great disadvantage. Meng Jin Yao warmly replied back, "Second sister-in-law doesn't have to be polite. I'm just respecting the truth. No matter if it's Xian Yi who made a mistake today or Xianling, I won't be biased." Chen once again thanked. No matter how to say or to thank the third sister also appeared in time to stop Xian Yi slapped Xianling. That child quite a few points of hostility in. If you do not appear, Xianling single force thin. No wonder was she pressed to beat, may not be the face to scratch flowers. Hearing this, Gu Xianling heart even more afraid. Not the first mother exaggerated, but the big sister annoyed really will not care about the consequences. She has reached the age of marriage. If the face is destroyed, how to marry? Fortunately, the third aunt came in time. Meng Jin Yao also didn't want to listen to people thanking them, and after exchanging pleasantries with Chun, she took her maid and left. On the way, thinking of Chen's attitude just now, Meng Jin Yao lamented, "This child Xian Ling is a blessed one, having her first mother protecting her like this." Chunlu was quite agreeable to this, and opened her lips to respond. The second girl is very filial to her first mother and understands things. Annie Fong was gentle and proper when she was alive. She didn't fight or grab, and she was deferential to the second madam. The mother and daughter have the second madam's heart, and the second madam will naturally take care of one or two things. Chunlu said and paused, remembered one thing, and added, "Speaking of Aunt Fong, she was still the old lady side of the eldest maid back then, deeply loved by the old lady, and was seen by the second master, and asked the old lady to go over as a common maid, and then lifted up as a concubine when the second lady entered the house." Meng Jin Yao, slightly stunned, quickly realized, do not look at the face of the monk, must also look at the face of the Buddha, from the mother-in-law's courtyard out of the mother-in-law's favorite concubine, and outside the concubine. The meaning is not the same, if it is harshly treated, but also invariably hit the face of the mother-in-law. Moreover, Annie Fong's own, do not compete. Xianling also filial understanding, as long as it is not narrow-minded, cannot tolerate people's first mother, will not go to the grinding of a mother without a small concubine to destroy their own reputation. The concubine girl better, concubine girl in the future, if she married a good family has a good fortune, it may be able to help their own son. After all, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, it is not possible to say the future of the matter for their own less vertical enemies. The first thing I want to do is to make sure that I have a good relationship with my son. And look at Chen's attitude. There are a few sincere and probably there is a little girl on their own, as always filial piety. Time has also produced feelings. So it seems that Chen's nature is actually not bad, much better than Zhang's. A moment later, Meng Jin Yao suddenly asked, "Second sister-in-law doesn't treat Xianling badly. Why is Xianling so timid?" Chunlu returned, "The big girl often backstabbing the second girl. The second girl was bullied, afraid. Do not dare to get along with the big girl in private. I guess there is the big girl, this firstborn as a comparison, and was taunted by the big girl more. The second girl, some inferiority, complex cowardice." Meng Jin Yao glanced at her. "You know quite a bit." Chunlu explained. "Slave girl previously served beside the old madam. Two girls have conflicts. The old madam's heart is clear as a bell. Know who is at fault first. Just do not want to intervene in the matter of the big house and the two houses, so as not to help the second girl. The big house complained that the old madam is biased. Only let both parents to deal with. However, the second madam is not a good bully. The two girls' affairs, if it comes to the elders, the second madam will protect it." Meng Jin Yao listened, nodded understandingly. The family has a difficult to read the scripture, bumping into a lot of contradictions. Compared to the Gu family, the Meng family is even worse. The Gu family, although there is a struggle, at least it will not be like the Meng family that made a scene. It's just a matter of time. It's all in the past. Chapter 61, Mother-in-law's Anger. Wei Wei Xian. When Meng Jinyao returned to Wei Wei Xian, it was already almost lunchtime, but she didn't really want to eat. The meal later directly rewarded to a few mates to share and eat. Let the kitchen do the kanji with shredded chicken. So she had to wait a little longer to eat it, and ate a couple of snacks first to pat her stomach. Qingxiu entered the house and saw her sitting on the toffee chair by the window, one hand on the windowsill, her chin against the back of her hand, staring up at the blue sky in a daze, her eyes empty, and she didn't know what she was thinking about. Qingxiu walked over to her and asked with concern, "Ma'am, what's wrong with you?" At the sound, Meng Jin Yao came back to her senses, her eyes gradually regaining their clarity, pursing her lips and smiling. Nothing, just thinking about something. Qingxiu would believe it, but as her master didn't want to talk about it, she didn't dwell on it and asked curiously instead, "Madam, you usually don't like to meddle in such idle matters. Why are you doing so today?" Meng Jin Yao faintly said, "I guess I've been in the rain before and can empathize." Qingxiu listened and instantly understood. The lady was once in the rain, so she wanted to hold an umbrella for someone else. Gu Xian Yi and Gu Xianling. Wasn't that a replica of their master and Meng Jinyu? Gu Xian Yi and Meng Jinyu the same temperament. Fortunately, their master did not, with Gu Xianling is weak and can be deceived, or the end in Gu Xianling miserable. I do not know how many times. Gu Xianling than the master of their family luck. There can defend her first mother. And their master? Meng old lady since the master was born. She disliked the master, decided that the master is a calamity, descending, targeting the master at every turn. I heard that at one point I wanted to send the master this calamity away to keep the family safe, but fortunately the old marquis stopped it. So whenever Meng Jin you bullied their family master, old lady Meng did not ask any questions and only listened to Meng Jin Yu's words, and directly hammered out that it was the master's fault, and that she had to punish this mischievous and unruly granddaughter, or else she would still be like this when she married into the Gu family in the future, and the Gu family would say that the Meng family had failed to teach their daughter properly. And Sun always knew how to seemingly intercede for her master, but actually pushed her master into the fire so that the old madam would chastise her severely, killing her with a borrowed knife, and also falling into a good reputation as a loving mother. Over the years, the master had been beaten and scolded by elder Lady Meng, punished for copying the family rules, punished for being grounded, and had even been punished by elder Lady Meng for kneeling at the entrance of Rongfutang's courtyard in the freezing cold of winter. Originally just kneeling for an hour, because of Sun's words, once again provoking the anger of old Lady Meng, directly kneeling all day, until the master fainted. The maid found that something was wrong, only to go to report to old Lady Meng. Therefore, the old Lady Ming remembered that their master is still kneeling outside, afraid of getting the reputation of abusing her granddaughter to death, and the master and the Gu family still have a marriage contract. If she died, the marriage contract is gone, and quickly let the doctor go to the master's diagnosis and treatment. The master initiated a high fever, burned for 3 days and 3 nights before the fever subsided, retrieved a life, but also recuperated for several months before getting well. But the evil cold into the body, but also fell into the roots of a permanent disease. To the winter will commit the old disease, the taste only the person concerned to know how difficult it is. How nice it would be if the old marquis lived for 10 more years, so that he could protect his master until he got married, and he wouldn't have to be mistreated when he arrived at his husband's house. It was impossible to count the bad things that had happened over the years, whether it was their master or the second duke. But the second duke had lived a much better life than the master, because he wasn't disliked by the old madam like the master was. Meng Jin Yao was startled when she saw her red eyes and shed 2 lines of clear tears. She, a maid who was always steady and whose emotions were not easy to show, was busy asking, "Qingxiu, why are you crying?" Qingxiu panicked and wiped the tears from her cheeks, sniffing her nose and forcing the tears back. "The slave girl is fine. Madam is a blessed one and will be fine in the future." Meng Jin Yao said with a smile, "I'll definitely do well. And in the future, I'll have to find you and Jingdong both a man of your choice and send you off to get married." Qingxiu busily shook her head. The slave girl doesn't want to marry. She wants to stay by Madam's side for the rest of her life. Meng Jin Yao heard, disapprovingly shook his head, warmly said, "Silly girl, do not think so. No one can let you waste your life. Meet a good groom can consider marriage. I am the marquis wife. This identity how can also support you, so that the husband's family do not dare to bully you for half a point." Qingxiu returned, "Madam, the slave girl doesn't feel that staying by your side is a wasted life. I won't hide it from you. The slave girl has already made up her mind 2 years ago that she doesn't want to get married." Meng Jin Yao was stunned and very confused. Why? The slave girl actually has little interest in marrying. She only wants to stay by your side and serve. Qingxiu said, hooking up a light smile. There is nothing good about marrying. Having to serve your in-laws and take care of your family, which is not as comfortable as staying by your side. Meng Jinyao froze and immediately returned. As long as you meet the right person, it's actually quite good to marry, but there's no hurry in this matter. In the future, if you meet it, you'll marry it, and if you can't meet it, you'll stay with me. Qingxiu nodded. The slave girl listens to all of Madame's wishes. Meng Jinyao shook her head slightly and said in a serious tone, Life matters, don't listen to me all the time. That's your life. You have to feel it by yourself with your heart. Even if I think a certain Lang Jun is very good and will be suitable for you, but I'm not you in the end, it's just the same as the shoes fit or not they know it by themselves. Qingxiu nodded again. The slave girl knows. Show and Hall. Today made such a mess. Gu old lady side also received the news. Directly angry, no mood to eat lunch. Casually eat a little, let the maids withdraw down. Seeing this, Sister Feng softly soothed. Old madam, don't be angry. It's not worth it to be angry with your body. Just let them toss and turn. How can you not be angry? One by one, they're all unconscious. Old Lady Gu frowned deeply, face ugly tight, said in a deep voice. Zhang's daughter educated into this arrogant and domineering. No one incite nature. Good children are ruined. Really marry the wrong daughter-in-law scourge children and grandchildren. If I had known that I should not have complied with the intention of the boss, agreed to him to marry Zhang's, married back to the small action constantly. Those things I also turn a blind eye. Sister Feng silently. In fact, the old lady that year for the master to find a good girl, although it is the sixth grade official's first daughter. The family is not high, but the nature of the gentle and kind, dignified and decent, is a good wife and mother. The facts have proved that the old lady's vision is good. And now that the girl is married to a husband and raised children, filial piety, love of the husband and in-laws, teach out of the child, is also very good. Last year at the age of 16 years old, the first prize and the first prize. Sister Feng secretly sighed softly and persuaded. Old madam, things have been finalized. No amount of anger can change that. You must relax. Old Lady Gu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said, Have someone go and invite Zhang to me. Upon hearing this, Sister Feng was busy stopping it. Old madam, you must not. The first mistress has already punished the eldest miss. If you intervene again and blame the first mistress for teaching her daughter poorly, it's possible that she'll become resentful towards you. Who said I'm blaming her? Old Lady Gu looked strangely angry at her and helplessly shook her head. What am I blaming her for? Even if I chastise her, she won't change, and the child is already like this, so it won't help if I scold her. Chapter 62. Changing the sun of the world. Sister Feng was bewildered. Then what do you mean? Old Lady Gu sighed lightly and said, Xiaowen and Xian Yi are dragon and phoenix children. Xian Yi is already grown crooked. Xiaowen is different from Zhang, but being spoiled by Zhang. He is lazy in learning, and he is afraid that if he continues to stay by Zhang's side, he will be spoiled. Sister Feng froze again. Can it be that you want to personally teach and raise him? As she spoke, she glanced at her master, not quite agreeing with her. Old madam, the fourth son is already 15 years old. It's more or less inappropriate. When Old Lady Gu heard this, she shook her head and lost her smile. I like quietness. It's not like you don't know that. So how could I possibly find myself another trouble? At those words, Sister Feng thought of many possibilities in the twinkling of an eye. Shitzi Master let the old lady and Marquis are disappointed. Hall Marquis' son, moral behavior has a loss, made a scandal on the wedding day to escape from the wedding and elope with someone, and also said that this life only that Li girl alone. If you can't marry Li girl as a wife, then take Li girl as a concubine. In this way, although Miss Li is a concubine, the world master has no proper wife. But the prince has forgotten that he is the son of the Marquis and will inherit the title. And when he joins the government, he will need a hostess to entertain him at festivals and banquets. And the Marquis will need a hostess to take care of him. So he can't let a concubine do his wife's work, or else he'll be laughed out of the house. The Marquis had a hidden disease and could not have a child of his own. So if he did not want a son to inherit the title and wanted a new son, then he would have to pass on another child. Can it be that the old madam wants to discuss with the first mistress to pass on the fourth prince of the grand house to the Marquis? In fact, it is not impossible. The fourth son of pure heart, and the big lady is not all the way. Good training may be able to become a talent, and the big house think is very happy. After all, the big lady wanted a son of the seat for a long time. Dreaming of their own son was passed over to do the son of the world. Thinking of this, Sister Feng felt that this is good and busily nodded. The old madam can be so. I can understand, after all. The world's son he. Hey, I will let people go to invite the great madam to come over. After speaking, she slightly blessed towards old Lady Gu and immediately went outside the house to find a maid to make a trip to Zhang's side. Old Lady Gu was a bit bewildered, not understanding what her beloved sister was doing by suddenly bringing up Xiuming. In that room, Zhang learned that her mother-in-law sent someone to invite herself over. Her heart thumped, panicked. Today's daughter did that thing. I guess her mother-in-law already know. This time is definitely looking for her to ask for punishment. Only let the maid go back first. She will be there later. Seeing her flustered face, Gu Jingsheng frowned and asked, Mother asked you to go over. Why are you panicking? Zhang remembered that she had not told her husband that her daughter had gotten into trouble, and now she said it briefly and succinctly, and asked, What should I do? Mother will definitely not spare me this time. Gu Jingsheng heard his brain jutting out and chided in a deep voice. A loving mother has many defeated children. Look at you. You spoiled Xian, to the point of lawlessness, and dare to say anything Mother knows and doesn't know how she'll think of me. Zhang did not think. How can you think? You are not your own son. She does not understand in her own heart. Even if you are filial, she will feel that you are not sincere in honoring her. Let's leave this matter aside for now. How is this matter now? Gu Jingsheng thought for a moment and returned. Mother won't eat you. Just go directly to see her. And Mother hasn't chastised you for anything over the years, so I don't think she'll chastise you this time. After all, you've already chastised Xiani. Hearing this, Zhang wrinkled her eyebrows and gave a cold snort in displeasure. She is really a simpleton, not useful at the critical moment. She is a few dozen years old, but she still thinks of the first mother so beautifully. The first mother catches this kind of handle and doesn't take advantage of the topic to punish them. Gu Jingxing looked at her uncertainly and said, Ma'am, what's wrong with you? Since Mother sent someone to invite you over, don't delay any longer. Hurry up and go. If Mother gives you a hard time, I'll go and plead for you, won't I? Zhang glared at him, opened her mouth to speak, but in the end, she didn't say half a word and directly left in a negative mood. Gu Jingxing looked at his wife's back as she left angrily. Somewhat puzzled, he felt that it wasn't a big deal. As to be so angry? In recent years, her temper had really grown, and now she dared to give him a face. Showen Hall. Zhang arrived at Showen Hall with trepidation and let her maid go in to inform her before entering the house. Just entered the house, her heart lifted up, so nervous that she did not dare to breathe out. Feng dared to get angry with her husband is one thing, but since ancient times, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are like bloodline suppression. How can a daughter-in-law dare to get angry with her mother-in-law? Upon seeing old Lady Gu, Zhang raised her eyes slightly, carefully observing her mother-in-law's face. Seeing her mother-in-law's face bland, unable to see her joy or anger, she became even more nervous. This was not a good thing. This was afraid that it was not the eve of a storm. Daughter-in-law has met mother as well. Zhang respectfully bowed towards old Lady Gu, then apprehensively asked, I wonder what Mother ordered in seeking me over? Old Lady Gu didn't make things difficult for her and said in a faint voice, Sit down and talk first. There's something about the child that I want to talk to you about. As the words fell, Zhang's heart beat like a drum. She answered yes, and then went to sit at the bottom of her mother-in-law's seat. Although she had long thought that her mother-in-law would be angry with her because of the child's affairs, she was still afraid when things really came to a head. And now that Meng Jingyao was married, would her mother-in-law take this opportunity to deprive her of her right to rule the family? Old Lady Gu glanced at her, saw her face nervous, helplessly shook her head. She did not intend to chastise her. She was afraid up, directly opened the door to ask. Spirit Mountain Academy began to enrollment. This matter you heard about it? Zhang froze after hearing this, a little unsure. Wasn't her mother-in-law trying to find her and ask for punishment? Why did she tell her about Spirit Mountain Academy? She shook her head slightly. Daughter-in-law is not concerned. Although she didn't pay attention to whether or not the Spirit Mountain Academy had recently enrolled students, she was aware of the reputation of the Spirit Mountain Academy, and there were many famous teachers within the academy. So if her family's children could be enrolled in the Spirit Mountain Academy, they would really be able to show off for a long time. Old Lady Gu said without a hitch, This time, the enrollment is for children between the ages of 10 and 15. Showen is just 15. I'm thinking of letting Showen go to the Spirit Mountain Academy to study, but you're his mother, so I'll have to ask you for your opinion on this matter. She is after careful consideration. Showen, that child, simple and kind and smart, just lazy, cannot let Zhang's to continue to spoil. The child spoiled and Shieni-like, will Shoin sent to the Academy of the Spirit of the Mountain to study. Inside the academy, Zhang's enough cannot continue to pamper the child. The child, by the environment, naturally will be advanced. The oldest was mediocre. The second was much better, with a small amount of intelligence. But the big talent was gone. And her own son, the third, although talented and capable, had a hidden disease and couldn't have children of his own. And with Xiao Ming like this, he didn't even know if he could hold up the Gu family in the future. The eldest grandson Shuyuan currently look okay. In fact, how they'd have to go in the examination room to know. But she knows that the youngest grandson Shuyuan than Shuyuan smart. The second room of the Shohong talent is good, both character and learning good boy, but overage. Gu family to continue to prosper, the younger generation cannot be too mediocre. Can be saved to save before it is too late. Maybe really let Shuyuan this child to test the scholar boy back, shine the family lintel.